Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Harry became the supreme magical lord and reshaped magic forever. Here is short summary. Betrayed by the corrupt wizarding elite, Harry uncovers his true heritage as the supreme magical lord. Armed with ancient knowledge and absolute power, he dismantles the old order and reshapes the magical world on his own terms. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. A shocking discovery. Sirius had brought Harry to his room and placed him on the bed under the covers. After they had left the leaky cauldron by side-along apparition, Sirius wanted to prevent public attention to Harry's breakdown for the time being. He immediately had called Creature to get a calming draft for Harry from the house apothecary and prepare some hot chocolate for later. Creature had dissipated and gotten back with the draft after some minutes. Harry had just lain under the covers, mumbling over and over again, "Why me?" Sirius wanted to go to the minister and demolish his face for this. Pompous fool that the man was. Normal wizards had trouble to face Dementors, and Harry just got some major blows to his beliefs in the supposed leader of the light, Dumbledore. The breakdown was only the logical conclusion after all he had been trough. Sirius carefully let Harry drink the calming draft. He coughed after the last gulp, but Sirius could soon see the effects of the potion setting in. Harry's body relaxed and he was just shivering under his blankets. "Master Sirius, may Creature lit a fire in the fireplace to help Master Harry warm up?" the house elf asked. "Yes, please do it, Creature," Sirius answered, thankfully for the elf's thoughtfulness. Creature went to the fireplace and snapped his fingers. Immediately a fire lit up and warmth flooded the room. "Thank you, Creature," Sirius said. "Would you please prepare some chicken soup for dinner after you brought us the hot chocolate?" "Of course, Master Sirius," he said, bowed and left the room. Rita Skeeter was in high spirits. She had a great story from Harry Potter's visit today in Diagon Alley. She absolutely loved her animagus form. Being a beetle opened so many opportunities to spy on people to get juicy stories. This one she just had to spice up in some little points. It already was good in itself. She let her quill write the article how Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived, had been emotionally abused by his aunt and uncle, terrible examples of muggles, and physically abused by his cousin. What a story! And to top it, the untouchable chief warlock of the Wizengamot, Albus Dumbledore, was the one to blame for all of this. Oh yes, the few bits of information Harry had given the audience at the Leaky Cauldron were great, but the talk he had had with his two friends was even better. Being driven to lose control over your magic after you have been training to use it properly at Hogwarts for 2 years needed some serious emotional distress. Of course, she had also interviewed some of the old witches and wizards who had been at the cauldron at the time, just perfect to get more dirt to throw at Dumbledore. She really loved her job. And now there could be a really big story at the horizon. Amelia Bones was on the warpath against the minister for his plans to let Hogwarts be protected by Dementors. She shuddered. Every self-preserving witch or wizard was worried about Dementors. Thankfully she never had the displeasure to visit Azkaban, but the rumors alone were giving her goosebumps. No, the minister had gone insane to order these things to guard a school. Harry needed half an hour to get back to his senses. When he realized what had happened, he was ashamed of himself. How could he have been such a baby? A breakdown, and then in front of Sirius and Madame Bones. They must think he was a weakling. He looked to his side and saw Sirius sitting on a chair next to his bed. "Hey Harry, are you feeling better?" he asked kindly. Harry nodded but looked away ashamed. "There is no reason to be ashamed, Harry," Sirius assured him. "But I broke down in front of you and Madame Bones. Just because she told us of the Dementors." "No, Harry, you didn't break down because of hearing about the Dementors. You broke down because it was just the last blow you could take in a very short time. First you had to deal with the Dursleys in a more torturing way than the other years, as you couldn't just avoid them for most of the time, then my reappearance. But that was the best thing that ever happened to me, Sirius." Harry interrupted. "I'm glad you think so," Sirius said. "But nonetheless it was emotionally straining for you, even if it was positive stress. After this you found out, That your life had been manipulated for over 10 years, that the last will of your parents had been ignored by Dumbledore and your abilities were mostly blocked. All because of one control freak that feared he couldn't make you see his way of believing without having you completely under his thumb. Then last but not least, the Dementors who will guard Hogwarts for a while. Things that you know beat the happiness out of humans. How could you not be overwhelmed by all of this? You were 13, Harry. Grown-up wizards would have problems to take this in. And they wouldn't have been able to go through your life without getting insane. You don't think I'm weak? Harry whispered, but Sirius heard him. He embraced Harry, who was surprised by this. He still had to get used to this kind of showing affection as he never got it as a child. But he wanted to keep this feeling. The feeling of being protected and not to be the one who protected. Just being able to rely on somebody who would help him with his problems. No, Harry, you are strong and don't believe anybody who wants to tell you otherwise. Being afraid of the Dementors is not a weakness, it is common sense. I am afraid of them too. The potions regime Charles ordered you to follow was not the only thing he took care of while he was here. He also checked my health. After all, you don't get out of Azkaban and are okay. Like you, I have to take potions to get over the malnutrition from my time there. I only sleep at night because I take dreamless sleep potion. Otherwise nightmares haunt me. I fully understand your fears. Harry looked shocked. He hadn't realized that Sirius had those problems. Don't worry that you didn't notice my problems. I am really good at hiding them. And I wanted you to become comfortable around me before being confronted with my haunted past. And you are a major factor in me getting better every day. Being around you helps me remember for what I live. Not many could have shouldered your life. They can't even imagine what it means to have to grow up hatred because you are how you are. Not to be loved because you are different than the others. Ridiculed for the other, perfect child that lives in the same house. Sirius had a bitter tone in his voice. You also experienced it, Sirius? Harry asked, surprised, still clinging to Sirius. Yes, Harry, especially after I was sorted into Gryffindor. It was the greatest shame for my parents, that their son, their heir, was a Gryffindor and not a Slytherin. I was always wary of the way my parents treated witches and wizards that were below their social standing. I never could believe what they thought was right. So the logical conclusion was my running away. I was always the one not fitting in, unlike Regulus. At least my brother saw the error of his ways in the end, but I wish he didn't have to die for it. Yes, I think he would have been a great uncle, Harry said. The full moon was approaching and it was the date when they would do the blood adoption ritual. The next day was the day Harry had been waiting for. He would finally have a real father, one who would care for him like his parents who had died to protect him, had done. Yes, he would have been, Sirius said, touched by Harry's willingness to become his son. He was wondering how Moony would fare during the night of the full moon. He really hoped his old friend would be all right. But you have another kind of uncle, who will be delighted to see you again, he said. You mean Moony, right? Harry asked, using the nickname Sirius always used while speaking about his past adventures with the Marauders. Yes, I'm wondering how he is doing. I wish I could keep him company during the full moon, it always helped calming him down. I also want to help. When I have mastered the Animagus transformation fully, I want to help too. You know my form is big enough to do so. Yes, it is. I'm still surprised that you have a magical animal as your Animagus form. That is really rare. Sirius had given Harry the Animagus revealing potion to find out which animal he was. To be an Animagus would be a great advantage in his fight against Voldemort. Harry had found out that he was a Storm Panther. He could bend the air to his will and unleash storms if he wanted to. Well, he would, when he had mastered the transformation and then got used to his new powers. It will take some time for you to master it, but I think Moony will appreciate that you are willing to help him. I will have to find out where he is. I think he could be convinced of my innocence if I left him my memories in a pensieve without telling him what they show in the first place. He would be an invaluable ally. He was always the smart one of our group. I really want to meet him. You and he are the closest I have left of my family. Sirius gently rubbed Harry's back, cursing the Dursleys again. Outside, Harry was a teenager and very mature for his age, but inside there was a small boy who just wanted to be loved. He intended to give this boy all the love he needed to grow up to match his outer appearance. Tomorrow was full moon, the day of the blood adoption ritual. Harry would become his son. He just hoped Lily and James would have agreed to this. But as they named Sirius Harry's godfather, they wanted him to take care of Harry. If only he could ask them if they agreed with it. Well, that was impossible. Tomorrow they would go back to Gringotts with a portkey, inspect some of the artifacts left in the vaults Harry had inherited. He was really curious what they were. Spend some time renovating the rest of Grimmauld Place. They had already begun after stripping the house of all remembrances of dark artifacts, eat some of Creature's delicious cooking and wait till the moon rose to its highest point. Harry woke up from a peaceful sleep. The calming draft he had gotten yesterday also helped him sleeping deeply. He was excited. Today was full moon. Today he would become Sirius' son. He couldn't wait until the moon rose. He was also curious what items his family vaults held. They knew there were several in the different vaults, but the statement only listed the general terms, not the specifics. He got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower, brush his teeth and get clothed. Creature had already placed some robes for him when he left the bathroom. He was really thankful for the elf's thoughtfulness while looking after his masters. He left his room and went down to the kitchen. There he coincidentally found Creature, who seemed a bit out of breath. "Good morning, Creature," Harry said. "Good morning, Master Harry. Please take a seat. Breakfast will be served immediately." Creature whirled through the kitchen and soon Harry had a plate of bacon and eggs, some toast, a cup of milk and some fruit in front of him. Creature looked exhausted but content. "Thank you, Creature, it looks delicious. Please rest a bit, you look exhausted." "I can't, Master Harry, there is so much work to do in the house." "Creature will make sure Master Harry and Master Sirius have the best home ever," the elf announced. Now Harry knew why the elf looked this exhausted. He did so much work in the house and did it all alone. And he was old, he could really use some help. Then Harry was hit by an idea just the moment Sirius came into the kitchen. "Morning, Harry. Morning, Creature." He greeted and took a seat next to Harry. "Morning, Sirius," Harry greeted, grinning. "Spill it," Sirius said, knowing this grin. It was a marauder's grin. "Well, I recognized that the poor Creature has too much work for him alone to finish. And he has served the blacks so long that it would be unfair to just place all the work on his shoulders alone. So I thought we could get a second elf, that Creature could teach all about the service of our family." Harry carefully chose his words to not hurt Creature's feelings, as the elf was proud to serve the noble and most ancient house of Black. "That's not a bad idea. The Black family had always more than one elf. Creature is the last of those who have been serving the house faithfully for centuries. It was always one family. But as the family dwindled in numbers, the magic that strengthens the house elves ceased in power. Especially after my imprisonment and my mother's death, there was nobody who could have built up the magic resting in the house. Creature, what do you think? Could you take another house elf under your wing and teach him the way the new house of Black is like?" Sirius asked the elf. "Of course, Master Sirius, it would be an honor to ensure the future generations of Blacks are having the best house elves to serve them." The elf looked proud to be chosen to have an apprentice. "Well, Harry, do you have an elf in mind?" Sirius asked. "I have. Perhaps he will answer my call." "Dobby," Harry called. They waited for a few seconds and then a crack was heard in the kitchen. Dobby stood in the kitchen, nervously looking around. Then he saw Harry and his face lit up. "Harry Potter, sir," Dobby squeaked, delighted. "Hello, Dobby. How are you?" Harry asked kindly. "Dobby is fine, sir. Thanks to Harry Potter, sir. Dobby is now a free elf and doesn't have to serve dark masters any longer. Dobby is currently looking for a new family to work for. Dobby likes his freedom, but Dobby wants to serve and work for a new nice wizarding family." "That's great news, Dobby. Have you already found a new family?" Harry asked. Dobby sadly shook his head. "It's difficult, Harry Potter, sir. Not many would take an elf that has been given clothes, and Dobby wants to be paid for his services." "Well, I think I know something for you," Sirius now said. Dobby looked at Sirius. "You is Sirius Black," he said. "Yes, I am. You don't seem to be afraid of me, Dobby," Sirius said kindly. "No, Dobby knows you is innocent. Dobby heard his old masters speak about it. Dobby's old masters found it funny. Then Dobby realized what he had said. Bad Dobby. He began calling himself, and Harry reacted fast and stopped the elf from hurting himself. Don't punish yourself, they aren't your masters anymore, Dobby, he pointed out. Dobby finds it difficult to say those things about his old masters, especially as Dobby hasn't found a new master yet. Dobby's magic is not as strong as it has been. I see, I have heard that an elf gets his strength from the master he has himself bound to. Sirius said, well Dobby, Harry and I are looking for a second house elf who would learn from Creature, an elf who has served the Black family for decades now, the ways that the new Black family is following. Harry has suggested you. Would you be interested to make a bond with the House of Black and become Harry's and my elf? Sirius asked. You is wanting to take Dobby as your house elf? Dobby asked surprised. Yes I am, and I would like to tell you a few rules we have for our house elves. Sirius pointed at Creature. Creature here is the head elf as he has the most experience in the service of the House of Black. The new House of Black is a gray family. I don't like the hard borders between light and dark houses. There sometimes are things that have to be done that are not exactly light but also not dark. There are things that I would never do, killing innocents, mistreating other magical races out of principle, badmouthing others who don't deserve it. The House of Black will be at the front in the fight against Voldemort because he is the worst the Wizarding Society can face. A maniac who bastardized the old pureblood ways. You know about the Chamber of Secrets that has been opened last year at Hogwarts. I intend to explore it a bit with Harry this year. I suppose there could be invaluable things to find now that the basilisk is no more. And also Harry has a right to get the valuable items of the basilisk like his hide, the venom and other things. If he sold them, he could get a lot of money from it and get some favors with important people. Our elves will wear a customized uniform with the crest of the Black family on it. We don't want our family servants to go around in rags. You are to proudly show which family you serve. It is not like we give you clothes to get rid of you, it is a part of our new overall outlook. I know about the special powers of the house elves. You can apparate to locations others can't and are able to use your own strong magic to help your masters. We want to use your help to better prepare Harry for his unavoidable fight with Voldemort. As Dumbledore isn't to be trusted as he tried to control Harry, we have to build our own group that will fight against Voldemort when he returns. As much as I wanted that he didn't, I am realistic enough to know he will return sooner or later. And he will be after Harry again because of a prophecy that was made before Harry was born. It says that Harry will be the one to defeat Voldemort for good. So he has to be trained to be able to survive this encounter. Further goals are the change of the Wizarding Society to be more liberal and to make the step into the present time. British wizards are far behind those of other countries, and we intend to change that and get a better tolerance for other magical beings, half-bloods and muggleborns. What do you say, Dobby? Dobby would be honored to serve the House of Black. Sirius Black, sir, but why is you calling Harry Potter Sir Black? Oh, of course I forgot. I will blood adopt Harry tonight, when the full moon is at its highest point. At the moment I am Harry's godfather and we both want to become a real family, so nobody has the power to force Harry to live with the horrible muggles again. Dobby nodded. Dobby wants to serve Harry Potter and Sirius Black, he said. Then let us perform the ritual. I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, take Dobby as my house elf for the noble and most ancient House of Black. So mote it be. Sirius spoke the ritual words and a bead of light engulfed Dobby. Dobby smiled delighted. Dobby accepts the bond with the House of Black and promises to serve the house faithfully. The light grew brighter and then it vanished. Dobby seemed to have gotten a power boost. He also wore the new uniform of the House of Black. Black pants, a dark red uniform jacket with the Black family crest at the back and dark red shoes. Thank you, Master Sirius, and thank you, Master Harry. Dobby said. Creature approached Dobby. Creature thinks he will start your training as a black elf right now, Dobby, with showing you around the house. Master Sirius and Master Harry have business to attend at Diagon Alley. Of course, Creature. Dobby wants to learn everything to serve his new masters. The two elves disapparated. Well, he is a nice elf, a bit different from your normal house elf, but I like him. Good choice, Harry, Sirius said. Thanks, Sirius. I think we should take the portkey to Gringotts now. I want to see what items are in the vaults. Well then let's go. How was your breakfast? Really good. I think I like oranges more than grapefruits. But fruits in general are nice to have with breakfast. I'm glad you like your new diet. Sometimes it's hard to change old eating habits. And I know what Hogwarts serves during the year. Harry just smiled. It was still a new concept for him to have someone who took care that you ate properly. They both touched the portkey and Sirius activated it by touching it with his wand. Soon they landed at the apparition point at Gringotts. Harry walked to the counter. I would like to visit my vault please. He asked in gobbledygook, earning a lot of surprised faces from goblins and other customers. Of course Mr. Potter. Griphook will take you there. The goblin answered. Griphook, who had listened to the conversation, came over and mentioned Harry and Sirius to follow him. It's a pleasant surprise to see a wizard speaking goblin language, he said. I'm sorry, Griphook, I am not very advanced in gobbledygook right now. I just understood. Pleasant surprise, and goblin language. Harry admitted. I have only learned for a bit over a week after the rituals that were done to rid me of the blocks and the Horcrux. I see. I look forward to have a whole conversation with you, when you have learned more, Mr. Potter. But I have to say you are quite good with pronunciation for someone with only a week of practice. Thank you, Griphook, and please call me Harry. Griphook nodded. Which vault do you want to visit, Harry? He asked. The Potter family vault please. Then the Ravenclaw vault, and if we still have time after that, the Gryffindor vault. It will take some time to visit them all. I think I will have to leave the school on weekends to get everything done. He mused. Sirius smiled. It was clear that Harry was excited to learn more about his family and those he was related to. They entered the cart and traveled down to the deeper parts of Gringotts. Way deeper than Harry's trust vault. The only reason why Harry could go down there was that Sirius was his guardian. As he agreed to let Harry manage his accounts on his own with a bit of good advice, the goblins followed Harry's wishes for invests. Until he would get of age at 17, this would be the way things would be done. They finally reached the vault. Griphook opened the vault by placing his hand on the door, and then it slowly opened. I will wait here for you. The old family vaults are special and goblins can only enter them with the permission of the Lord. Harry nodded. Harry and Sirius went into the vault and were looking around. Wow, was the only thing Harry could say. The vault was huge, filled with mountains of gold, silver and bronze. Several chests with jewels in them were lined at the walls. On shelves there were artifacts Harry couldn't really identify. They went deeper inside the vault. Suddenly Harry heard voices. Here. He heard someone calling. Did you hear that, Sirius? He asked. Sirius was pale. Sirius? Harry asked, waving his hand in front of his face. Sorry, Harry. Yes, I heard it. And I think I know the voices. Let's see if I am right. They followed the voices until they were standing in front of 3 wizarding portraits. Harry was stopping where he stood. This was impossible. He had only seen some photos of them. But here they were in portraits that could speak. Mum, Dad, he asked, overwhelmed. Harry, is that you? James Potter asked. Harry nodded. Sirius was as overwhelmed as Harry was. Prongs, he said. Hey, Padfoot, old friend. Why in the 9 circles of hell did it take you so long to bring our son here? James wanted to know. Sirius began but was interrupted by Lily. Harry, come here, I want to see you better, she said. Harry did as she asked. Look at you. You have grown so much since we last saw you. How old are you now? She asked. 13, Mum. Harry answered, tears shimmering in his eyes. So long. I'm so sorry that we couldn't be there for you. I wish we had chosen Sirius as the secret keeper, but we were so sure Peter was trustworthy. I know, Mum. It's just, I wish, he couldn't continue. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Sirius just put a hand on his shoulder. So, Padfoot, why did it take so long for you to come here? I would have thought, even if you were in hiding with Harry, that you would have brought him here when he turned 11. James asked. I couldn't, Prongs. I was in Azkaban at that time. Wormtail managed to blame his crimes on me and I wasn't given a trial. I still haven't had one and am hiding under a newly inherited title. Harry was sent to Petunia. He answered sneering while saying Wormtail's name. What? Thundered Lily. How could they? Petunia. I insisted on putting this part in the will that Harry was never to be sent there to grow up. How could they ignore our last will? She yelled. Why were you sent to Azkaban? Dumbledore knew Peter was our secret keeper. James wanted to know. He wants to control me for some reason. Harry said, trembling. He blocked 7 of my abilities partly or completely and placed a Muggle enraging curse on me. Then there were potions that weakened my abilities. And to top all of that, the scar I got when Voldemort's killing curse repelled of me, I became a Horcrux. A part of his soul was put into me. Oh my God, Harry, my poor baby. Lily said. How could Dumbledore do this? I trusted him. I even let him borrow my invisibility cloak to help some weaker Order members and for him to study it when we were in hiding. How could he do this to our son? James was furious. Harry felt sudden warmth spread through his body. His parents really cared for him. They really loved him. Padfoot, what are you going to do to prevent that Dumbledore will manipulate Harry's life again? James asked. Yes, if he placed Harry with Petunia, he will do everything to prevent you from raising him. Lily agreed. Well, Harry and I want to perform the blood adoption ritual tonight. It's full moon. If you would give us your blessings, I would feel way better about it. I mean, you are his parents and, again Lily interrupted him. Sirius, we named you Harry's godfather because we thought you were the best choice to raise him if something happened to us. I am pleased to see he means enough to you to adopt him, and under the current circumstances I fully understand you have to use the ritual. Harry will always be our son, but I gladly give you my blessings to also become his parent. Lily is right. You are my best friend, Padfoot, more like a brother even. I am glad you want to adopt him. I also give you my blessings, but I have one request. Could you please get the portrait out of the vault and place it at your house? It's extremely boring inside. I mean, the company couldn't be better, but the scenery has palled. Harry and Sirius looked relieved that Lily and James wanted them to do the ritual. I can understand that, Prongs. We will certainly take your portrait out of here. What about the other 2? He asked, pointing at 2 portraits that had been covered. Let them stay here. They wanted to be moved here to rest. I personally brought the portraits here. They show some of my great-grandparents who had a really nasty argument with the other portraits at Potter Manor. They preferred to sleep here between the treasures than being at the manor. I see. Anything we should know about the artifacts? Sirius asked. No, all of them are light artifacts. I will tell you more about them later, James said. Harry stood opposite of Sirius, both holding a goblet filled with a potion the goblins had provided. The only thing Sirius had to add were 7 drops of his blood. Lily's and James' portrait had been placed next to the place so they could see the ceremony. Are you ready, Harry? Sirius asked. Yes, Harry answered. Sirius activated the runes he had drawn with a mixture of ink and his blood onto the stone floor. Over them the moon had reached his highest point. I, Lord Sirius Orion Black, call upon the ancient magic of bonding for this holy ceremony. He intoned. The runes flashed red. Sirius took the goblet. I take this boy, Harry James Potter, as my lawful son under the ritual of blood adoption. He will become my flesh and blood and my heir. So mote it be. Sirius drank 3 gulps of the potion and the runes flashed green. He gave Harry the goblet. I, Harry James Potter, accept the blood adoption by Lord Sirius Orion Black. I will be his son in flesh and blood and will respect and love him as a son does his father. So mote it be. Harry drank 4 gulps of the potion and the runes flashed blue. Then 3 lines of light erupted from the runes and circled around Harry and Sirius. 3 minutes passed till the light ebbed away. Harry had slightly changed. His hair was still black, but it didn't stand up in the way James's hair did anymore. It also had gotten a bit of silkiness and had grown a few inches longer. He had grown 4 inches and the signs of malnutrition had disappeared. While Harry still wasn't overly muscular, he had gained a few pounds, which cured the much too thin look he had had before. It was the weight the healer had deemed the least healthy weight for a boy Harry's age. Harry swayed, but Sirius supported him. Are you all right, Harry? Sirius asked. I think so, just a bit disorientated. Everything is spinning. Let's get inside so you can lie down. Your body has changed a bit, so I think it is normal to feel a bit under the weather. Thank you. Harry mumbled or let himself be supported by Sirius to get to his room. His father, he corrected himself, feeling warm at the thought. Then he thought how he would call Sirius from now on. He called his father James Dad. It would be confusing to call Sirius the same, but what else could he call him? He would have to think about it. Calling him father would be way too formal for them. Sirius sat in the living room, speaking with the portrait of James and Lily. He brought them up to date, and it would have been the understatement of the century to say Lily was furious. Sirius was sure, if she would have been alive, she would have apparated to Hogwarts directly, stormed the castle and murdered Dumbledore the most painful way imaginable. Her curses were quite colorful, and James and Sirius had cringed at some of her more inventive torture ideas for Dumbledore. James was also livid with Dumbledore's schemes, but also very proud of his son. Harry had managed to do things no normal boy his age would have been able to do. They got into planning the ultimate revenge against Dumbledore. Harry woke up to loud laughter the next morning. He sat up in his bed, put a morning robe over his pajama and went down, following the laughter into the kitchen. He found Sirius sitting at the kitchen table, the Daily Prophet in front of him, laughing his off. He walked over and looked over Sirius' shoulder. "Morning, Pa." He greeted him. "Morning, Harry. Come, sit down, you have to read this." Rita printed her article about our visit to Diagon Alley. "The Ministry will be in uproar." Sirius smiled at Harry. He really liked being called Pa. He had wondered with which short form Harry would call him, as James had the Dad reserved for him. Harry sat down next to Sirius and took the paper. Harry Potter's Return, by Rita Skeeter. 2 days ago, on the 29th of August, the Wizarding Society could finally lay their worries about Harry Potter, the boy who lived 13, to rest, as he and his charming new guardian Comte Orion de Jarge, head of the noble and most ancient House de Jarge, a pureblood family from France that has served the French kings for generations before the Muggle Revolution, arrived at the Leaky Cauldron via Flow Network. Many of us feared that Harry would be in a bad condition for having been forced to leave his horrible Muggle relatives. Indeed, those fears were confirmed as young Harry told the wizards and witches there what had happened in his past. Many had to suppress their tears hearing such a horrible story from the nice boy. You can't imagine how hard it was to keep my emotions inside without having anybody who liked me. Those Muggles hate everything connected with magic. They have called me a freak all my life. I was so glad to be able to escape them when I got my letter to Hogwarts, but every summer I had to return, being an orphan. Thankfully, Comte de Jarge seems to have taken very good care of Harry and made sure that a personal friend, who is a healer, did a thorough health check of young Harry. He told he had symptoms of malnutrition and signs of not getting enough sun. This leads to more questions. Did those Muggles imprison our hero? Why didn't he get enough food? As I wrote in my first article after the disappearance of Harry Potter, I took it upon myself to investigate the Muggles with whom Harry lived before. So I am in the position to describe to you, my faithful readers, how those Muggles looked like. I found out that the man was like a fat pudding with a mustache, the woman a thin, bony horse-faced bitch, and the son resembled a baby killer whale, a Muggle water animal which becomes as big as a small dragon breed when grown up. The babies still are bigger than a hippogriff. A well-known fact in the wizarding world is that the noble and most ancient House of Potter never had any problems with money. Why did Harry have to starve if there was no need? More so when his Muggle relatives are as fat as they could get. To my experienced eye, it was obvious that Harry Potter is suffering from a severe case of abuse. I couldn't let this matter rest with good conscience and again went to Little Whinging, the village where the Muggles who raised Harry live, to find out exactly what was going on there. After all, it should be impossible that all the Muggles never noticed how horrible our hero was treated. What I found out left me speechless. Their neighbors told me that they had been warned about Harry attending a school for criminal boys. Dudley Dursley, Harry's cousin, is feared by the other children in the neighborhood for being a bully who likes to harm those weaker than him. A boy Harry's age remembered Harry from his primary school years. He told me that nobody dared befriending Harry because they feared his cousin would beat them up for it as he did Harry. So Harry had not only to suffer mental abuse, but also physical. It doesn't surprise me now that he lost control over his emotions, even after being trained at Hogwarts for 2 years. Everybody has a breaking point, and Harry's has been triggered by a very cruel Muggle woman who insulted his parents. Contrary to most beliefs in the past, Harry Potter seems to have been properly trained in pureblood customs, as it is becoming of the heir of such an influential family like the Potters. He was a true gentleman from what I could observe during his shopping tour at Diagon Alley. He is even able to speak gobbledygook, as I could personally witness when he was visiting Gringotts Bank to get some gold for shopping. This brings up the one question: how was young Harry able to learn all this in such a short time? He was known to leave his Muggle relative's house on August 7th. Now there were just 22 days for him to learn proper etiquette, gobbledygook, and who knows what Comte de Jarge had thought important for his young charge to learn. From an interview with Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House at Hogwarts and teacher for herbology, one gets a different opinion of Harry Potter's abilities. He is really a nice boy. He tries hard in his classes, but until now I never found any kind of brilliance in his marks. Perhaps with the incident something has unlocked in Harry. He also had a hard year last term, as all our students. The hard year Professor Sprout mentioned was the opening of the infamous Chamber of Secrets the deceased Salazar Slytherin had built inside the castle to get rid of Muggle-born students, who he thought unworthy of learning magic. Now the facts were kept really quiet. It is only known that young Misters Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley were awarded for services for the school. I was already on my way back to the Daily Prophet's premises to write my article, when I coincidentally walked into Florine Fortesque's ice cream parlor to get some of my favorite ice cream, vanilla with chocolate chips by the way, when I saw Harry with his two best friends, aforementioned Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger, sitting in front of the parlor eating sundaes. They talked about the new school year and which subjects they had taken. When Ronald told Hermione that he couldn't understand why she wanted to take so many subjects, I have to admit, by judging the girl's book bag, she is really ambitious to learn everything she can, and that he was glad that he and Harry had only taken 2 new subjects. Harry answered he had changed his elections a bit. Thanks to some good advice of Comte de Jarge, whom Harry calls Uncle Orion, he now takes care of magical creatures, arithmancy and ancient runes. It seems young Harry is trying to keep many possible career perspectives open. But the next thing I heard shocked me massively. His reason why he wants to be as prepared as he can is that he who must not be named, who Harry fearlessly calls by his name, is still somewhere out there and trying to get his body back. From young Harry's and his friends' conversation I could get that in their first year their teacher in defense against the dark arts, Professor Quirrell, was possessed by the spirit of you-know-who and tried to get the Philosopher's Stone that had been hidden at Hogwarts for safety reasons. Then after this failed attempt of you-know-who, he was trying to use the life energy of Ronald's younger sister Ginevra Weasley to return to full power by some bewitched diary. Undoubtedly there had been some very dark magic at work for this being possible. The poor Weasley girl had been tricked by the master of manipulation and nearly died. I could see Harry was really shaken by this. But who wouldn't be if he had to face a basilisk, the legendary monster of Slytherin? You read right, there was a basilisk living under the castle. Now the question is, how could Headmaster Dumbledore allow all of these horrible things to happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Why does the boy who lived have to face so many dangerous things at the supposedly safest place in Britain in the magical world? From a well-informed source I can tell you that this year will no doubt be no different for the poor boy. Dementors are sent to Hogwarts to prevent Sirius Black from attacking Harry Potter. But who knows if the Dementors wouldn't be the greater danger to all of the students. I especially doubt that Harry Potter will see the wisdom in the minister's decision regarding an earlier statement he made at the Leaky Cauldron. I was really concerned that they would send me to Azkaban. A friend of mine, he was really my first friend in the magical world and the first person to ever give me a birthday present on my 11th birthday, has been sent there last year despite being innocent of the things that happened at Hogwarts last year. My friends and I managed to prove his innocence, but what he told of the place was terrible. As this reporter sees it, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, never had any evidence that Rubeus Hagrid, the friend Harry Potter spoke of, was the culprit behind the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. Despite this he sent the man to Azkaban. I am questioning why our minister seems to always depend on Dementors to solve critical situations. Every self-respecting wizard avoids those foul creatures, but the minister insists on positioning them around the school where our children will be exposed to them 24/7. I call upon all concerned parents to get the minister to rethink this decision. While Sirius Black is one of the most dangerous men who had ever been in the services of he who must not be named, he already managed to escape them once. Why wouldn't he be able to do it again and attack the students of Hogwarts regardless the presence of the Dementors? I will keep you informed, and I will find the truth about the things that seems to be hidden in the shadows Dumbledore and the Ministry have built over the years. Oh wow, this is something. Dumbledore and Fudge won't be happy that Rita spread the seed of doubt about them. I wish she hadn't heard the thing about Ginny, but I really didn't see her at the ice cream parlor. I hope Ginny won't get problems because of this. I doubt it. The article clearly shows that she was a victim. And as the public loves you, they will read it as if you are very protective of the girl. I fear they could spin a love story between you and Ginny from this. But that would be all there could be. Try to be nice to all of your comrades at Hogwarts who haven't wronged you, and you should be fine. And some witty responses will get you farther than rage. Always keep that in mind, Harry. I will, Pa, he said, smiling. I like being called Pa, Sirius said, smiling, and ruffled Harry's hair. And I like calling you that. It's strange to have someone I can call that. Thank you that you adopted me. Then Harry pondered about something. I just thought about something. Will the staff at Hogwarts know that you have adopted me? A good question. I think if this had happened before the new book lists would have been delivered, they would have found out, but now the only one who could possibly find out would be McGonagall. She is the head of your house and gets the updates of all the students' familiar affairs. Dumbledore will only find out if she tells him. I hope she was serious about not telling anyone my secrets. I mean, my new subjects are out in the open thanks to Rita's article, but that was not a real secret. The thing I am concerned about is Dumbledore finding out I found out about my heritage. We will cross that bridge when we reach it. Try to just behave like a normal student. I have signed your permission form for the Hogsmeade weekends, so McGonagall shouldn't have any problems with that. As I have formally requested guardianship for you with the Ministry and Rita's article, nobody should give you a hard time about it. Thanks, Pa. I am really looking forward to explore the village with my friends. And I sure as hell will look into the Shrieking Shack. You told me so many stories about the time you were there keeping Moony company. Yes, those were great times. I really miss having my friends around me. Cherish those times, Harry, as long as you can. I will, Harry answered. Then he grew sober. What will I do because of the Dementors? Madam Bones said she would try to get rid of them, but as they will be around the school in the beginning, I fear what they will do. I will try to teach you the Patronus charm as soon as I can. The Patronus is a kind of guardian against the Dementors. It acts like a shield between you and the Dementor. It is built by concentrating on a very happy memory and speaking the incantation Expecto Patronum. It will take some time for you to learn it. It is really advanced magic. We can start today, but don't expect immediate success. Better than nothing, Pa. I don't want to be helpless when I am confronted with one. Fair enough. Let's go into the hall, get Prongs and Lily's portrait, and start with the training. Harry nodded, relieved, and followed Sirius out of the kitchen. He forgot that he hadn't eaten yet. The thought of being able to protect himself against those foul things took all of his attention. Harry had mixed feelings about returning to Hogwarts. One way he wanted to return and see his friends again, make new friends, and finally be able to really learn about magic without blocks on him. The other way, he didn't want to leave his father and the portrait of his parents. He also didn't want to be where Dumbledore would have control over him, but he could hardly change schools now. It would arouse suspicion, and the major advantage he had because of his heritage and the connected political power was in Britain. He had already used his metamorph powers to change his new look back to what he looked before the blood adoption, well, a healthier version at least. He would change his looks over the school year little by little to his true looks to throw off any suspicion there might be. As soon as Sirius was cleared of the charges against him, he would be able to protect Harry. Until then he would try to stay clear of Dumbledore. Sirius spotted Harry's way of thoughts and could really understand him. He didn't want Harry to go, but he knew it was necessary. Hey, don't worry, Harry. We will see each other at the weekends for your training, and if you give me the dates for your Hogsmeade weekends when they are published, I will come to visit so we can just hang out for some time. Yes, it's just, I have always wanted a family and I just got you back, I don't really want to leave you. Harry admitted. I know, I will write you, I promise. What I also wanted to ask, is there a country you always wanted to see for holidays? Sirius asked. I never really thought about it, why? I want to make plans for the Christmas and summer holidays. And I think we could travel somewhere you always wanted to go to. I know some very nice places outside Britain I also want to show you. That would be great, Pa. I think I would like a beach with some historical attractions nearby. So we could combine lazing at the beach with some sightseeing. Sounds good. Perhaps southern France or Greece. I will look into the possibilities. Well, you better pack your trunk, so we don't have to be stressed out tomorrow. I prefer sleeping until 9, eating breakfast, and then we will have Dobby and Creature apparate us to King's Cross Station. Then you will have enough time to find a compartment for you and your friends. What do you think of this plan? Sounds good, Pa. I like the idea of sleeping as long as possible. The next morning things at number 12 Grimmauld Place were really relaxed. Harry's new trunk Sirius had insisted to buy for him stood packed in the entrance hall. Hedwig was safely in her cage next to the trunk. In case Harry had forgotten something, Dobby or Creature could take it to Hogwarts for him. Sirius and Harry enjoyed a healthy breakfast with cereals, milk, fresh fruits, bread, different toppings and eggs. They talked and laughed about ideas to give Snape a hard time for ridiculing Harry, and Sirius made Harry promise to show him the memories of Snape's dumbstruck face when he found out that Harry had memorized the potions of the third-year syllabus as well as those of the fourth year just as a precaution. They decided to slightly change their plans and walk to King's Cross, as it wasn't that far away from Grimmauld Place. Creature and Dobby would apparate with Harry's school things and wait for them. It was a nice day and they thoroughly enjoyed their walk. Sirius entertained Harry with some pranks the Marauders had played at school and how some of the gray hairs Professor McGonagall had were their fault. Harry laughed. He thought he had added a few ones too with his talent to find trouble. Soon they reached the station where Creature and Dobby had loaded a trolley with Harry's things and kept out of sight of the Muggles. Thank you for bringing my things here, Dobby and Creature. I really appreciate this. It was no problem, Master Harry. Dobby said. Yes, Master Harry, it is the job of a good house elf to make his master's life comfortable. Creature added. You are both good elves. Harry said. I will see you soon, when I come back for my training. Until then, you too. The two elves bowed and disapparated. Sirius took the trolley and pushed it towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. They passed the wall and saw the Hogwarts Express waiting for the students to go for Hogwarts. Sirius helped Harry put his things into an empty compartment and then the two exited the train. Sirius started to point out several families he knew. Those are the Diggorys. Amos Diggory is head of a department at the ministry. I think his son is called Cedric. He was a toddler when I was imprisoned. Those are the Greengrasses. They are leading a well-known crystal manufacture. Their crystals are some of the best at warding. Those are the Macregas. They have produced many skilled healers. The Lovegoods. Zeno is editor of the Quibbler, a bit weird but the only one who prints things that the Prophet doesn't want to print or wanted in the past. You know Madam Bones. Those are the Boots. I think they have a lawyer facility. The Hellingtons, a Muggle family who is producing music instruments of high quality. I didn't know they had a son who was a wizard. The boy looks like he is a first-year student. The Kempels, famous for their magical farms in Ireland. Harry tried to remember the faces of the students and what their families did for a living. It was really interesting to get to know what possibilities there were in the wizarding world. Sirius pointed out the niece of Rufus Scrimgeour, the current head Auror, some famous actor with his son and many more. Then finally Harry saw one of his friends arrive. It was Hermione with her parents. Hey Hermione, Harry greeted. Harry, she returned the greeting happily. Hello Mr. DeJarge, she added to greet Sirius. Hello Hermione, nice to see you again. Sirius greeted the girl. I suppose these are your parents. Yes they are. Mom, Dad, please meet Orion DeJarge, my friend Harry's new guardian. Mr. DeJarge, these are my parents Dan and Emma Granger. Hermione introduced them. I'm pleased to meet you Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Sirius shook both of their hands. Harry could hear a sneer behind him. Turning around he saw the Malfoys. Draco was accompanied by his father and Lucius was sneering at the display of equality that Sirius displayed towards the Grangers. And I thought the Weasleys had no proper wizarding pride. I didn't know there were others who would be that dirtied. He snidely remarked. I would be careful with the choice of my words, Lord Malfoy. It would be unbecoming to insult the lord of 3 pureblood houses that reach farther back than the Malfoys ever could. Sirius replied calmly. 3. Lucius sneered. Of course, I have 2 other lordships next to the Comte de Jarge title. But I won't tell you. That would be too easy. But I advise you to be a bit more tactful. You could be confused with a Death Eater, and we all know that you pledged to have been controlled by he who must not be named. Your current behavior could be misinterpreted, Lord Malfoy. This left Lucius Malfoy speechless. He couldn't argue with that, as everybody knew of his story to avoid Azkaban. While Minister Fudge was easily bought with money, others were more difficult and everything depended on his good name. Further, as this Comte de Jarge was the current hero for saving the Potter boy, he was near untouchable. Lucius knew better than aggravate a man like this in public. Let's go, Draco. We will look for better company, he said, turning away from the group. Yes, father, Draco answered, sneering at them. Harry silently laughed. It was good to see the Malfoys being put down a bit. Hermione was also grinning about the small dent into the Malfoys' perfect world. Then the two saw the laughing Weasley twins coming through the barrier. They saw them and came over to greet. Hello everybody, Fred said. How absolutely, George continued. Wonderful, Fred, meeting you, George. At this fine, Fred, the 1st of September morning. George. Finest lords and ladies. Both twins ended with a bow. Harry, Sirius and Hermione laughed. This was so typical for the twins. Let me guess, Percy was a prat and you are still on a high from playing a prank on him. Harry brought out. How could you, Fred, assume that we, George, would put our, Fred, big-head boy of, George, a brother who no doubt, Fred, is the biggest prat there is, George, through this kind of treatment? Fred, I fear you really, George, know us too well. They ended. Not really hard when you and Ron have only been annoyed with Percy's behavior when we met you 3 days ago at the Leaky Cauldron. Sirius said, grinning equally to Harry. Yes, I have to admit that is obviously a very good hint, brother of mine. Fred said. We really have to work on our subtlety. I agree, dearest brother. George agreed. Of course you are right, we bewitched dear Percy's head boy badge he so proudly presented. Fred started explaining. That it now shows what a big head boy he really is. He still hasn't noticed. George finished proudly. Now the next part of the Weasleys came through the barrier, Percy, Mrs. Weasley and Ginny. They greeted everybody, and when Percy started to gloat again, the twins quickly ended his tirade with some witty words. Lastly, Ron and Mr. Weasley came through the barrier and Ron came over to talk to his friends, but soon he and Hermione followed Harry to the compartment he had found for them. There was now one other occupant. They didn't know, but obviously he was a new teacher because he was way too old to be a student. They didn't mind at all, for it would be really funny to see the pompous fool try anything with a new teacher around. Harry's eyes fell upon the label of the man's trunk. Professor R.J. Lupin. It read. His head began spinning. Moony, a new teacher at Hogwarts. That was fantastic. He could subtly let him know that his father was innocent and he could get his uncle back. But he couldn't be rash about this. He would ask his pa how they should proceed. But with Moony at Hogwarts it would be easier for them because they didn't have to find him first. Harry, Ron and Hermione left the train again to say goodbye to their families. Hermione's parents hugged her and wished her the best for the new year. Ron was reminded to work hard and that he, Harry and Hermione were to behave and not seek any trouble this year. Sirius looked at Harry proudly. I'm sure you know how to behave, I don't have to tell you this. Have fun. Don't give your teachers too hard a time, prove that you are worthy of the title you hold. I will, Uncle Orion. I will miss you. Me too. I will see you at the Christmas holidays. And don't worry, I will write at least once a week. Sirius winked and Harry hugged him. Thank you, he said. Get onto the train, we don't want you to jump on the last minute. he said, ruffling Harry's hair. Harry nodded and walked to the train, Ron and Hermione following him. Everything was fine for some hours. Harry laughed with Ron and Hermione, exchanging more stories about their holidays. It was interesting what Hermione had seen in France and Ron in Egypt. Thanks to sleeping Moony, Malfoy didn't dare to try anything fishy. It was when the train began getting slower and slower. Hermione checked her watch, finding that they couldn't have reached Hogsmeade yet. Then the train stopped completely with a jolt and several trunks were thrown out of their racks. The sounds of the rain and wind outside had become louder and now many students were seen poking their heads out of their compartments. Then suddenly the light went out. The whole train was plunged in total darkness. A lot of stumbling in the dark and some others entering their compartment, turning out as Neville and Ginny, who wanted to find out what was going on. The ruckus the five were making was enough to wake Moony finally. "Quiet," Moony said. All of them kept their quiet and listened to the sounds around. There was a soft crackling noise and a shivering light filled the compartment. Moony appeared to be holding a hand of flames. They illuminated his gray and tired face, but his eyes looked aware and weary. "Stay where you are," he told them. He stood up, still holding the flames in front of him, but before he could reach the door, it slid slowly open. A cloaked figure was standing in the door, illuminated by the flames in Moony's hand. Harry's eyes darted over the figure. The reality was much worse than all of his father's descriptions. A hand was protruding from the cloak and it was glistening, grayish, slimy-looking and scabbed, like something dead had decayed in water. A Dementor of Azkaban. Sensing Harry's gaze, the hand was withdrawn back into the cloak. And then it drew a long, slow rattling breath as though it was beeping more than air from his surroundings. Harry quickly felt the effects. A sickeningly cold swept over them all. He thanked every good spirit for his occlumency lessons with his paw as they gave him a few precious moments to collect himself before the Dementor could gain his full effect on him. Harry felt how hopelessness and despair began to grab him. But he put up his little mental defenses and tried to concentrate on a happy memory. He pulled his wand and yelled, "Expecto Patronum," and got a small cloud of silvery mist that hovered between him and the Dementor. He got to look around in the compartment and saw Ginny shaking madly. Hermione and Ron were looking really pale and Neville was even worse. Harry began hearing voices, a woman screaming in the distance. He couldn't really identify anything, but he felt his weak attempt for a Patronus waiver. He tried to concentrate as Sirius had told him. Thinking of his paw made the mist become a little stronger. Harry was drained, in cold sweat, and his hand was shaking madly. It took all he had to even keep this little defense up. If the effects were this bad when he had a weak Patronus, he didn't want to think what would happen to him if it vanished. The negative thoughts weakened his Patronus immediately. Then he heard a godsend voice. "Nobody here is hiding." Sirius Black under his cloak. "Leave," Moony said. The Dementor didn't budge. Moony decided to act instead, to talk to a being unable to see reason if it was beeping the happiness out of unfortunate victims. "Expecto Patronum," Moony said, and his Patronus did the trick to make the Dementor leave them. Harry was swaying on his feet, feeling extremely exhausted. He felt strong arms directing him gently to his seat. He gratefully sat down, looking in Moony's face. His whole body felt the cold sweat that covered him. "That was really impressive, Harry. I didn't know you even knew about the Patronus charm," Moony said. "Uncle Orion began teaching me the charm after Madame Bones told us that the minister insisted on stationing these monsters around Hogwarts to protect me." "Idiot," he added, muttering. He could have sworn Moony was grinning at this. He then turned to the others and helped them up as Ginny had nearly fallen onto the floor. The train began moving again. "Who was the one who screamed?" Harry asked, wondering about his experience with the Dementor. "Nobody screamed, mate," Ron said, confused. They all nearly jumped when something snapped in the direction of Moony. When they looked at him, they saw him breaking a huge bar of chocolate. "Here, eat this, it will help. I have to go see the driver." "Excuse me," Moony said and left the compartment. Harry, remembering the things his father had told him about Dementors, ate the chocolate. A bit of warmth spread through his body. He continued eating. He never again wanted to meet one of those things, but the idiotic ministry just had to put a pack of them around a school. If his and his friends' reactions were any indication, it was insanity on its greatest level possible. Azkaban must be truly horrible. To have to live in close proximity of this parasitic monsters. He shivered. Ginny was in tears and Hermione hugged her to help her a bit. Harry was grateful for Hermione's actions. He was in no state to help anyone right now. He felt drained. What was that silver mist you produced, Harry? Neville asked. Patronus charm, but I haven't mastered it yet. The same thing Professor Lupin used to drive the Dementor away. Just his was way stronger than mine. I really had problems to keep at least the little mist I produced up. Where did you learn it? Hermione asked, and Harry realized that he had spoken really quiet when he answered the same question to Moony. Uncle Orion taught me. I knew about the Dementors from what Hagrid told us last year. And Madame Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, wanted to speak with Uncle Orion and me when we were at Diagon Alley shopping for my things that day. She told us that the minister insisted to place them around Hogwarts to supposedly keep me safe from Sirius Black. Moron, Harry added bitterly. How can you speak about the Minister of Magic that way, Harry? Hermione frowned. If a responsible adult would think about ways to protect the school, would they think of Dementors, monsters that beat the happiness of their victims via the air? Would they put dangerous creatures class 5 around helpless children? And without anybody to really control them. Nobody at Hogwarts except the teachers is able to conjure a corporeal Patronus. They are defense techniques taught to Aurors. I only know about them because Uncle Orion can use the charm and I wanted to be at least able to protect myself a bit. The earliest you are normally taught about them is NEWT level defense. And they are not required to pass your exams. Many adult witches and wizards have problems producing a working one. If I hadn't learned as much as I already have, I think I would have passed out. I don't want to think what Malfoy would make out of that. Harry is right, Neville said. It is completely insane what the minister has thought up. Gran already is thinking of ways to show the minister what a fool he is. Write her to contact Madame Bones and offer her help. She is on the warpath against the minister because of this. To have the lady of the noble and ancient house of Longbottom at her side would be a great help for her. Harry advised. Good to know. Those things are awful. The sooner they leave Hogwarts, the better. I already have problems enough mastering the spells. Gran constantly reminds me that I should prove myself worthy of the name Longbottom and my father's wand. This got Harry's interest. Wait, Neville, you use your father's wand? He asked. Yes, Gran says it is the best way to honor my father. Neville became gloomy. What happened to your father? Ron asked, completely missing the tension in the air. Neville began shaking. Seriously, Ron, how can you be so tactless? It's obvious Neville doesn't want to speak about it and we won't force him to do so. Hermione berated Ron. Harry was silent. He knew from what Sirius told him what happened to Neville's parents. To lose your sanity because some mad Death Eaters tried to find their damned lord. He decided to just drop this topic until Neville was ready. Neville, I have learned one important thing from Ollivander the Wand Maker. The wand chooses the wizard, not the other way round. Your problems with casting spells could be that your wand and you are not compatible. I would ask Professor McGonagall to help you to test this out, and if I am right, get a new wand at a weekend in Diagon Alley. You can't let yourself be restricted because you don't have the proper tools to succeed. Perhaps you are right, Neville admitted, glad about the change of topic. Harry decided to talk to Neville later in private. If Dumbledore wanted a backup plan, he could have handicapped Neville like he had done with Harry. He also wanted Neville to know that he was aware of the fate of his parents and would be there if Neville wanted to talk about it. By the way, I would advise you to eat the chocolate. It helps getting warm again. Trust me, I did it already. Harry said. They stared at the chocolate in their hands and ate it. All of them experienced feeling a little better after this. Return to Hogwarts. The ride to the castle with the carriages was interesting for Harry as he hadn't used them last year as Ron, and he had used the old Ford Anglia of Mr. Weasley to fly to Hogwarts after missing the train. They had greeted Hagrid in passing as he had been collecting the first years for the travel over the lake. Harry was glad he didn't have to go over there. The weather was bad enough as it was, thank you very much. The carriages went their way up to the school, and when they passed the gates, 2 other hooded Dementors stood there. Their presence made Harry shiver again. Thankfully it didn't last very long until their range was passed by the carriage. They reached the big main door and hurriedly made the way out of the rain and into the castle. Promptly they were stopped by Malfoy and his goons Crabbe and Goyle. "Hey Potter, I heard some interesting news. Is it true you nearly fainted because of the big bad Dementor searching the train?" He laughed. "You should get your information network checked out, Malfoy. I would expect a pureblood wizard like yourself making sure your back is covered from false information. Greengrass, I know you are way better at observation and information gathering than him. Care to tell him your intel?" Harry stated calmly and politely, stopping all conversation around them. Nobody had ever seen Harry Potter of all people showing that much dignity and aloofness. Daphne Greengrass, a third-year Slytherin, was especially surprised by Harry's question but nonetheless pleased with his knowledge of her specialty. After all, normally Gryffindors didn't acknowledge the abilities of Slytherins. While Malfoy was her housemate, her own chance to show her superiority in this field was too good to pass on. "Well, I hate to admit it, but Potter is right. Malfoy, you haven't done your research thoroughly enough. While he has had problems with the Dementors, he was able to cast a weak Patronus charm. Nowhere near powerful enough to drive the Dementor away, of course, but it stopped the Dementor from progressing and offered a little protection to Potter. Following my information, it was the new teacher who also was in the compartment who drove the Dementor away." Harry smiled. "See, Malfoy, that is correct and most importantly complete information. You can only gain an advantage over an opponent if you know the complete picture and not only a part of it. Otherwise it may fire back in your face whatever you have planned. You have handled this as it was to be expected from the heiress of the ancient and noble house of Greengrass. Now excuse me, I want to go to the Great Hall to get warm again. The weather is horrible outside." Harry smiled, gave a little respectful bow to Daphne Greengrass and did as he said and took off in the direction of the Great Hall, leaving a stunned Malfoy and 5 other mildly impressed Slytherins behind him. That show was pureblood attitude at its finest. And to see it with Potter was quite confusing. Not to mention that he had managed to bring a little blush on the cheeks of the normally perfectly controlled Greengrass heiress. "Harry, that was brilliant." Hermione beamed at him. Neville and Ron just nodded. "Thanks. Uncle was right. Smart responses are really fun to use against Malfoy. Did you see his stunned face? Priceless." Harry laughed and tried to overplay his near slip of tongue. Nobody was to know of his adoption yet. He just hoped nobody had caught on it, and it seemed he was lucky this time. "Potter, Granger, I need a quick word with you." Suddenly the voice of Minerva McGonagall was heard. The two turned towards their head of house. "Why, we were just going to the feast," Harry said. "Don't worry, I just have something to discuss with you. Please follow me, Weasley, Longbottom, go on to the hall, these two will join you later," she said sternly. Neville and Ron shrugged their shoulders and went on following the constant stream of students. McGonagall led Harry and Hermione to her office. Waiting there was Madame Pomfrey. "Of course, it's you, Potter," Madame Pomfrey said. "What did you do this time? What dangerous thing have you gotten yourself into this time?" she demanded to know. "It was a Dementor, Poppy," McGonagall interrupted. "Let me guess, he fainted due to the memories the Dementor conjured in him." "Horrible things. How could they post them around the school?" "No, Poppy, Mr. Potter didn't faint. He produced some kind of weak Patronus from what Professor Lupin told in his notice. Remarkable for a 13-year-old, I must say," she said proudly. "Thanks, Professor," Harry said, grinning. "Well, he still looks a bit pale. Perhaps it would be good for him to spend the night at the infirmary," Madame Pomfrey suggested. "No, absolutely not. I thank you for your concern, Madame Pomfrey, but I am fine. I want to go to the feast and sleep in my own bed in Gryffindor Tower. If I was to go to the infirmary because of being pale after being confronted with a Dementor, all the students in this school would have to stay over at the infirmary for the night," Harry argued. Madame Pomfrey huffed, but he had a point. "Why don't you just give a little speech at the beginning of the feast, that every student should eat some chocolate to counter the after effects of the Dementors? I know that it helped after Professor Lupin gave me some. He gave all of us who were in the compartment at the time some," Harry told them. "Oh, so we finally have a teacher in defense against the dark arts who knows his remedies." Very well, Mr. Potter, your suggestion is good. I will talk with the headmaster to give this little speech. And I will talk with the house elves so that they send some chocolate up to the tables. Madame Pomfrey left the office to get to Dumbledore. You have changed over the summer, Mr. Potter. Professor McGonagall stated. Yes, I have. Sometimes we have to change too. He stopped looking into space, not knowing what to tell his head of house. I see. Well, so far I like the changes. I hope you will apply yourself in your studies this year. That beginning of a Patronus gives me hope for good results in your classes. Well, if something comes up you want to speak about, feel free to look for me, Mr. Potter. Now if you could please give me a few minutes alone with Ms. Granger, then we can go to the feast together. Harry nodded and left the office to wait at the corridor. Minutes later Hermione came out of the office beaming, followed by Professor McGonagall. They went down to the great hall where McGonagall walked to the staff table and Harry and Hermione sat down at the Gryffindor table next to Ron and Neville, who had kept 2 seats for them. The sorting had just finished and Harry let his eyes wander over the new first-year Gryffindors. 4 boys and 5 girls. Well, he would probably get to know them with time. Dumbledore stood up to give his welcoming speech. Harry tried his hardest not to make a face. He really wanted to hex the man for everything he had done to him. But he knew he wasn't ready yet. While being a totally insane control freak, he was still a very powerful wizard. And for all the things Dumbledore had done, he first had to get rid of Voldemort. Sadly, Dumbles was the only wizard Voldy had ever feared. Having him as a symbol for the dark psychopath to not be too full of himself was a necessary evil until he was ready. Welcome back to a new year at Hogwarts. I think it would be best to get over with the announcements before we fill ourselves with the fantastic feast that is waiting for us. As you have seen, Hogwarts at the moment hosts some of the Dementors of Azkaban as protection against the escaped mass murderer Sirius Black. Mass murderer, my ass, Harry thought. Dementors are not built to grant mercy, so I request from all of you not to aggravate the Dementors. They are dangerous creatures and are not to be meddled with. So give them no reason to harm you. In regard to the effects of the Dementors on humans, Madame Pomfrey, our school healer, has organized bars of chocolate for every house table. Make sure all of you eat some, because it neutralizes the effects of the Dementors. After the search of the Hogwarts Express, it will do you good. The Forbidden Forest is out of bounds for all students. This is a warning especially to the first years, but some of the older students might want to remember it as well. He pointedly looked at the Gryffindor table, where Harry could care less. Hermione recognized that Harry was behaving slightly strange. Something had happened in the summer, and it wasn't just the incident with his aunt. He accidentally blew up. More was going on and she would find out what was bothering Harry. I also want to greet the new additions to our staff. Professor Remus Lupin will be taking the post of defense against the dark arts teacher. There was some polite applause, which was a lot louder from those who had been in the same compartment with him on the train, and as Professor Kettleburn has retired at the end of last year, I am pleased to introduce Rubius Hagrid as the new teacher for care of magical creatures. The applause Hagrid got was way louder than that for Lupin, especially at the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore continued after the clapping had died down. Mr. Filch has asked me to remember all of you, that magic on the corridors is forbidden and that a list of all banned magical objects in the school could be looked at his office door. Now that the serious part is done, let the feast begin. Harry had had a good night's sleep in his 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower and was now waiting in the common room for Ron and Hermione to go down for having breakfast. They arrived just a few minutes later and they made their way down to the Great Hall. A lot of other students were already there to have breakfast. They met the twins, who were busily discussing a new prank or something. Good morning, they greeted the younger ones. Good morning, they answered. Harry placed his hands on his plate and shortly closed his eyes. Soon his breakfast appeared. Harry, what was that? Ron asked. Well, I had symptoms of malnutrition from my time at the Dursleys, and the healer my uncle got for me gave me a plan how my diet should be built. Uncle Orion wrote to Madame Pomfrey to make sure I kept up with the diet like I am supposed to. She gave the plan to the house elves in the kitchen, and all I have to do now is to place my hand on the plate, push a little magic into my hand, and the elves will know it is me and send up the things I am supposed to eat in the mornings. It's not so bad. I have taken quite a liking to having fresh fruits and milk in the morning. And I have no restrictions at feasts like yesterday, where I can eat and drink whatever I want to." True to Harry's words, there was a bowl of fresh cut fruits, cereals, milk, some honey to sweet the cereals, some slices of dark bread, cheese and bacon. A cooked egg rounded the whole thing. "Wow, that is great, Harry," Fred said. For once the twins didn't try to annoy someone. They knew too well how Harry had been treated at his Muggle relatives' home. They had after all rescued him last year's summer from there. They both knew how much it meant to Harry to have an adult who really cared for him. Harry dug in while still remembering the etiquette training Sirius had put him through, and Ron and Hermione followed with their own breakfasts. While they ate, Professor McGonagall went around the table and passed out the timetables for the students. Harry, Ron and Hermione got the new plans for the third years. "Oh good, we are starting with some new subjects today," Hermione declared happily. They looked at it and Ron immediately spotted a problem for Hermione when he looked at her timetable. "Hermione, they really have messed up your timetable. They have you down for 10 subjects all day. There just isn't enough time for it. Look, you even have got some subjects at the same time. 9 o'clock divination, then 9 o'clock Muggle studies and also 9 o'clock arithmancy. I know you are good, but you can't be at 3 places at the same time," Ron exclaimed. "Don't be silly, Ron, of course I can't be at 3 places at the same time. But I have fixed everything with Professor McGonagall. Please pass the marmalade," she said. "But," Ron started. "Ron, what does it interest you if my timetable is slightly full? I told you I have everything fixed with Professor McGonagall." Just then Hagrid entered the Great Hall. He was wearing his long moleskin overcoat. "All right, in my first ever lesson. Right after lunch. Been up since 5 in the morning getting everything ready. Hope it's okay. Me a teacher, Hunsley." He grinned broadly and then headed to the staff table. "Wonder what he has been getting ready," said Ron, a note of anxiety in his voice. The Great Hall emptied as students walked towards their lessons. "We should get going, Hermione. Divination is at the top of North Tower and it is a long distance to walk. Or are you going to one of the other subjects first?" Ron asked. "I will come with you. You are right, we should get going." "See you later, Harry," Hermione said and followed Ron. Harry got up to get his books for the morning. He also wondered how Hermione wanted to manage her timetable, as she couldn't expect to be able to do her classes while not being able to attend some of them because they overlapped. Harry looked at his timetable. Timetable: Harry James Potter. Monday, 9 o'clock 10.50 arithmancy, all houses. 11.00 12.50 Transfiguration, Gryffindor. 13.00 14.00 lunch. 14.00 15.50 Care of Magical Creatures, Gryffindor, Slytherin. 16.00 16.55 Charms, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw. Tuesday, 9 o'clock 10.50 Ancient Runes, all houses. 11.00 12.50 History of Magic, all houses. 13.00 14.00 Lunch. 14.00 15.50 Herbology, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff. 16.00 16.55 Free. 21.00 22.55 Astronomy, all houses. Wednesday, 9 o'clock 10.50 Charms, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw. 11.00 12.50 Defense Against the Dark Arts, Gryffindor. 13.00 14.00 Lunch. 14.00 14.55 Arithmancy, all houses. 15.00 15.55 Free. 16.00 16.55 History of Magic, all houses. Thursday, 9 o'clock 10.50 Ancient Runes, all houses. 11.00 12.50 Potions, Gryffindor, Slytherin. 13.00 14.00 Lunch. 14.00 15.50 Defense Against the Dark Arts, Gryffindor. 16.00 16.55 Free. Friday, 9 o'clock 10.50 Herbology, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff. 11.00 12.50 Potions Gryffindor, Slytherin. 13.00 14.00 Lunch. 14.00 15.50 Transfiguration Gryffindor. 16.00 16.55 Free. So far he had enough work to do. He also wondered how Hermione was supposed to do all the work she had signed up for. He had a suspicion that she had something to help her attend all her classes. Perhaps his father had an idea how that would be possible. But as he himself had a lot of secrets to keep this year, he wouldn't dig for Hermione's. If she didn't want to tell them or couldn't, he would respect that. He went to get his books for arithmancy and transfiguration and went to the classroom. As he suspected, he saw Hermione with 12 other students waiting in front of the room. "Hey Hermione," he greeted. "Hey Harry, are you also curious what this subject will be like?" she asked. "Yes, I am. But I have some idea, as I already told you. I am looking forward to these lessons." He looked around to see which of the other students he knew. There were 4 Ravenclaws, 3 Hufflepuffs, 2 Slytherins and 2 other Gryffindors, Dean Thomas and Catherine Rommel. The Ravenclaws were Lisa Turpin, Padma Patil, Terry Boot and Christopher Longan. The Hufflepuffs were Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott and Stephanie Glowers. The Slytherins were Blaise Zabini and Daphne Greengrass. Harry nodded politely to the others. Then the door opened and a brown-haired witch in a dark blue cloak let them into the room. Harry and Hermione took seats in the middle of the room. With only 13 students, there was enough space for all of them. The walls in the room were decorated with several charts of numbers, calculations of the properties of several potion ingredients and star charts. "Welcome to your first lesson of arithmancy. My name is Professor Septima Vector and I will be your teacher. In this class you will learn how to analyze the structure of spells and potion ingredients, about the influence of the environment to magic, your own special powers and the importance of your dates of birth. Everything in magic can be somewhat analyzed. An example for a career that heavily builds around arithmetical calculations is the curse breaker. The job would be way too dangerous if the curse breaker couldn't analyze the protections or traps he is confronted with. For an introduction, please open your book at page 6 and read about the meanings of numbers in magical dates of birth. We will then analyze the birthdays of everybody in this class and discuss what the conclusions you could come to from the things stated in the book are. As there will be not that much practical work until you have gotten a solid understanding of the basics, I want to keep things interesting by giving you opportunities to discuss the things you read. When you have built a good understanding of the subject, probably we will reach this point in your 5th year, we can start for you to create your own spells under supervision. I think that is one of the more interesting parts of this subject. But if you don't understand what you are doing, things could go horribly wrong. So know that I won't allow any goofing around in my class when we are working on something." The students nodded. The opportunity to create their own spells was intriguing them. They didn't want to ruin it. They all got their books out and began to read the introduction of numbers in dates of birth. Harry was happy. Arithmancy had been a really good lesson and he had gotten into some really interesting discussions with his classmates. Lisa Turpin had asked some really good questions about how you were to break down your date of birth into numbers. The months were the easy part, as each month had a number from 1 to 12, which each had certain strength to it. Especially 3, 7 and 13 were strong numbers, but as there were only 12 months, 13 wasn't relevant for this part, it only became included with the dates. He found out that Ernie was just 7 days younger than him, born on the 7th of August. Padma was born in April on the 16th, Hermione September 19th. He had already planned her birthday present. It was well hidden in his 3-compartment trunk his pa had gotten him, and Catherine was born January 4th. They had calculated, and from what they found out, Blaise was leaning towards theoretical subjects from his date of birth. Those born in November were normally born with a big patience, and that was necessary for success in studies. The 24th was a combination of several numbers, as the number could be split in several others. They found out that cunning and taking advantage of opportunities was always found in those who were born on dates with high numbers. It didn't mean one was always doing the things their birthdays hinted upon, but it was a high probability. Harry had gotten along with the others really well. He enjoyed making new acquaintances. Even the two Slytherins were speaking normally with him and didn't sneer at him all the time like they did in potions. Well, most of them. Harry had to admit he didn't really pay that much attention to all the Slytherins as Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle were really annoying him most of the time. Those who kept to the back of the Slytherin side of the room, he didn't really know about. While Blaise was more arrogant than Harry really liked, he was tolerable to be around. And Harry didn't want to make enemies, so he kept the conversation with him polite but distant. He had gotten the impression that the Ravenclaws were especially surprised about his analytical abilities. Arithmancy really was an ideal subject for him now that his analytical abilities were no longer blocked. Hermione told him how proud she was, that he now took his studies more serious. Harry just smiled at this. It was too early to let Hermione and Ron know about everything. They met Ron at the classroom for Transfiguration. Harry noticed that the others were weirdly subdued. What the hell had happened? Ron, why are you so glumly? He asked his best friend. Ron attempted to answer as Professor McGonagall entered the room. The students stopped whatever little talk had been going on. Harry was still confused. He was really impressed by McGonagall's animagus transformation and he wondered why he seemingly was one of three who was. The others were Dean and Catherine. Even Hermione seemed glum and she had been perfectly content after their arithmancy lesson. All right, what is wrong with you? This is the first time I didn't get applause for my transformation from one of my classes. She asked. She sternly observed the faces of her students. Finally Hermione raised her hand. We just had our first divination lesson, Professor. She began. No need to tell me more, Miss Granger. So please enlighten me, which of you is going to die this year? She asked. The students looked at her shocked. Harry tried not to grin. From McGonagall's reaction this was a common occurrence. The divination teacher really had to be a fraud to be that predictable. Neville raised his hand. He looked really terrified. Harry was mad. Why did it have to be Neville? Didn't he have to suffer enough because of what had happened to his parents when he was 17 months old? Stupid teacher, he decided for himself. Well, I want to let you all know that Sybil Trelawney has predicted the death of one student each year without fail and until now all of them are still alive and really healthy. Mr. Longbottom, you don't look like you would die on me any moment, so I hope you will forgive me if I don't accept you from doing your homework. But be assured you won't be asked to hand it in if you should really die. She said. Neville didn't look really convinced. Relax, Neville. Divination is a very unreliable branch of magic and it can't be learned at all if you aren't born with the gift to be a seer. True seers are really rare from what I have heard. The only way a seer is able to predict something is if they fall in a kind of trance. I would be really surprised if Professor Trelawney did so while teaching the class. It would be highly unprofessional to leave her class unsupervised. I think most of her predictions are what the Muggles call hocus pocus. Not reliable at all. Harry added. Nearly everybody stared at him. They were not used to a Harry Potter who so openly spoke his mind. Very well said, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor for a highly logical analysis. Mr. Potter is right. Not all predictions are true and true seers are very rare. But now let us continue with the topic of animagi. The transformation from a human into an animal is highly advanced magic. There are many things that could go wrong if somebody doesn't undergo the transformation with the acquired care. Therefore the Ministry of Magic strictly controls those who become animagi. More so, there are many ways to abuse the powers. All animagi are requested to register with the Ministry or are to face severe punishment. Harry raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Potter. Professor, are there ways to identify an animagus? I mean, how can we tell if an animal is a transformed wizard in reality? Good question, Mr. Potter. Well, there is only one way to really be sure, and that is the animagus revealing spell. We will cover the spell later in the year and you all will learn it. For now I can tell you that it has two forms. One is to force the animagus to reveal his real form and another to just show the caster if an animal is an animagus. The spell will give the animal a glow. If it glows green it is a normal animal. If it glows blue it is a magical animal. If it glows red it is an animagus. Harry nodded. This was important to know. If they used their own animals for this lesson, he could reveal Scabbers as an animagus in front of McGonagall's eyes. A better opportunity would be hard to find. After all, he couldn't prove that Scabbers was Pettigrew, and Ron wouldn't accept it if Harry just stole the rat. They ate lunch and Ron grilled Harry about his sudden increase in knowledge. "It's really easy, Ron," Harry began explaining. All the other Gryffindor third years were listening intently. "You all know what happened this summer. I ran away from the Muggles who raised and abused me because I couldn't take it anymore. Then Uncle Orion found me and gave me a real home. He is like the father I never had after my own parents were murdered. Living with him is so easy. He is a really intelligent wizard and he didn't hesitate to take me in, even if he and my parents were only shortly friends from a holiday where they met. I don't want to disappoint him by slacking at school. The Dursleys never cared about my grades. In primary school, I was punished if I outdid Dudley, but now there is someone who is interested in me. And he likes me how I am, not the boy who lived, he likes me as Harry. Just Harry. I want to make him proud of me and I want to live up to my parents' memory. I have found out that both of them were really good at school. So I used the time I spent at my uncle's home to read up on several subjects. I reviewed the stuff we learned in first and second year to be sure I really knew it and did some research on the new subjects. Uncle Orion was really helpful in this. He was the one who told me about the true seers and what kind of deception some people use to appear like a seer. That was the main reason I changed my electives. I'm really glad I did. Arithmancy is so fascinating. I'm curious how ancient runes will be. And what kind of creatures Hagrid will show us today. I hope they are cool," he said, getting some chuckles from his classmates. Ron accepted this. While he was a bit jealous of Harry's new wealth, he couldn't really begrudge his best friend of his happiness. Harry had for the first time somebody he could really call family. He was really happy for him. It just seemed so unfair that his family was so poor even if his father worked really hard at the ministry. Unknown to Ron, Harry had already begun to remedy this situation. Arthur Weasley was looking over some bills that had come in at the Burrow. It was always the same. Money was always an issue at the Weasleys' home. When he had applied for a job at the ministry after graduating from Hogwarts, he had thought he could make a good salary for a living there. Ministry jobs were highly respected and as a pureblood he was accepted rather easily. But then with time he found out more and more about some prejudices towards his family. The Weasleys had always been liberal in their views of Muggles and their world. They didn't think the wizards were better than them. He especially was fascinated with the things that the Muggles invented to ease their lives. Things that replaced magic, but sadly many other workers at the ministry didn't share his views. They thought he lacked proper wizard pride. He was subtly discarded as the head of the Department of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. Any other department head earned more than him. His colleagues liked him well as a person, but the higher-ups only belittled his efforts. With so many children, Molly had been forced to stay at home to care for them. And only as Ginny had started Hogwarts she could have started working again. But who would employ a witch who had been out of job over 2 decades? Molly never regretted choosing to raise their children, but the problems with money were a steady reminder of what could have been. He opened the next letter. He stopped, surprised, reading the sender's name. What did Junior Wizarding Technologies want? He never had any contact with them. He was fascinated with their research of ways to combine Muggle technologies with magic. They were the basis of his old Fort Anglia after all, but he never contacted them. Well, he would know if he read the letter. His face grew pale when he was finished with the letter. "Molly!" he cried. Molly Weasley came into the kitchen. "What's the matter, Arthur dear?" she asked. "Read this, please. I can't believe it," he said and held the letter for her to take. Molly took it and began reading. "Dear Arthur Weasley, a reliable source brought to our attention that you are quite knowledgeable in regard of combining Muggle technologies with magic. Our company, founded by Estelle Junior in 1908, is operating in this field to improve the living standards of the wizarding community by fusing the best inventions of both worlds. Our company has recently had a change in ownership and our new owner wants to have new ideas integrated in our products. So we are looking for outstanding wizards and witches in this special field of knowledge, and you are one of those we would like to offer an employment. Our department for the development of magical daily items wants to offer you a position as one of our inventors. The salary is 2,000 galleons a month with additional bonuses if a new product is introduced into the market. We hope to hear from you soon, Mr. Weasley, and would be delighted to greet you as one of our employees. Yours sincerely, Howard O'Brien, Chief Executive Officer, Junior Wizarding Technologies. Oh my God, Arthur, Molly said, overwhelmed. Yes, I know, it's incredible. The salary is double of what I earn at the ministry, and it would be working at something I really enjoy doing. I could proudly say I am working to develop our world. There are so many inventions made by Muggles that would help us wizards immensely. Just a bit tweaking here and there and it would work. Molly looked at her husband with mixed feelings. On the one hand, she knew he loved exploring Muggle things and changing them to work for wizards. On the other hand, he had a respectable position at the Ministry of Magic. But on second thought, they had always held him back from advancing in the ranks. There were no illusions on her part that this would change anytime soon with Fudge being minister. Even as purebloods, the Weasleys were ridiculed for their way of thinking and for being poor. Why should they accept this, if Arthur was singled out by a well-known company to work for them for double his ministry salary? I think you should at least go there and see for yourself what the job would involve, Arthur. It is a great opportunity. The ministry has been hindering you for years, and if this is what you want to do, then do it. I will always support you. I know you love everything Muggle-related, Molly said. Arthur smiled at his wife. What would I do without you, Molly? You are an incredible woman. I know it was the best thing happening to me when I fell in love with you. He answered. She blushed. He was really good at making compliments. At Hogwarts, Harry, Hermione and Ron made their way down to Hagrid's hut, where they would start their first lesson of care of magical creatures. They were chattering about the animals they would see. The only thing they regretted was that they were having the class with the Slytherins. They met Hagrid and were led around an edge of the forest to a perch, where they looked around, but didn't see any magical creatures. There was an awkward moment first, as Hagrid had to tell everybody that they had to stroke the back of their books to open them. Harry, determined to make Hagrid's first lesson a success, stopped Malfoy from saying more nasty rubbish than usual. Be careful, Potter, the Dementors are coming for you. Malfoy jeered, and he, Crabbe and Goyle pretended to wear hooded cloaks. Please, Malfoy, how old are you? 5. If a child would behave like you are, I would understand, but you are 13. Don't you think you should show a bit more decorum? And here I thought Slytherins were cunning, he said, shaking his head, getting laughs from his fellow Gryffindors, while Malfoy left him furious how he was belittled. While Harry was busy putting Malfoy in his place and coolly ignoring his taints because of his problems with Dementors, Hagrid got the creatures. He came back with a dozen of bizarre beasts that seemed to be a crossbreed between an eagle and a horse. Those are hippogriffs, Hagrid declared proudly. Aaron, they beautiful? He asked. Harry could see what Hagrid meant. After getting over the first shock, the hippogriffs had a certain charm to them. Now come a bit nearer, Hagrid declared, after tying the hippogriffs' collars to the fence. Nearly nobody wanted to get too neat to the hippogriffs. Harry, Ron and Hermione, however, went a bit nearer. First thing have tear know about hippogriffs is that they're proud B&S. Never insult a hippogriff, it could be the last thing do. Most of the class listened intently except for Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, who were undoubtedly planning how to sabotage the class best. Harry was cautious to keep those three in his view to prevent whatever they had planned. Always wait for the hippogriff tear make the furs move. It's polite, see. Walk towards him and bow and wait. If he bows back, allowed to touch him. If he doesn't bow, get away from him, 'cause those talons hurt. The class looked slightly uncomfortable with this announcement. Right. Who wants tear go furs? Hagrid asked. The whole class backed away. No one. Hagrid sounded disappointed. I'll do it, Harry said and stepped forward. Good man, Harry. Let's see how you get along with Buckbeak. Hagrid loosened one of the chains and pulled a gray hippogriff away from the others, then undid the collar. Ye have to keep eye contact with him, Harry. Hippogriffs don't trust ye, if blink too much. Then bow and wait, Hagrid instructed. Harry did what he was told and made eye contact with Buckbeak. He suppressed the urge to blink even if his eyes began watering and bowed to the hippogriff. It took several seconds. Hagrid was getting nervous and came over to take Harry away from Buckbeak, when the hippogriff bent his front knees and bowed to Harry. "Well done, Harry, well done." Hagrid beamed. "Now you can touch him." Harry was not really sure if this was the best thing to do, but he complied and carefully closed in with his hand to Buckbeak's head. He found the feathers at the top of the beast's head were surprisingly soft. He was happy for his accomplishments, but then Hagrid went insane, or at least Harry thought he did. He told him to ride Buckbeak. Harry found himself sitting on the back of the hippogriff, looking for a way to hold on to the hippogriff, because he suspected it wouldn't take it too well if he pulled out feathers. Then it ran across the clearing and took off into the sky. It wasn't like riding a broom at all, Harry found out. The wings of Buckbeak flapped and it was more of an up and down, but after some minutes Harry got comfortable and enjoyed the ride. The only problem he saw was landing. Harry heard Hagrid whistle for Buckbeak and sure enough the hippogriff went down to land again. Harry leant back and tried to get as much of his weight as possible back, to not fall of Buckbeak. He succeeded and got a lot of applause from his fellow Gryffindors. Then the others, inspired by Harry's success, became braver and teamed up with the other hippogriffs. Malfoy was trying his luck with Buckbeak now, while Ron and Hermione practiced with a chestnut-colored one. Hagrid came over to ask Harry how he did in his first lesson. Harry assured him it was great, but he never let his eyes leave Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy had gotten Buckbeak to bow to him and was now patting his head. "I knew this couldn't be this hard, as Potter was able to do it. You aren't really dangerous, right, you ugly feather ball?" he asked Buckbeak. The hippogriff didn't take this insult well and rose to his hind legs, ready to strike at Malfoy. But the attack never connected. "Protega!" Harry yelled, a hand pointing at Malfoy. He didn't have time to draw his wand, so Harry used his abilities in wandless magic to cast the shield charm. Buckbeak's talons connected with the shield, but it held. Malfoy was quivering under the shield. Harry got Buckbeak's attention and managed to calm the hippogriff down with Hagrid's help. How dumb can you be, Malfoy? Insulting a hippogriff, when the teacher clearly told us all to not do this under any circumstances. Be glad that I was watching and cast the shield in time to protect you. It would have been a shame to waste Madame Pomfrey's time with your whimpering. I really advise you to listen next time something is explained in class or it could backfire. While I would find it highly amusing to see you messing up a transfiguration on yourself, he added like an afterthought, earning laughs from his fellow Gryffindors. Hagrid looked relieved. 10 points to Gryffindor for outstanding reactions in a dire situation and 10 points from Slytherin for not listening to a teacher's instructions nearly resulting in an accident. Hagrid called, remembering the power he had as a teacher. Harry found it really amusing. Hagrid being able to punish Malfoy and him getting rewarded for showing the arrogant Slytherin up. Harry, that was amazing. How were you able to do it? You didn't have your wand out? Hermione asked. I don't really know. I just had to act unless Malfoy would get ammunition to give Hagrid a hard time. I just cast the spell. Must be a new ability I have. Can you be gifted to use wandless magic? Do you know, Hermione? Harry asked innocently. Oh yes, it is possible, but it is a rare gift. I have read about it in the library last year. Some really famous witches and wizards had this ability, the most well-known was Merlin himself. Cool. I never would have thought I could have a similar ability like Merlin. Perhaps that can help me finishing the dark annoyance, he said, looking at his hands as if he had just won the lottery. Harry had fun pretending to not know about his abilities. He had to put up a good show for everybody, so Dumbledore didn't get suspicious. It was well reported that new abilities normally tended to emerge under stress or total relaxation. Well, stopping a rampaging hippogriff would be a case of enormous stress, he figured. He really would like to see Dumbledore's face when Hagrid boasted about Harry's new ability. The old coot would have to look pleased while fuming on the inside. More reason to celebrate. He would have to write his father about this. The Slytherins were divided. On the one hand, they couldn't stand Harry, on the other hand he had just saved one of them and even the one he liked least. Pureblood honor required treating somebody this powerful with respect, but it was Harry Potter, Gryffindor's golden boy who had trashed Slytherin's achievements more than once. The loss of the House Cup in first and second year was mostly his fault. So they decided to observe the Gryffindor. No reason to make a probably really powerful wizard mad. And Potter would be a political force in the future. Being the heir of the noble and most ancient house of Potter and the infamous boy who lived. No, most Slytherins were too cunning for this. Harry and his friends sat in the common room doing their homework. So far the day had been good for Harry. He had had fun in his new subjects, gotten an idea how to expose the traitor, showing Malfoy up and being praised by Flitwick for his results in charms. Yes, it was nice to be him for once. He had already finished a letter to his father and sent Hedwig on her way. He had a suspicion that Malfoy would try to do something to get Hagrid into trouble, even if the near accident had been his fault completely. He was mildly amused how Parvati and Lavender were talking about Professor Trelawney like she was a saint. Poor misguided girls. Ron was looking sour at having to do all of this work. Thankfully Hagrid didn't give them any homework, but McGonagall had given them a tricky essay about animagus transformation versus human transformation which had to be handed in on Friday. Seeing Hermione taking up most of the space on the table with all of her books, Harry decided to talk to her in private. He wouldn't stand next to his friend and see how she was ruining herself with too much work. Hermione, could we please talk for some time in private? He asked politely. Of course, Harry, but it shouldn't take too long. I have much work to do. She answered. No problem, I think it won't take more than 15 minutes or so. He said. They stood up, leaving a bewildered Ron behind and left the common room to find a more private place. Settling for an empty classroom, Harry stood in front of Hermione. All right, I know you won't like what I am about to tell you, but I won't stand next to one of my best friends, watching how she ruins herself by being ridiculously overachieving. Hermione, you can't keep up with all the subjects you have taken this year. He held his hand up to stop her from interrupting him. I am not speaking about attending classes, as I am really sure you have gotten some magical item that allows you to attend all your classes, probably when Professor McGonagall took you aside on our first day back. I am speaking about the loads of homework you are doing. For today you have been lucky, as Professor Vector didn't give us any homework and obviously Professor Trelawney didn't either. But what will happen if this isn't the case? You have arithmancy, Muggle studies, divination, transfiguration, care of magical creatures and charms on Mondays. Hermione, that is too much. I know you are really intelligent and that you can work really hard, but don't destroy yourself. Harry took a deep breath. Have you put any thought in what you want to do after you graduated from Hogwarts? He asked. Not really. There are some jobs that could interest me, but I am not sure which one I will go for later on, she answered, wondering where this talk would lead her. Good, I thought so. Your strength is your determination to work very hard on every subject. But even you can't do everything. To write an essay properly, you have to do research and take your time to figure out what is behind the theory. Only then you can hope for high marks. I know you don't want to miss anything important in your education, but think about it for some time. Which subjects are unnecessary for your future? He gave her a minute to think about it. She had to understand this for herself and not be told what he meant. I don't know, Harry, what are you trying to tell me? She asked, insecure because her friend had never before spoken like this. All right, an example. What kind of stuff did you cover in Muggle studies today? He asked. Well, typing machines. But I wondered why they were covering something really outdated, as there are way more recent inventions in this department. Finally she begins to see something. Harry thought, relieved. Hermione, what I am about to tell you will probably shock you, but I would be a horrible friend if I didn't inform you. The curriculum in Muggle studies is severely outdated in all parts. They teach things that were true in the 1940s but not today. Uncle Orion took his time to look into the book lists for the elective subjects, and he advised me what things could be useful in my future and let me then make my own decisions. I chose ancient runes, because I find wards and rituals to be intriguing. Runes are a core part of them and I want to be able to understand them. Arithmancy is interesting for analyzing spells and coming up with new solutions for some problems, also undoing protections around areas or objects. As I know, I will have to confront Voldemort one day. I want to be as prepared as I can to survive the encounter. Don't argue, it will happen. I know roughly how I can destroy him. I can't tell you at the moment, but I promise I will when I have figured out how to do it exactly. Hermione looked affronted. It didn't sit right with her that Harry kept secrets from her. But why? I will help you to figure out how to defeat him, she said, hurt. Hermione, this isn't a question if I trust you, but as you don't have the ability to use occlumency, the ability to protect your own mind, that is, it would put you in danger. And I want to avoid this as long as I can. I will help you and Ron to learn it, so I can tell you my secrets, but until then I have to keep my quiet. It is not that I don't trust you or Ron, because I trust you too with my life, but I found out what my enemies are able to do this summer and I don't like it one bit. Someone could use legilimency on you to steal the information or torture you until you talk. It is better to prevent this by not telling you everything at the moment. Where was I before I drifted away? Oh yes, electives which are outdated. As I told you, the stuff they teach in Muggle studies is severely outdated and you as a Muggleborn which don't have to take it to be informed. You know more about the subject than all the kids born into magical families combined. But it is interesting to study it from the wizard's point of view. Hermione argued. How long did it take you to finish the essay for Professor Burbage? Harry asked. Nearly an hour. Why? She wanted to know. Simple mathematics, Hermione. You need 1 hour to finish an easy first day essay. Add to this 2 other hours on other days when Professor Vector and Professor Trelawney also give you homework. That makes 3 hours. Normally the essays for Professor McGonagall take 2 hours, 3 if they are especially tricky in effort research. I don't know what Hagrid has planned for his classes, but he will give us homework the next lessons. Add another hour. Professor Flitwick usually tells us to read up on the things we learned that day in class and practice. Another hour at least. Added this makes a minimum of 7 hours. Our days end at 5 in the afternoon normally, and I know you don't have the free hours like me, so you have to do all your work after dinner. That means you have to work into the night every day, Hermione, to even be able to get all your work done. He waited for her to process his points. She needed to come to the conclusion herself to accept it. He knew her too well to think just telling her what would happen would be enough. When he thought she had taken in the last parts he told her, he continued. True, we normally have to hand in the essays some days later, but this was only 1 day. You will break down in weeks and I don't want to see that. So please, be reasonable and drop some subjects like divination, which is total crap for you to study, as I can tell you that you are no seer and never will be one. Additionally, Professor Trelawney sounds like an actress who can't predict shit. All the talk about death omens every year, bad things happening to all of you, just deception. She makes it look mysterious so nobody really questions her. He stopped to ponder something he had wanted to do after finding out what had happened in divination. That reminds me, I have to talk to Neville next to get him out of that class. His confidence is already really low, and with Professor Trelawney continuing to predict his death, it will fall even further. And I know for a fact that Neville could be a lot better if he was encouraged to do so, otherwise he wouldn't be as good as he is in herbology. It's the only subject he is at ease and it shows in his competence. Think what he could be able to do if he was encouraged in the other subjects instead of ridiculed. But back to your timetable. Hermione was lightly confused about the change in topics but looked at Harry expectantly. Muggle studies may be interesting to see from another point of view, but is it worth your health? You will get ill if you do this, trust me. You will be thoroughly exhausted every day physically and mentally. And I am rather sure they would let you take the OWL in Muggle studies even if you didn't take the class. Please, Hermione, I don't want this happen to my friend. Harry pleaded. Hermione was taken aback. She hadn't thought about it from this point of view. Was Harry right? She had the impression that divination was a waste of time. And the things Professor McGonagall had told them strengthened this opinion. And did she want to take an outdated subject if she knew everything about Muggles, being born to two? Take your time to think about it, Hermione. If you want to talk, I will be there for you. Thank you for listening to me. I can't make the decision for you, but I think it is my duty as a friend to make you see what could happen to you. No, I have to thank you, Harry. You have given me some important things to think about. It is just It is so hard to get a good job as a Muggleborn. When I got my Hogwarts letter I was so excited. The possibilities I could have in this world were so unbelievable. But then I found out about the prejudices against Muggleborns. Only if I am at the top of everything I could hope to make it into a decent rank at the Ministry, for example. I know, and I intend to change some things when I get of age. I don't like a lot of things in the wizarding world, sending people to Azkaban without a trial, for example. He added, murmuring, I am the heir of some of the most respected and influential wizarding families, Hermione, and as much as I hate it, I am the boy who lived. I can't get away from this, but I can use it to better our world and push it into the next century. British wizarding society is falling behind the rest of the world and I don't like that. We will lose our best talents to overseas if we don't change our ways of thinking. How did you find out all of this? She asked, surprised. Uncle Orion has many acquaintances all over the world. He told me a lot of things. I decided that I didn't want to sit aside and let things happen. I want to do something. Make a difference. Voldemort only got as powerful as he was, because nobody really cared about the groups he attacked. The overall wizarding population outnumbers the Death Eaters by far, but nearly nobody dared to oppose him because they were terrified of what he could do to them. It is like in the history of Germany in the 1930s till the 1940s. The Second World War wasn't some stupid accident, it was planned methodically. Voldemort's methods are very similar to those Hitler and Grindelwald used. Rally your supporters until they believe everything you feed them with, use an existing scapegoat, go for those who nobody will miss first and then go for the bigger fish when they have lost their backup. Push for power in the intent to change everything for the better, because only then people will help you in the beginning, and when everything became a habit, get the big guns out and terminate those you see as lesser beings. Voldemort is as crazy as Hitler was. Only he has magical powers. Hermione was impressed. Where did Harry's sudden increase in knowledge come from? Where did you learn all of this? It isn't part of what you learn in primary school. Harry found himself caught. Well, this wasn't an important secret to keep, he could tell Hermione. I have gotten some extra lessons on history and history of magic, Hermione. Uncle Orion was interested in a company who advertises lessons for homeschooled wizards and witches. So he ordered some test lessons and I took them to tell him what I thought about them. They were great, far better than anything Binns ever taught us. The stuff was presented in an interesting way and you were hard-pressed not to want to really participate in the lessons. They use memories that can be viewed in a pensieve, a magical basin where the memories of a person can be seen from a bystander's perspective. I had 3 lessons on history so far, before the new term started. One was on Goblin Wars, one on the war with Voldemort and parallels to other wars in Europe, and one on Druids. That sounds really interesting, Harry. I'm impressed you remembered so much of it. Last year you had massive problems to remember the lessons here. There was a reason for it, I just can't tell you yet. Just know that it has changed and I will do a lot better in classes than before. So don't wonder if I suddenly begin to excel, because that will happen. Additionally to the lessons we have here, I will take the pensieve lessons in history and potions to make up for the lack of professional instruction. While you are able to at least cope with Snape, I am not due to his childish hate of my father. Hermione looked like she wanted to protest his dismissal of a teacher, but even she had accepted that Snape wasn't a very good teacher and his dislike for Harry was infamous. I can do nothing to change that, but I can look somewhere else to get at least the theoretical base to do the potions he wants us to brew in his classes. I hope you don't take it the wrong way and feel your position as the best student threatened. Honestly, Harry, I would never feel threatened if you take your studies serious. I only would be miffed if I had the feeling you were cheating in your work. No, I don't think I will. I prefer earning my marks fair and square, even if I doubt Snape will ever see it this way. He sighed and Hermione chuckled. You are probably right. He will be hard to convince that you are not a dunderhead as he so readily labeled you. They laughed and decided to return to the common room. But before they left the classroom, Hermione had one last question. Harry, how did you come to the conclusion I was using some magical thing to attend all my classes? She asked. Well, it was somewhat obvious in Transfiguration. You were as subdued as the others when you were just fine when we left arithmancy. So there had to have happened something I had missed. When you told Professor McGonagall that you had had divination while I had spent the last double lesson with you in arithmancy, it had to be something like that. You don't need to tell me what it is. I think you probably had to promise to not tell anybody. You were right, I had to promise that. Thank you for understanding, Harry. It will need some time to get used to the new you. By the way, why did you decide to use contacts instead of glasses? She asked. My glasses were always broken, so it would be easier, I thought. Additionally, I think it looks good. Uncle Orion teases me that I soon will have to beat girls away with a stick. I think he is exaggerating. Like that would happen. Hermione giggled. Even if Harry had matured over the summer, he sure was still clueless in some regards. The prediction of his uncle could become reality really soon. Tuesday went by really smooth. Ancient runes was interesting for Harry, and Professor Babbling was a nice teacher. Harry really liked the fact that she didn't get excited when she called his name during roll call. To Harry's surprise, Neville had also chosen ancient runes. He said it was because he wanted to know more about the protective rituals you could do by using runes. Harry suspected it was in regard to his parents' condition. Harry began during that lesson to start getting Neville to believe more in himself. Hermione, knowing what Harry wanted to do, was supporting him, and as this was a new subject, they got Neville to relax and do really well for a first lesson. History of magic was, as always, a waste of time. Harry, having given up on listening to Binns, took out his alternate history book and began reading. Even most of the Ravenclaws ignored Binns and did their own thing, and they were known to be extremely studious. The Hufflepuffs had taken to sleeping like the Slytherins and the rest of the Gryffindors. Yes, history of magic was good for one thing, catching up with missed sleep. Outside the classroom, Hermione questioned Harry about his behavior. Why didn't you even try to listen to Professor Binns? She wanted to know, slightly pissed. As I told you yesterday, I do it because it is completely useless. No normal student can keep up with his monotone droning on and on about normally interesting historical topics. I prefer learning from the books as they are way more interesting. A good teacher could probably make the lessons enjoyable. I really look forward to continuing my pensive studies at home. Binns is wasting our time, nothing more, and I am done with wasting time. You should try reading other history books in class. I mean, we always have had to read up on the things he taught. So it is nothing new, and I already learned ahead. And in case Binns tells us something interesting, well, I am sure it is in some book. Perhaps you could use an auto-dicta quill to get our notes, Hermione. Then you had the advantage of Binns droning on and the much more interesting books. You learned ahead? Ron asked, surprised. Yes, I can't wait for our first potions class. I really prepared for this. It will be hilarious to see Snape getting annoyed because he can't find something I haven't read in the third-year book. He won't be able to make me look like an idiot this year, and I also learned some really sweat spells to stop the Slytherins from sabotaging my potions. They will get a nasty surprise if they should try. He grinned evilly. Ron seemed pleased at this. Showing up Slytherins, and in Snape's class no less, was something to look forward to. Herbology with the Hufflepuffs was as always a nice class. They were taken to more interesting and dangerous plants this year, and Harry paid close attention. As always, Neville was the one to shine in this class. With herbology being the only subject for Neville to truly show his abilities, everybody was only too happy to let him answer most of the teacher's questions. Wednesday morning, Harry got his first letter from Sirius. He was very happy about it. As he didn't want anybody to know about this, he put the letter into his pocket and left it to read it later. Hermione and Ron seemed a bit confused about this, but didn't say anything. Harry didn't feel bad about it though. They also didn't share their letters from their parents with him. Charms flew by, with Professor Flitwick being overjoyed by Harry's progress. He had been told by Hagrid that Harry had managed to do a wandless shield charm to protect Malfoy, and told Harry to come see him on Friday evening, so he could give him some pointers how to further develop this ability. Harry happily agreed. By being offered additional tutoring, he didn't have to figure out a way to ask Flitwick inconspicuously. He had had a lot of fun Tuesday morning during breakfast, as he had observed Dumbledore closely monitoring him. The old manipulator didn't seem happy with him. Too bad for him. The next lesson was the one Harry had been waiting for the most. Defense against the dark arts with Moony as his teacher. He still had to figure out a way to tell Moony that Sirius was innocent. Ron and Hermione got seats near the front as they were all eager to get most of the lesson. They placed their books, parchments and quills on the tables and waited. Some minutes later all their classmates had arrived and taken seats. Then the door opened and Remus Lupin entered. His robes looked somewhat shabby and Harry was annoyed that due to the prejudices at the ministry, it must have been hard for him to find a good paid job, even if he was really good at his stuff. Well, good morning class. First let's get introductions over with. I'm Remus Lupin and your new teacher in Defense Against the Dark Arts. From what I have seen in the notes of my predecessors, you haven't had a structured education in this subject. I intend to change this. First, put your books away. We will start with something practical. The class was somewhat excited. They only had ever had one practical lesson, and that was when Lockhart had let pixies loose. Not the smartest thing to do. This year we will study various dark creatures. Not the more dangerous ones. They are part of what the higher classes will study, but the most basic ones, who can also give you a lot of problems, if you don't know how to deal with them. First, who can tell me what a boggart is? Remus asked. Hermione. To nobody's surprise, Harry and Parvati had their hands up. Remus told Hermione to answer. A boggart is a shapeshifter. He resembles what the one confronting him fears most. Nobody really knows what a boggart looks like as he immediately takes the form what the wizard or witch fears. Right, Hermione. A boggart will take the form of what you fear most. There is an easy spell to deal with a boggart. We will come to that part later. Does anybody know what will destroy a boggart? The same hands were up. This time it was Harry's turn. A boggart is destroyed by laughter. He answered. That's correct, Harry. Laughter destroys a boggart. You have to make the boggart, who will take the form of your greatest fear, appear like something you could laugh about. So what would be an appropriate way to deal with a boggart? He let them think about it for a minute before he asked Dean to answer the question. I think to not be alone. If the boggart had two people standing in front of him, he won't be able to scare both as they both fear different things most. Very good, Dean. A boggart who has more than one opponent will be confused. I have once met a boggart who tried to scare two people at the same time. It was hilarious. Imagine a half mummy and a half fire crab. The fire crab constantly set the mummy's bandages on fire. The students were laughing. The spell to defeat a boggart is ridiculous. It takes concentration though. Saying the incantation is only half of what it takes. You have to be prepared to face a boggart. We will get into practice soon. I am searching the castle for one so you can practice dealing with it. Until then I want you to take your time to think about what you fear most. And be honest with yourself. Then think of a way to make it look funny. Pair up with another student and exchange ideas. They began to move in the classroom and Harry ended up being partnered with Neville, while Ron and Hermione teamed up. All right, Neville, what are you afraid of most? Harry asked. Neville looked at the ground and whispered something. Harry couldn't understand him. Sorry Neville, I didn't catch that. Harry said. Professor Snape, he said a bit louder, looking ashamed. Hey, no need to be ashamed, Neville. He can be really scary and how he has it out for you, I can really understand you. Damned greasy git, he added more quietly. Neville chuckled at Harry's comment. Well, now we only have to find a way to let Greasy Git look funny and not scary. Any ideas? Harry asked, wanting to get Neville to open up a bit. He was way too insecure, always believing that he would fail and then failing like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Damned whoever instilled this fear of failing in him. I don't really know, Harry. Perhaps if he had another hair color or wore hilarious clothes. Neville suggested. Harry snorted. Oh yes, that would be good. Imagine a Snape with bright pink hair, topped by a big women's hat in a clashing color. He brought out laughing. With an old-fashioned dress, best with lace, a big red handbag and high heels. Neville added, also laughing. Oh, this will be so good. I can't wait to see you facing a boggart, Neville, that image is priceless. Harry added. The two needed some time to get down again. The other students had similar problems. Okay, Harry, now we have covered my greatest fear, what is yours? Neville asked. Let me think, Harry said. first thing to come to him was Voldemort, being returned to his full power, but then another thought came up to him. One that made his insides freeze up. A Dementor. Harry answered truthfully. Oh, that's really scary. Neville answered. Lupin heard Harry's statement and was surprised. He had expected something else. But he was really impressed by Harry. For the thing to fear most being fear was extremely wise. Especially for a 13-year-old boy. How could you make a Dementor less frightening and looking funny? Neville pondered. I don't think stealing the cloak would be good. A naked Dementor seems only more frightening. Harry said, shuddering, remembering the hand. You are right. Perhaps if you made it really fat. Like unmovable. Then you tie it onto a stump and light fires all around. Make it sweat, Neville suggested. Harry pictured a cloaked Dudley sweating a bull. He chuckled. That's great, but I know some better additions. The fat Dementor gets a blonde curly wig like Lockhart's hair. Then I tie it to a Muggle home trainer, where it has to run on a self-moving machine trying to escape a bunch of hungry dogs, who try to bite its fat ass. Harry described his idea, sending both him and Neville to the ground, holding their sides with laughter. Remus couldn't help but grin at the impression. Yes, it would be funny to see how Harry transformed his Boggart Dementor and Neville his Snape Boggart. Harry sat in the boys' bedroom on his 4-poster bed, curtains drawn to have some privacy to read Sirius' letter. He was curious if his father had already figured something out about how to deal with Malfoy because of the Hippogriff incident. Dear son, I'm really glad the start of your new electives was so good for you. I am very proud of your quick reactions when the idiot Malfoy decided to insult a Hippogriff. Even Snape wasn't so stupid. Don't worry too much about Hagrid getting into trouble. While Lucius will certainly try to get the Hippogriff executed, I know some ways to prevent this. I am already busy building up my reputation as the highly respectable Comte de Jarge. If the Git should get into position, that Buckbeak is put on trial, I will have a lot of political clout to throw against Malfoy. I also have some good news. Amelia Bones has sent notice via the goblins that she is preparing a fair trial for me and will act as soon as she gets undeniable proof that I am innocent. That means nothing else than Peter. I liked your idea to use McGonagall's class to unmask him. But be patient. I know I sound like a hypocrite as I was a hothead myself, but I have paid dearly for it. From what I heard from some of the highly important people I have met in the last 2 days, you don't believe how many invitations I got until now. Really. People are just interested in getting more possibly powerful allies. Well, we can use that to our advantage. Fudge has some serious problems at the ministry. Amelia is rallying all her supporters to get the Dementor problem solved. And she has many supporters in this. Concerned parents just dislike the thought of their children being in the company of Dementors. And Rita with her article, got them to make sure Fudge knows their opinion. Poor Minister Fudge can't understand why. Harry laughed at the sarcastic comments about the Minister for Magic. Prongs and Lils send their greetings and their love. I was told to tell you how proud they are of you. Especially Lils is over the moon for your wandless shield charm. Well, she was a charms prodigy. You following in her footsteps has to thrill her. I look really forward to see you at the weekend. Try to stay out of detention until then. If you get detention, earn it for doing something really incredible. Sorry, the marauder in me can't resist. I will send Creature to pick you up at 10, so make sure you are alone by that time. Love, Pa. Harry smiled happily at his letter. It was so great to have someone who wrote you letters and told you he was proud of your achievements. Without Sirius he wouldn't have had anybody he could tell about the shield charm he had produced, nobody he could ask for advice regarding Hagrid and Buckbeak. Harry folded the letter and put it into his trunk to keep it safe. The class sat silently in the dungeons. Harry was positively nervous. He had learned as much as he could for potions and was really sure he could answer Snape's nasty questions this time around. Just then the door flew open and Snape strode in. Well, as it seems everybody is present, he said with a short look over the room. Today we are brewing a shrinking solution. Potter, tell me 3 core ingredients of this potion. He snapped, sure Harry would be unable to answer. Daisy roots, shrivelfig and caterpillars, Professor. Harry answered calmly. Snape looked surprised. Well, it seems our local celebrity finally decided to at least look at the first chapter of his potions book this year. What color is the shrinking solution supposed to look in its finished state? Green, sir. Harry answered. What kind of reaction does the potion create? It will shrink the recipient of the potion into a former state. For example, if you fed a toad with some of it, it would turn into a tadpole, a dog would turn into a puppy. Depending on the amount of potion used, the results can vary. The more potion, the more expressed are the results. Though too much can result in severe poisoning and should be treated by a healer or potions master immediately. To say the class was stunned would be the understatement of the year. How was Harry Potter, who always struggled with Snape's questions, able to answer everything correctly? Harry meanwhile was enjoying the seething faces of the Slytherins, especially Malfoy, which had hoped for his humiliation. Bad luck, he was done with being the cause of amusement for them in potions. Snape was taken aback. Never would he have thought that the brat would actually have prepared for class. He normally just arrogantly thought to get by without preparation. Must be a one-time achievement. He wouldn't be able to repeat this. He continued asking questions about the syllabus of the third-year potions class, went over to stirring techniques, ingredient preparation, and was inertly seething that Potter managed to answer everything correctly. He knew he couldn't ask thing from outside of third year. The know-it-all Granger would recognize it immediately and perhaps go to Minerva. She had done that before. He didn't need the ire of the deputy headmistress. Finally, some intelligence seems to have been found in your brain, Potter. 3 points to Gryffindor, he said. This stunned all students. Snape was giving points to Harry. Some of the Gryffindors tried pinching themselves to see if they were dreaming. Of course, any normal teacher would have given Harry many more points, but for Snape, who hated Harry with a passion, it was a miracle. By the end of the lesson, normality had gotten back as Snape took away a total amount of 20 points from Gryffindor, so Harry's 3 points didn't really matter. But Harry looked forward to showing his father these memories. He had produced a perfect shrinking solution, helped Neville preparing his at an acceptable level, and prevented some Slytherins from sabotaging his potion by adding wrong ingredients. The Slytherins in question were still wondering why the hell they had thrown the things intended for Harry's cauldron in their own, and therefore ruining their own work. Oh yes, wandless and unspoken magic was great in Harry's opinion. It was finally Saturday, and Harry had had a nice breakfast with his friends in the Great Hall. Now he just had to disappear for some time without them getting suspicious. Well, in Ron's case that part was rather easy. He just had to say he wanted to learn for some hours. Neville, whom he had made a point to include more into his group of friends, which hadn't been a big problem as both Ron and Hermione liked the shy Gryffindor well enough, would respect his privacy. In Hermione's it was harder. She would want to help him or keep him company. So he decided to say he had to learn some of his additional material and would be gone for some hours. "Why can't you learn with us?" Hermione asked. "It's easier for me to be undisturbed. I mean, I will spend some hours in the pensieve, and I prefer if nobody tries to interrupt me. And if I were to keep you company in the library or the common room, others would start asking questions. And I don't want to alert the teachers to my new learning materials. Besides, I think it would look suspicious to some if I disappeared in a basin for hours. And if the pensieve is in an open place, some people could do something I don't want to happen. I just hate being stared at and when they whisper behind my back about things they don't understand. I had enough of that last year when nearly everybody thought I was the heir of Slytherin." Harry said bitterly. This stopped Hermione for good, as she remembered all too well how depressed Harry had been. "Until later, I will find you," Harry said, and left the Great Hall. He went down the corridor that led to the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Creature would pick him up behind a curtain that hid a secret passageway. His fathers had both told him how they had written the Marauders map where all of Hogwarts was shown. Harry really wanted to have this map, but neither knew what happened to it. It had been confiscated by Filch when they were in their final year. But Harry didn't want to sneak into Filch's office. The time in their last year was more than he ever wanted to spend there. He came upon the Weasley twins, who were behaving strangely in his eyes. They were probably planning a new prank. Well, he would see it when they pulled it. He greeted them and was about to pass by them. They were bent over a piece of parchment, probably with notes for their new prank, when they suddenly hoisted him under his arms and went down the corridor with him. "Fred, George, let me down. What has gotten into you? Harry asked. One of the twins quickly cast a silencing charm around them and none of them bothered letting Harry down. Harry found they were leading him where he was supposed to meet Creature. So Harrykins, Fred and I have a very interesting question to ask you. Harry supposed it was George asking. What the hell do you mean? I don't like being kidnapped like this, Harry said annoyed. Well, you see, this is a very special piece of parchment. When we were looking for a good way to make Snape's life a lot less boring, we saw a very interesting thing. Harry now looked closer at the parchment. No, it couldn't be. Did the twins find the Marauder's map? How? If it was the map he was done for. The map showed his true name. How did you find this? He asked, stalling for time to think. Well, thing is, Fred and I, when we were just cute firsties and completely innocent. Harry snorted. Yeah, the twins being innocent at any point, quite believable. Yes, maybe more innocent than now would be best to describe it. Fred went on with the story. We were found out by Filch when we let some dung bombs loose in the Charms corridor. He was busy with filling out one of his reports. George told him. Such a waste of good parchment if you ask me, but anyway, we saw this parchment stick out of one of his drawers, the one where he holds the confiscated items. So like every good prankster, Fred said. We went for it. Fred threw some more dung bombs and I nicked the parchment. This little piece of parchment has taught us more about the castle than all the teachers combined. George explained proudly. Harry knew he was busted. It was without a doubt the Marauder's map. May I have the parchment for a moment? Harry asked, deciding to go into the offense. If the twins saw the inventors of the map as their idols, he could probably trust them somehow. George gave him the map. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, Harry said and tapped the map with his wand, making the castle appear under the stunned eyes of the twins. Harry looked over the map and saw his dot. Harry Potter Black, it said. Well, no point in denying it now. I think you are wondering about my change in name, he asked matter-of-factly. Blimey Fred, we have seriously underestimated little Harry here, George said, getting an indignant shout from Harry. Yes, who would have thought he would know about something so infamous like the Marauder's map? Fred agreed. How could I not? My father was one of the 4 who made it, Harry informed them. You are the son of a Marauder. Which one? George asked eagerly. Prongs is James Potter, my father. Moony is funnily Remus Lupin, our new defense teacher. Wormtail is Peter Pettigrew, the traitor that sold my parents to Voldemort. It was not Sirius Black, who by the way is Padfoot and has adopted me some days ago, Harry told them. The twins were flabbergasted. Never would they have suspected this. So Harry, if he is innocent, why was he sent to Azkaban for 12 years? Fred asked. Because the Ministry is a bunch of idiots, the Minister for Magic being the supreme idiot. Pa was sent to Azkaban without a trial. Everybody should think that he was the secret keeper for my parents, so that Voldy and his merry band of death munchers would go after him and my parents and I would be safe. They chose Pettigrew to be the real secret keeper as they thought he would be the least likely choice. Sadly he was a death muncher and betrayed them. Harry had balled his fists at this. When Hagrid took me from my parents' destroyed house on Dumbledore's orders to bring me to Mum's sister to live there, Pa went after the traitor. He didn't want to hand me over to Hagrid, but he had no choice. If only he hadn't gone after Pettigrew then, I wouldn't have had to grow up there. He cornered Pettigrew and the rat accused Pa of being the traitor, blew up the street behind him, cut his finger and transformed into his animagus form, a rat, and disappeared into the gutters. Sirius found everything totally hilarious and began laughing. That was how the Aurors found him. He didn't get a trial at all, Crouch just sent him to the Dementors. That is one reason I fear Dementors so much. I have heard what they can do to you. I have had enough horrible experiences in my life to make our whole year faint if they were confronted with them. So I learned the Patronus charm, at least the beginnings. Pa found out where the traitor has been hiding and that was the reason he escaped. He wanted to protect me from him, because in case Voldy comes back, the rat is in perfect position to strike again. Fred and George looked at each other, both sporting a serious look for once. Scabbers, they said at the same time, coming to the obvious conclusion. Yes, I will reveal Scabbers' pedigree in front of McGonagall as soon as I can get a chance. I thought about a lesson in transfiguration when we learn the animagus revealing spell. I will hit the rat, on accident, and McGonagall gets a big surprise. With McGonagall's vote, which won't be questioned as she has a very good reputation, there will be no way the minister can worm his way out of this. They have to clear Sirius of all charges and I can finally live with him openly, not in disguise. So let me get this straight. Fred began. Sirius Black is innocent. He is Padfoot, a marauder. Another marauder betrayed your parents and faked his death as Scabbers, worming his way into a wizarding family to keep informed when his old master returns. To get the dunderheads in the ministry to admit they made a mistake, you need Wormtail as proof together with McGonagall's word. Harry nodded. The serious faces of the twins changed into delight. Harry, this has to be the best prank ever pulled. He shouted delightedly. We will gladly help you pull one over the bigots at the ministry. As you may perhaps know, they have treated Dad lousy all those years, just because he likes the Muggles so much. Fred. He adores their ways to solve problems and would like nothing better than to spend his time to find out how their technology works. George. We kind of inherited his research liking, just in the field of jokes. Fred. Yes, he really was an inspiration working on his Ford Anglia. George. Pity the car is lost to the wild in the Forbidden Forest, best work of Dad so far. Fred. But the sneakiness Dad put on to avoid Mum finding out what he really did until he was nearly finished was impressive. George. We had to get this character trait from somebody. What we want to say is, we Weasleys have been seen as lower than normal wizarding families and we are sick of it. Fred. Yes. You probably have found out about this, seeing as how Ron is really embarrassed if somebody mentions our poverty or how Ginny was sad because all she got last year were second-hand things. George. We know we have to stand on our own feet as soon as we leave Hogwarts as Mum and Dad won't be able to help us get started. Fred. We will never start at the ministry like Percy the Pratt wants to do. George. Merlin beware. We would try to prank the hell out of all the pureblood faggots, Fred. Would be really funny, but wouldn't be well advised for making career there, so better scratch the thought completely and turn to use our strengths. George. Inventing joke products to start a joke shop after school. That's our goal. This will be our first field test and I can't wait for it. I am sure we can improve your plan. Fred. A sharp crack was heard. Master Harry, Creature asked. Harry laughed at the stunned faces of the twins when Creature had suddenly appeared. Fred, George, may I introduce you to Creature? He is the black head elf and has been in the service of the family for many decades. He and Pa are renovating our house while I am at school so it will look more appropriate for our needs. It was too dark before. Creature, these are Fred and George Weasley. They have found out about my adoption from the Marauders map and want to help us prove Pa's innocence and catch the rat. Harry explained. It's very nice to meet young masters. Every friend to the House of Black is a friend to Creature. Is Master Harry ready to go home? Creature asked. Yes, I am. Fred, George, please tell nobody about what I told you. Dumbledore has his own agenda and I am not sure I like it. He has not been the best in making decisions how I should live. He was the one who placed me with the Dursleys and I found out more, I just can't tell at the moment. I will be gone for some hours, so it would be great if you covered for me if somebody asks. No problem, Harry. We will start planning. We have a ministry to prank after all. George said. Harry nodded, took Creature's hand and the elf disapparated them. Sirius waited impatiently for his son to arrive. He had planned a lot for today, but not his pensive lessons. He had prepared a surprise for his son. Sirius also wanted to start Harry on some physical exercises. He had always thought it was stupid that in the wizarding world there were so few opportunities for sport. The only real demanding one being Quidditch, and there your broom did most of the work. No, he intended to introduce Harry to some sports and let him decide which one he liked best. He heard the familiar crack of Creature's reappearance and went down to the entrance hall where they had arrived. He saw Harry looking around and he was really happy when his son's face lit up when he saw him. Ha! Harry cried happy and ran to Sirius. He flew into the open arms of his father. Sirius spun Harry around to avoid being sent onto the floor and hugged his son. Hey son, how was the first week? Really great. I must show you my memories of the first potions class. Snape's face was priceless. I totally let his attempts to make me look like a fool backfire. That's great. I'm looking forward to it. Have you already eaten or do you want something? No, I'm good for the moment. I just had breakfast with my friends. But something happened just before Creature came to get me. I found out where the Marauders map is. Harry told Sirius. Really? That's great. Where is it? He asked. The Weasley twins have it. They nicked it from Filch's office when they were first years. Regrettably, they saw my new name on it and confronted me about it. I had to tell them that you adopted me and that you are innocent. Fred and George took it really well and they want to help us pranking the ministry. Old grudge for belittling their father all those years. By the way, has Mr. Weasley agreed to meet the CEO of Junior WT? He asked. Sirius needed a moment to sort his thoughts. The twins knew and were okay with it from what Harry said. It would probably best to meet with them to make sure they would really keep everything quiet and to point them in the right direction where they could start their pranks. Well, nobody could say he neglected the encouragement of the next generation. I don't know if he has. I haven't heard anything from Junior yet. But I think I should meet Fred and George in private to make sure there won't be problems. This has to be handled the right way so we can be sure that Peter doesn't escape. But if they are serious about their offer to help, we could really use them. Pranksters always have the best ideas because they think out of the box. Yes, that would be great. What are we going to do today? I only have some hours before Ron and Hermione get too suspicious. I told them I wanted to learn on my own to not be called a weirdo when I am in the pensieve and that I don't want the teachers to find out about my extra learning. It helped to mention the whole Heir of Slytherin thing from last year. But it won't do forever. Harry explained. Sirius grinned. Dobby. He called. The elf appeared with a crack. Yes, Master Sirius. He asked happily. Oh, hello, Master Harry. Creature has gotten you from school then. He said. Yes. Hello, Dobby. What do you want from Dobby Pa? Harry asked, confused. Have you prepared the things I asked you, Dobby? Sirius asked, not answering Harry's question. Yes, Master Sirius. It's all ready in the training room. Thank you, Dobby. You can go back to your work then. The elf bowed and left. You see, Harry, I have thought of the things you will need to defeat Voldemort and came up with lots of things for you to learn. There is just one problem. If you only train, you could forget why you are doing all of this. True, the magical abilities and contacts will help you in the future, but I don't want you to lose all of your childhood. So I decided that today we are going to enjoy the weather and visit the London Zoo. I promised you to make a family trip, and with the danger of Dementors and all the training before school, we never got to do it. As you have some hours for yourself, I think that would be sufficient. I will just let you take the pensieve with you for school and you can study the things we should have covered today sometime tomorrow or over the week. You can call Creature or Dobby to get it back here when you are finished with the lessons. I want you to relax and have fun today. Harry's face lit up. His father hadn't forgotten about his wish. He was so happy. He impulsively hugged him. That was one of the first pleasant surprises he had gotten in his life. Sirius smiled and held his son. He was glad to be able to make his son happy by such simple means as a zoo visit. He really had to get the Dursleys back for what they had done to his boy. Well, what were lawyers for? He wouldn't need to get his hands dirty when the Dursleys had done that themselves. He had to maintain his image as the good one after all, even if he wanted nothing better than to hex them into the next century with the most evil curses his family library had to offer. Harry had the best day of his life. Sirius took him to the zoo by side-along apparition. They got their tickets without problems as Sirius was trained how to use Muggle money properly. Harry could visit all the animals he wanted without fearing of interference of his stupid cousin. He looked around, smiling when he saw the lions that were lazing in the September sun, the monkeys chasing each other around their big outside perch, the elephants being trained by one of the zoo employees. He really liked the daily presentation at the dolphinarium. The things the dolphins showed were fantastic. For lunch, Sirius used the prepared food he had asked Dobby for. Harry thought it was really good. They had some sandwiches, meatballs, fruit, juice and some candy Dobby and Creature had made the last week. For the first time in his life Harry felt like a normal boy. He could spend time with his father, see some interesting animals, get delicious food at a picnic and just forget that the most evil wizard of all times would one day come after him again. For these hours he was just Harry. Harry returned to Hogwarts an hour and a half before dinner would start. He thanked Creature and asked him to put the pensieve into his trunk to keep it safe. Creature bowed and disapparated. Harry went looking for his two friends. He really wanted to see them now. He went to the Gryffindor common room first only to find that Hermione had somehow managed to coax Ron and Neville into accompanying her to the library. So Harry went there. The three were at a desk with some potion books around them. Harry thought they had to be doing their essay for Snape. He sat down next to them. "Hey, did you have a nice day?" he asked innocently. "Hey Harry, where have you been all this time?" Ron demanded to know. "I told you at breakfast that I would be studying for hours, Ron." Harry answered. "Hours? Well, I didn't know your idea was that you meant more than 3 hours. It's nearly time for dinner. You missed lunch." Harry chuckled. It was obvious Ron would be opposed to the thought of missing a meal. "I had some snacks with me, don't worry. And I had more than one lesson to do, so it was only natural to be absent for so long." "What did you study today?" Hermione asked interested. Harry was prepared for this. He had done a quick overview over the next lessons he would be doing in the next days so he could give some information to questions. "Well, today it was inventive uses for defensive spells, usual charms and what was very interesting, ways to combine magic with technology. I tell you Britain is so far behind the rest of the world in this area. By the way, Ron, your dad was really interested in Muggles, right? Did he ever mention junior wizarding technologies to you?" Harry asked. Ron was taken by surprise and thought about it. "Yes, I think so, perhaps once or twice." "Why do you ask?" "Because it was fascinating to learn about the ingenious ways the wizards found to include Muggle technology into their lives. There was this witch Estelle Junior who lived at the beginning of the 20th century. She was born in France. She was the pioneer in combining techniques the Muggles developed with magic. I think the WWN is one of the most well-known accomplishments of this. It was really interesting. I think it would be great if there were more ways to do this," Harry explained. Neville, Ron and Hermione looked intrigued. They obviously had never heard about that topic. Neville especially looked interested, perhaps because his grandmother had raised him so secluded. "That sounds really interesting, Harry. It would be really great if in this way wizards would get to understand Muggles better and we could use some of the inventions that are really useful in the wizarding world." Hermione agreed eagerly. They talked for some time, until it was time to go up to the tower to get ready for dinner. It was the first staff meeting of the new term. Dumbledore sat in his seat and was interested in how the students were faring this year, especially with the Dementors around. It had been 1 month since the term had started and it was time for an overall feedback. "Well, I think it will be good to start with our utmost concern. How are the students faring with the presence of the Dementors around the school?" he asked. Dumbledore hated that the Ministry dared to go against his wishes in this case. As much as Sirius needed to be recaptured, to ensure that Harry stayed under his control, he didn't like the interference with his power at the school. "Well, thankfully we didn't have any major trouble so far, but that is only because we give out chocolate constantly with the meals," Poppy told him. "Well, yes, that was a good idea to initiate this as a precaution directly at the start of term feast, Poppy," Dumbledore said, smiling appreciatively. "Thanks, Albus, but it wasn't really my idea to start with. It was Mr. Potter's after Remus gave him and his friends some chocolate at the train after they had the meeting with the Dementor," she said. "Oh, that's interesting. Well, Remus, then I must give you some credit, too, for inspiring Harry," he said benevolently. He wasn't concerned yet. Harry only had had the idea because he had just seen how people got over the after effects of a Dementor's presence. "Hagrid, how are your classes coming along? As you were teaching on the grounds, did you have any problems with the Dementors coming too close?" Dumbledore asked. "No, thankfully not, Professor Dumbledore. But every time I go to Hogsmeade I have Terwalk paw them. Awful things. They remind me too much of the time I was in Azkaban last year. Hagrid shuddered. Minerva gave him an encouraging smile. At least they keep to their assigned positions. Dumbledore said, reassured. Next point, the development of the students. Remus, what impression do you have of the students? As your subject has been the one that has been taught with the most interruptions, I would like to start with your report. Well, Albus, I think there is much work to be done. From what I have discovered, nobody learned anything last year. Lockhart obviously only advertised his books with the students and they had to learn on their own. There is much to work on in all the years except the first years for obvious reasons. Even if Quirrell was a bit more knowledgeable, he didn't seem to have really taught them anything very useful. I really have my work cut out for me. Remus sighed. I see, yes. Sadly, we didn't have much selection of qualified professors for the subject in the last years. I'm glad that you know your subject, especially the dark creatures. I'm sure the students will benefit from your knowledge. Dumbledore looked around and, except for Severus, nobody seemed to be against Remus' presence. Well, Pomona, how are the greenhouses? Dumbledore went to the next professor. Growing well, Albus. I have to say, young Mr. Longbottom is a great help. He volunteered to help me and to learn more in his favorite subject, and I am really pleased with his abilities. He will make a fine herbologist one day, I'm sure, she stated. Snape sneered at the mentioning of Neville. Everybody had heard of the way Neville had turned his boggart Snape into a laughingstock. The colorful, and embarrassing, way he had transformed him was the top theme for weeks. He had taken a lot of points from Gryffindor after this incident and had been extremely unpleasant to Neville and Harry. Not that Harry gave him many opportunities to pick on him. The damn brat had learned some sneaky tricks over the summer. Good to hear. After what happened last year, I want to be able to create antidotes to most possible occurrences. The others nodded. Dumbledore was pleased with himself. It was so easy to manipulate others if they believed you were the one with the best plan for everybody. Some kindness here, some help there, and they felt indebted to you. Yes, it was easy to guide the others for the greater good. With him being the one who defined what the greater good was, of course. Well, what about the others? Severus, anything I should be aware of aside from melting cauldrons? No, I don't dare to hope, but so far Longbottom hasn't managed to melt a cauldron. I believe my Slytherins are betting when it will be happening. I heard some rumors. No wonder, the boy is such a dunderhead. Potter still thinks he is better than everybody. He is as arrogant as his father was. The first years are coming along as expected. At least no security risks this year, but no promising talents either. Albus nodded, as it was expected. He was complaining about the awful students. Well, he was an important tool to keep Harry down. He couldn't let the boy begin to excel. That would be a problem to his plans. An excelling Harry would become too independent. Well, he would prevent this. And he would take care of this Comte de Jarge he had been living with. Harry would return to the Dursleys in the summer. Good, Phileas. Anything special? Yes, Albus, we have quite some impressive Muggleborn wizards in the new first years. Thomas Fraser and Bill Hopper are showing real talent at charms. They will be great one day. The OWL and NEWT students are also coming along really well. They won't have problems passing their exams if they keep going like they are. I think we will have some very good results this year. I expect really great performance by the Weasley twins. Even if they mostly joke around, they have quite the talent in my class. Ah yes, I enjoy their ideas most of the time. Thanks, Phileas. Septima, how are the new third years in your class? Very good, Albus. I have no problems with inter-house rivalries or such. They are a good bunch to teach. They are all really eager to learn and participate in a constructive way. It's too early to really tell anything about single students. I have only seen them for a month. Understandable. Minerva, nothing out of the ordinary, Albus. Some students seem to have forgotten a lot over the summer holidays, but that is normal for the start of term. They will come around. Nothing out of the ordinary, she reported. Minerva kept her calm. She had spoken with Phileas and Hagrid to not boast about Harry's enormous progress. Hagrid had asked why and she had told him that Harry wasn't one to like the fame he got. He was more a child who enjoyed his success in the middle of his friends. Hagrid, knowing that Harry hated his fame and wanted to escape from this, understood and promised not to tell how well Harry did in his classes. After all, Dumbledore knew everything that went on in the school. No need to tell him. Phileas suspected something more behind Minerva's behavior and cornered her in private. Minerva told him there had been irregularities concerning Harry and that it would be better not to let it get out what the boy was able to do. As only Phileas, Remus and Minerva had the subjects where Dumbledore would put his eye upon, it was safe to say that for now they could keep Harry's performance a secret. The others could tell that Harry did well, but had no real comparison for the increase in ability as they hadn't taught the boy for years. And Severus would rather cut his tongue than praise Harry. The meeting went on and they were able to finish quite early. Harry was happy. Despite the Dementors at the gates, he had a good time this year so far. He was getting good marks in his classes. Snape was getting frustrated that he could suddenly answer his questions and turned good potions in. Malfoy had been pranked in a combination effort by him and the twins. Nobody had found out how it had been possible that he was turned bright pink in the middle of the Great Hall at lunch. It had taken 4 days for the effect to cease. Malfoy had been a git and deserved this. He had gotten his father to get Buckbeak tried for the attack. No one messed with Harry's friends and got away with it. The plans for Ministry Misery, as the twins had dubbed the planned prank, were going well, and turning Malfoy pink had been only the first test. While it would free Sirius if they turned Peter in, it wouldn't satisfy their desire of revenge. Sirius had spoken with Fred and George the weekend after they had found everything out. The twins and Sirius had hit it off immediately and were now in constant correspondence through Owl Post. Sirius had a lot of good ideas about what he wanted to do to the idiots that had destroyed his and Harry's lives. Harry and the twins also found out that Oliver Wood had gotten a desperate streak in his training for the first match of Quidditch. He was in his last year and he wanted the cup badly. The other members of the team agreed with him in this goal and gave everything in their training sessions. They worked like a well-oiled machine. Slytherin would go down was everyone's opinion. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat at the opposite side of Fred, George, and Ginny at breakfast in the Great Hall. When the post owls arrived, Harry spotted Hedwig with a relatively big parcel. He was curious what his father had sent him. Then he spotted the Weasleys' family owl, Errol, following after Hedwig. He was slightly lingering in the air. Hedwig landed gracefully on Harry's arm. After he had held it out for her, Errol crashed into Ron's plate and toppled his glass over. Fred took the letter from Errol's leg when Harry freed Hedwig of the parcel, stroked her gratefully, and offered her some bacon. Which she gratefully took. He looked at the attached letter and smiled. This was a book he had asked his father to get to help with his wandless magic. Professor Flitwick had recommended it in their training. He was really getting the hang of wandless magic. He had asked the professor to keep the amount of his abilities a secret as he didn't want to be the center of attention again. He had enough of that already. Flitwick had readily agreed. That is impossible, Fred shouted out. Harry looked at the twins, Ron, and Ginny, who sported equal disbelieving looks on their faces. What's the matter? Hermione asked concerned. Dad, he is, Ron sputtered. I can't believe it, Ginny murmured. Harry had a suspicion what this was about. If he was right, the life for the Weasley family would be getting better very soon. He looked at the twins to get confirmation for his thoughts. Dad has a new job. George finally brought out. Really? Has he been promoted at the Ministry? Hermione asked, knowing that Mr. Weasley worked for the Ministry of Magic. No, I can't believe it. This is what he always dreamed about doing. Fred said, grinning now. You're right, Ginny said, now also grinning. Come on. Tell us what you are talking about. Hermione said, getting irritated. Dad has been offered a job in the development department of Junior Wizarding Technologies. Fred began explaining. That's the company who combines magic and Muggle technology, right? Hermione asked for confirmation. Yes, it is. Dad always was really fascinated by the things they were able to come up with. Ginny said. And Dad has accepted their job offer. Ron told them. The best thing is he will earn double the amount of money there in a month as he would at the Ministry. Plus any bonuses he will get for new developments he was involved in that are successful on the market. George concluded. That's great. I'm happy for your family. Harry said honestly. Yeah, it is. I can't believe it. I don't understand how Mum was so willing to agree with this. Ron said. Well, she always supported Dad in his decisions, except when she thought they were utterly nuts. Fred stated. Which they sometimes were, but nonetheless, we all know how the bigots at the ministry have ridiculed Dad for years and stopped any promotion he would have earned. It is the best thing that could have happened for him. He gets to do what he likes, is better paid, and now can show what he is really able to do. George agreed. You know what this means, George. Fred said, grinning evilly. Yes, we can now plan without getting Dad in trouble with dumbass Fudge. George said. What are you talking about? Ron asked. We would tell you, but we are not in any position to reveal it at this moment. Let's just say, Percy will be very unhappy with us. Harry mentally agreed with this. Percy, who wanted to make career at the ministry, would not appreciate his brother's plans to prank the ministry. But they deserved this and more, and he would gladly deliver the blows for more than just pranks. He would thoroughly humiliate the minister. It had its perks to be the heir of 5 noble houses. What is this commotion about? Percy asked, who had shown up at the table. Ah, hello Percy. We just got a letter from Mum and Dad. Dad has a new job, starting November 1. Fred informed him. Really? Has he been promoted? He asked eagerly. No, Ron answered. He hasn't done anything stupid to get demoted, has he? Percy asked, concerned. No, Ginny answered. Has he changed departments? No, Hermione answered. What the hell has happened? Percy asked, annoyed. Dad has been offered a job in the development department of Junior Wizarding Technologies and he has accepted it. He'll earn double his current salary and get bonuses for every invention that is successful in the market. Fred told him, grinning brightly. Percy was shocked. He didn't understand this. But why? Why would he give up a highly respected job at the ministry? Are you really this dense? Dad has been ridiculed there for years, just because he likes the Muggles so much. He has been denied any sort of promotion because of this and has been shoved into the most ridiculous department at the ministry. He is getting paid the lowest amount they can justify without breaking laws. Isn't it normal for him to want to get out of there? To get a better paid job, where his talents are acknowledged. I would have done it too, if I were in his position. George said, irritated. But, the ministry is where our society is ruled. Percy added. A society that denies the majority of their members equal chances to rise in the ranks. Harry said, having enough of Percy's worshipping of their government. A ministry that allows dangerous creatures around a school where helpless children are taught. That speaks justice as it seems fit without caring about their own laws. That ignores the abuse of a child that they hail as their savior. That thinks Muggleborns are lower beings. That treats magical creatures horribly. That makes the lives of those different from them a living hell. Do I need to go on, Percy? Harry asked. Percy looked at Harry as if he had grown a second head. I am serious, Percy. First, we have Dementors around us, dangerous creatures class 5. Do you really think they care about the instructions of the ministry when there are none of their members around to reinforce their orders? We are severely outnumbered here. The only ones able to produce proper patroni are the teachers. Perhaps 1 or 2 7th years if they are related to Aurors or some other people fit in defense against dark arts. I know personally how hard it is to make a real Patronus. And I am more advanced than most 7th years in this area. All I can produce is some strong silver mist. How many students are here at Hogwarts, Percy? I would guess 400. We have perhaps 20 adults at the school. There are over 100 Dementors outside. Do you really think that, perhaps, 20 people who are able to conjure a Patronus are enough to keep everybody safe when the Dementors decide to go out of ministry control? Second, I have checked the papers from 1981, and have done some research about the trials of potential Death Eaters after the fall of Voldemort. Stop flinching. I won't stop using a name that is only a fiction of a madman. If you like, you can call him Tom Riddle, which is his true name. He told me himself last year, when I met his memory from the diary. Harry observed Ginny's reaction at the mention of Tom. She paled, but seemed to be okay otherwise. He was the one who started all this nonsense of Muggleborns and Muggles being lower than trash. There have been others, but he drove it to new heights. And the same beliefs that got us in the war haven't stopped. There still are many pureblood families that think they are better than others. Rubbish, I say. Only the things somebody does decide the person's value. Every human being is worth the same. A rule even the Muggles got way earlier than us. There were many who were thrown into Azkaban without a trial. It is law in magical Britain that everybody has to get a trial. But no, the Ministry, especially the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch, thought they were above the law. I don't like the thought of Aurors being as bad as Death Eaters. By now a small crowd had formed around the group, and it wasn't only Gryffindors who listened to Harry. There were many Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, and even the occasional Slytherin. Why would an Auror need to use the Cruciatus Curse? Why the Killing Curse? Aren't they trained to get the evil wizards by other means? The only unforgivable curse I can understand to be used in very limited situations is the Imperious Curse. If used in very restricted situations, you could get a culprit to hand over his wand peacefully and could safely apprehend him. Or you could stop a suicide by stopping the one trying to do it. The other two are just bastardized from their original purposes so that they now are really dark. It's hard to think that both curses have originated from healing, even the Killing Curse. Many recognized the difficulty it was for Harry to speak about the curse, as his parents had been victims of it. You really think the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse could do something good? A Hufflepuff asked. The original versions, yes, they could. Take the origin of the Avada Kedavra for example. It was developed to give incurably ill people a painless death. When the possibilities of the healers were not as developed as they are today, people sometimes had to suffer for long periods before death came as a saving. Healers were the only ones allowed to use the curse to spare those who couldn't be cured a painful death. Those are the curse's origins. Do you think that was a dark art? Harry asked calmly. Many people shook their heads. Most of them didn't even know the origin of the curse, only that it was forbidden and had a life sentence at Azkaban if it was used on another human being. What about the Cruciatus Curse? Neville asked quietly. Harry understood Neville's hesitation. After all, he lost his parents due to the curse. The origin of the Cruciatus Curse was developed to check nerve damages. The healer would send a low-powered pain-inducing spell into the patient, and if some areas reacted stronger or weaker to the pain, he could administer treatment easier. Bites from poisonous animals were a common source for this, as a lot of them have neurotoxins. Seeing the dumbfounded faces of the people around him, he decided to explain it easier. Poisons that numb the nerves or make them react stronger. Most of the more common antidotes to poison are more recent developments. Even today our healers don't know everything about all the possible cures to the poisons out there. And a few hundred years in the past they knew even less. So the best they could do was locate the problem on the body of the patient and treat it where it hurt or numbed. The Cruciatus Curse, while based on this idea, is 100 times worse, and instead of locating nerve damage it produces it. It truly is an unforgivable curse. But there aren't that many spells that are truly evil. Magic in itself isn't only light and dark, it is how you intend to use the spells. Ron managed to knock out a mountain troll in our first year, using Wingardium Leviosa. If that had been a human, it could have been dead when the troll's club crashed onto its head, but the spell is taught to first years. Many people looked astonished at Ron, who they hadn't known had done something that impressive as a first year. Ron blushed at the attention, but was very pleased nonetheless. Next point on my list. I find it troublesome that nobody in the wizarding world even cared to show up to check on me while I grew up. I mean, even my teachers at primary school knew something was amiss. They tried to involve the authorities once, but they did nothing. Then they resolved to do what they could to at least spare me the beatings of my cousin at school. And my so-called aunt and uncle said nothing. They encouraged Dudley to treat me like shit. And I only found out about being a wizard on my 11th birthday, when Hagrid personally delivered my letter for Hogwarts, since I was not allowed to read it, because they wanted to beat the magic out of me. They hate everything magical. Many had disbelieving looks on their faces. They were always taught how great Harry Potter was. Now they learned he had lived a horrible life and at his relatives, for heaven's sake. How could the ministry neglect even checking up on the hero of the wizarding world? Many Ravenclaws promised themselves to check on this. Especially the Harry Potter books that now made no sense at all. Where did the authors get their information from? What enrages me most is that we are taught at Hogwarts that there is no difference in our heritage. We are equal as long as we have the ability to use magic. And what happens once we leave school? Those of us who are Muggleborn are denied jobs that would be appropriate for their talents. I mean, a lot of the Muggleborns here are really good at school. They deserve to get good jobs. But the ministry policy is to push them into low-paying jobs or give the jobs in question to lesser qualified purebloods. How is that fair? Many of the Muggleborns in attendance were furious hearing this. Why should they learn as much as they could, if they were denied equal chances at success by their own government? To be fair, there are many at the ministry who don't think like this. From what I have heard, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is very fair and treats all her subordinates equally, be they pureblood, half-blood, or Muggleborn. She also dislikes injustice. Several of the half-bloods working there are more or less on friendly to indifferent terms with Muggleborns and some of the purebloods also. But those are not in the positions of power. There we only find those heavily prejudiced pureblood fanatics. And how do you think this could be changed, Potter? Asked a Slytherin. It's the traditional way our country has been led for generations. Why do you think it is a bad system? I don't have anything against traditions as long as they don't discriminate others who have the same gift as those who had the privilege to be born into a magical family. I am, in fact, a pureblood myself. Yes, I know everybody thinks I am a half-blood, but my mother was actually a victim of the wars against Grindelwald and Voldemort. Grindelwald had targeted her family and brought it to near extinction. Later, in the early years of Voldemort's rise, the remaining members of the family declined all offers to join Voldemort and were hunted again. Only my mother survived as an infant. Probably the Death Eaters simply overlooked her or somebody had hidden her really well. We don't know what really happened. It has been at least 30 years, and it will be hard to find out the truth. She was found by Muggles and brought to an orphanage, where her Muggle parents adopted her. She came to Hogwarts, thinking she was a Muggleborn witch, proud of it actually, excelled in all of her studies, especially potions and charms, and was about to have a great career. If not for some idiots in the ministry who disliked the thought of Muggleborns being in positions of power. Tell me, how can you tell a pureblood apart from a half-blood or a Muggleborn? Nobody could do it for my mother until she did an inheritance test at Gringotts, shortly before she married my father. And don't we celebrate a Muggleborn wizard as the greatest sorcerer to ever live? Why ridicule them now? Magic is magic. Many were stunned by this argument. He was right. Nobody could tell them apart just by their looks. What do you mean the greatest sorcerer of all times was a Muggleborn? A sixth-year Slytherin shouted, disbelievingly. Merlin. Harry just answered, shocking the Slytherin in question into silence. Which family was your mother from? Another Slytherin wanted to know. The Bolden family, Harry replied. This got many surprised outcries. All the purebloods from important families knew the importance of the Bolden family in the wizarding world, and many were asked by those who didn't know about it, but could tell from the reactions of their comrades, that they were really high up in society. Here's another example. I was raised by Muggles too. While I am a pureblood, I never knew about this world before I got my letter. Does this make me lower than other wizards? I am the heir of more than one noble and most ancient house, and I don't think that we should make differences between us. Hell, before my uncle taught me this summer, I never knew how I was supposed to treat members of important wizarding families. By the way, I'm sorry if I have insulted someone because of my lack of knowledge in wizarding customs. He added as an afterthought. So, you think we could find a balance between those traditions that are good and have strengthened our society and those new developments that seem to work well for the Muggles? A Ravenclaw girl asked him. Harry smiled at her. Many of the witches in attendance melted looking at his smile, Ginny being one of them. Yes, that nicely sums up what I would like to do. We have lost so many talented witches and wizards in the war against Voldemort, we have to do something so it can't happen again if another maniac rises. I mean, Hogwarts is supposed to be one of the best schools for magic. We can use what we learn here to better our society. We can still cherish good traditions while we make new customs that benefit everybody. I like the thought of celebrating important magical days, like summer solstice and winter solstice, where there are powerful old magics influencing our lives. I like remembering the great developments our ancestors achieved. Why should we be ashamed of them? They helped us grow our world. I can fully understand everybody who is proud of the achievements their families have made and strives to follow their footsteps. The things I dislike are when those who have been born privileged only show off their family's wealth and don't do anything to be worthy of the respect they demand, if they only use their family's influence to harm others. We are all magical. We should try to see the benefits each of us can give to our society without just casting good ideas aside just because they haven't been thought of by those of better blood. I think we could start with acknowledging the worth of other magical races like the goblins, the centaurs, the house elves, the giants, and others. Victims of werewolves are not to blame for their fate. I have learned from my uncle that there is a very good potion called wolfsbane. When a werewolf drinks this before the full moon, he is capable of retaining his mind and just waits until the moon goes down again. And they only have this problem once a month. The other time they are normal humans. And they didn't decide to become werewolves. They were bitten and forced to change. I only have no sympathy for those werewolves who actively try to infect more people with lycanthropy. They are despicable. I have read about the war against Voldemort and how he used Fenrir Greyback to threaten his opponents. Harry let the thought sink in, as many regarded werewolves as foul creatures. Then he continued his speech. He had really gotten into this. He wanted to make more people see what possibilities they had. They were the future of their world. Would it really be that hard to show some respect to such faithful creatures as house elves? I mean, they really like looking after humans. They would not be happy to be set free, most of them that is. It would be a disgrace. And they like to be challenged. I know how happy it makes the house elves my Uncle Orion has if they get a challenging task. But, and I want to address especially those of you who are purebloods or heirs to old families and know of house elves, would it be that hard to thank them for good work? To smile at them and let them know we appreciate their efforts? To treat them kindly? I don't think so. We don't have to really do much there and could gain a lot. As far as I am concerned, a happy house elf would do everything to help his master. And house elf magic is powerful. I mean they can apparate inside of Hogwarts, which is impossible for wizards and witches. Harry thought he had convinced some of them. It was really just a little thing to do. It didn't cost them anything but a bit of attention. That was manageable by everyone. And he really disliked the treatment house elves got by most wizards. You're right. This is a perfect example where we can combine the tradition of having house elves as our servants, as they like it, but changing our world for the better. I think we are just too accustomed to the ways things are, that we overlook the obvious in some cases. Ernie Macmillan said. Many nodded their heads. I think we should start looking up the laws to make sure what the current situation is. There has to be books in the library about this. A Ravenclaw 6th year boy said. Yes, and we can write to our families and see if they can get us more information. A Hufflepuff 5th year girl agreed. We can build groups for each topic we find should be changed and work on ways to improve things. A Gryffindor 4th year said. Soon, a Ravenclaw 5th year boy had pulled out a piece of parchment and they collected their ideas, bouncing ideas against each other. At the staff table, where Dumbledore was absent today, a lot of teachers were happy to see how students of all the houses sat together and made plans to improve the wizarding world. They would observe and give a helping hand when needed, but they were looking forward to the results of this new development. Dementor attack. Sirius sat in a comfortable armchair at the Rawthorn residence. The patriarch of the Rawthorn family, Frederick Rawthorn, had invited him over to learn a bit more about the new public face, as he had called him. Well, this wouldn't be the last time that a wizarding family wanted to know more about the man who suddenly jumped into the center of public interest. After all, he returned Harry Potter after the boy had fled from his relatives. And Harry Potter was always of interest in the wizarding world. Sirius knew how to play the views of the important families. He didn't even need to manipulate them, he just had to be polite, respectful of some of the better traditions, as he called them, and discuss his own opinions on how the Wizarding Society could profit from incorporating some things the Muggles had come up with. You're a very interesting man, Orion. Frederick Rawthorne said, sipping his tea. They had decided to go with their first names. After all, both were interested in a beneficial relationship with each other. The Rawthorne family was well respected in society, and Orion de Jarge had the connection to Harry Potter, a boy who would be one of the major players in their world in the future. I try to, Frederick. I think it would be boring to be just like everybody else. Sirius joked. Certainly. I've followed the articles the Daily Prophet has published during the last month and have recognized that many of them mention your name or that of your ward Harry Potter. While I can understand that many people are interested in the boy, as he was the one who freed us from you-know-who's reign of terror, I find it interesting that so little is known about him and, in addition, you. Sirius enjoyed such discussions. Frederick Rawthorne was a former Ravenclaw and not somebody who leapt at silly rumors. Well, as it's now a well-known fact, Harry has grown up with Muggle relatives of his mother, Lily. Against the will of Lily and James, I would like to mention. They had named others to take care of their son in case something happened to them. I don't know why Professor Dumbledore, who I found out, was the one to place Harry with Petunia Dursley, thought it would be appropriate to isolate Harry from his heritage. What I know is that Harry has been abused by the Dursleys. His cousin was allowed to beat Harry up whenever he wanted. Harry had to work for his living there, and only got enough to eat to not alert the neighbors of massive child neglect. All the chores in the house were his to do as soon as he could properly walk. Harry told me what he had to do. Nothing that would be a real problem in itself, but nothing a small child should be forced to do. His bed was in the cupboard under the stairs, and if he accidentally used magic, he was always locked up in there without food or light for hours or days. I've already hired some lawyers to prosecute those despicable excuses for human beings for their crimes. That is truly despicable. I'm glad to know Harry won't return there. And I share your opinion, that it's questionable that Professor Dumbledore placed the boy there. While I can understand his desire to protect the boy from the fame he had gotten, and prevent the boy to be spoiled by the public, things could have been arranged otherwise. Not all wizard families would have let the fame of the boy go to their heads. Many would have been able to raise him properly without spoiling him rotten. Frederick said. I know. I don't think Professor Dumbledore was aware to what kind of fate he condemned Harry to when he left him there. It's one of his flaws, to believe everybody is somehow good. While for some this might be true, a woman who has hated her own sister for having a gift she hasn't won't be a good guardian for her nephew who would be sure to have the same gift as his mother. Sirius agreed. Mentally he knew that Dumbledore had been aware of Petunia's attitude, but he could hardly blame the man publicly. No. The better way was to get people to question Dumbledore's decisions before agreeing with the man. If people built their own opinion, much would be gained. Dumbledore was a sly man. He had built his reputation over decades. It would take time to discredit him enough for people to see his manipulations. For the moment, it would have to be enough to get Harry out from under the man's manipulations, and for that he needed allies. Yes, probably, it seems Professor Dumbledore is getting old. Well, he has fought in many wars on the side of the light, and it's only natural for him to make some mistakes. But in this case he should delegate his duties to someone younger. Nobody would mind it. I mean, he has done enough. He could just retire and enjoy his life. Perhaps remain as an advisor for Hogwarts, but he has so many political positions that it can't be good for him at his age. Frederick said. I think you're right, but from what I have learned, he is too stubborn to let the younger generation take over. It will take time for him to acknowledge that he isn't the only one able to lead the light. Sirius replied. Perhaps you're right, but we should prepare to lead our country without his help. He can't live forever. But now, I would really like to get to know more about you, Orion. What is your profession? Frederick asked. I don't have a set profession at the moment. I once learned how to be a warder and am quite good at curse breaking due to this experience. But my family encouraged me to learn more than one thing. Sirius said. Truth was, he had learned all he could to prepare to fight against dark wizards, just to spite his parents who were so involved in the dark arts. He had learned nearly every branch of light magic, and some gray parts. Not many people knew this, but Sirius was very intelligent. His immature behavior only encouraged them to underestimate him. It had helped him fight Voldemort's Death Eaters. I'm also quite capable in dueling and speak some foreign languages and those of other magical races. One of them being gobbledygook, I presume? Frederick asked. Yes. My father made it a subject I had to learn to be able to understand what the goblins, who take care of our money, are speaking about. He was really cautious with money. That much was true. Orion Black had been the most suspicious bastard you could have imagined. His sons had mandatory lessons in all things he deemed important for a Black to know. It hadn't been fun growing up with all those lessons. I see. And are you teaching Harry those abilities also? Some of them. He's learning gobbledygook because he asked me if I could teach him. He really wants to learn all the things he can about the wizarding world. And he's decided he wants to better those things he dislikes. I have to admit, he doesn't have the best outlook at the British wizarding community, due to his past 2 years of experiences. Thankfully, he isn't someone to hold a grudge and act out. If he sets his mind on something, he won't stop until he achieves his goal. I really think the minister is in for some unpleasant surprises in the near future. Sirius couldn't help but smirk at this. Why do you think this? Frederick asked. Do you know what the content of the third-year defense against the dark arts classes is? Sirius countered with his own question. Dark creatures of lower strength, if I remember it correctly. Why? Yes, it's Harry and his classmates. First dark creature they encountered was a boggart. What do you think Harry's boggart turned into? My guess would be you-know-who at full strength. Frederick answered. Close, but not right. His boggart turns into a Dementor. Sirius explained, secretly enjoying the stunned face of the man before him. Oh my God. And Fudge has placed over 100 of them around Hogwarts to recapture Black. He said with a pale face. This would be a feast for the press if it ever got out, Frederick realized. With as much public standing as Harry had as the boy who lived, he could very well be the downfall of Fudge. Hell, he was the heir to one of the most influential noble houses. When he reached adulthood, he would be in the perfect position to really change the wizarding world. An intelligent decision had to be made to not enrage a potentially powerful ally or enemy. Harry Potter could turn into both, depending on what he thought you were supporting. The ways that he wanted to change, or the changes. I'll think about what you've told me so far, Orion. It seems the public view that has been portrayed by all those books gives an inadequate picture of Harry Potter. Of course it does. How could it not? Harry has never been asked to give interviews, thankfully, but as nobody in the magical world cared about him, like he sees it, how could they know what kind of person he is? All the things that are in those books are inventions of authors who don't know what they write about. I read some of them. Hilarious. Harry is not happy with all the nonsense that has been written about him. At least some of the history books only printed the known facts, that he was the reason for you-know-who's fall. Well, another job for the lawyers. Frederick nodded. This man was no joke. He really cared about Harry, from what he could see. And he wouldn't let anybody mess with the boy's life again. The time Harry had been waiting for had come. Due to difficulties with Dumbledore interfering with the plan to reveal Peter to McGonagall, they had decided to wait until Dumbledore would leave for a conference of the international wizarding community in 2 weeks. But today it would be the start of the Quidditch season. Gryffindor against Slytherin. Harry really looked forward to the match, even if the weather conditions were horrible. But he was smirking at the thought of Malfoy looking like a drowned dog. The blonde had been awful the past weeks, always trying to get Hagrid into trouble in class. Harry knew that Malfoy had gotten his father to accuse Buckbeak of being dangerous and the fools at the ministry were buying it. Well, they would see what they got angering the boy who lived and his friends. Yes, Sirius was achieving good results with all the nice invitations for tea he got. If those fools only knew. Oliver Wood stood in front of his team and observed everybody. They were the best, and certainly no storm would diminish their chances at the cup this year. Before he could send everybody out, Harry stopped him. Oliver, what do you think of water-repelling and warming charms on all of us? I mean, it's not forbidden to use them in such conditions. And I doubt the Slytherins will think of something like this. I'm rather sure they would have cheated their way out of the match if they had any excuse, but they're not smart enough to use the rules to their advantage. If we were playing Ravenclaw, things would be different. Harry, that's brilliant. All right, does everybody know the charms? Oliver asked. He got nods from all of his team members. They did the charms on each other and then walked out to the field. The noise of the storm drowned everything else out. Not the best conditions to find the snitch, but Harry would find it before Malfoy did. The bastard would be humiliated like never before. The team captains shook hands and the game started. Harry was furiously flying around on his Nimbus, looking for the tiny golden ball. The time went on and the only consolation he had was that Malfoy looked worse for wear than him. Then he was signaled to come to the ground. Oliver had called for a timeout. What is the situation? Harry asked. We're leading by 110 points. But it would be really good if you found the snitch soon, or we play into the night. Oliver explained. I'll try. Do the charms still hold? Harry wanted to know. Yes, but perhaps we should renew them just in case. It would be bad if they gave out when we were in a heated phase of the game. Oliver suggested. Everybody agreed and they renewed the charms, and then took off again. Harry scouted the whole field for the snitch, it had to be somewhere. Then, finally, he saw the tiny ball 10 feet above him. He pulled his broom upwards and raced towards the snitch. Malfoy, who had seen him shoot skywards, was behind him, trying to stop him from getting the snitch. Then he felt the chill. He heard the rattling breath. No, not now, he thought desperately. He mentally thanked his father for insisting he wear his wristwand holster just in case something happened during the match. Harry focused his thoughts on his happiest memory, the adoption ceremony. Just before he had it clearly in his mind, he reached the snitch and reflexively caught it in his left hand. He saw Malfoy had dived towards the ground when he had noticed the Dementors. Harry switched hands holding the broom, and now had his right hand free with his wand in it. Expecto Patronum, he yelled, and bright white mist shot out of it, stronger than ever before. Harry thought for a moment he could make out some kind of animal in the mist, but he was racing towards the ground, trying to get to safety. Then he had to stop. There was more than one Dementor, there were dozens. Damned, he wasn't strong enough yet to stop them all. He tried to concentrate on his happy memory, but the amount of Dementors was too much. A female voice screamed inside his head. Then, as if somebody had pushed a rewind button, he could hear something else. Lily, take Harry and run, it's him, I'll hold him off. Harry heard something else, cruel laughter and then, Avada Kedavra. Please, not Harry, have mercy. Take me, she begged. Step aside, stupid girl. He demanded. No, not my Harry, have mercy, please let him live, take me instead. She pleaded with the man. Step aside, I said. A moment of silence. Then again the cruel voice. Avada Kedavra. The high scream of the woman. So small, and yet such a danger to my plans. But no longer. Tonight, the prophecy will end. Avada Kedavra. ... Those in the stands were gasping at what was happening. They had seen Draco Malfoy turn around instead of following Harry Potter further in the hunt of the snitch. Then everybody felt the icy chill of the Dementors coming close and the teachers had sprung into action to protect the students. Many called forth Patroni and all of the students who knew how to cast one, did as well, even if many only managed to conjure silver mist. Then a bright light erupted in the air which brought the attention of the crowd to the scene. Harry had also attempted to produce a Patronus, and for some moments it seemed to work. He was headed to the ground until some Dementors cut off his escape route. Harry's Patronus vanished as he was surrounded by dozens of Dementors, and then he fell. The students screamed, fearing for Harry's life, but before Harry could hit the ground, 3 other spells connected with his body. His fall slowed down and those near the teacher's box could see that the professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout had pointed their wands at Harry and were levitating him slowly to the ground. Then a powerful silver Patronus was unleashed and directed towards the Dementors. They saw Dumbledore with a face full of fury directing the Patronus. The Dementors fled. Even they didn't want to be in the presence of a furious Albus Dumbledore. Poppy Pomfrey sat in her office in the infirmary. Harry Potter had just been brought in by Minerva. Again. The boy definitely had some kind of bad luck that attracted all kinds of trouble. Well, This time he wasn't at fault, the ministry was. The poor boy. She was glad that Minerva, Phileas, and Pomona were able to save his life. Minerva had left the infirmary to speak to her house. It was necessary, after all, they all had felt the effects of the Dementors. Perhaps now the ministry would see how foolish it was to put Dementors around a school. But she really doubted it. Then someone entered the infirmary she didn't recognize. It was a dark-haired man who had a worried look on his face. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" she asked with her no-nonsense voice. "Hello, my name is Orion de Jarge and I'm here to see Harry. I'm his guardian and was informed that there was an incident and he was injured." His gray eyes seemed full of worry. "I understand. Yes, Harry is here. Thankfully, he was not injured that badly. While he was attacked by Dementors in the air during the Quidditch match, he never hit the ground when he fell from his broom. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout managed to catch him before he hit the ground. He's just suffering from the effects the Dementors had on him. He'll need rest and I would like to keep him here for a day or two to observe him after he wakes up," she explained. "He won't like that. He told me he spent way too much time in the infirmary," Sirius said, relieved that it was nothing serious. New steps could be heard outside the room. Poppy turned towards the new visitors. It was the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who had changed out of their robes and put on clean and dry ones. "Madame Pomfrey, could we please visit Harry?" Angelina asked. "Yes, Madame Pomfrey, we're worried about him," Alicia confirmed. "Not at the moment. Mr. Potter is still asleep. He'll probably be in this state for some hours. He's magically exhausted. You can come back to visit him for half an hour after dinner." "That's all I'll allow," she said sternly. The members of the team looked at each other and then nodded. Fred and George gave Sirius a smile and a wink and then left with the others. Poppy turned towards Sirius and led him to the bed Harry was in. Sirius looked at the face of his son and was glad to see that he wasn't injured. He sat down on a chair next to Harry's bed and took to waiting until his son would wake up. In the Gryffindor common room nobody was really in the mood to celebrate. Not until they knew how Harry was. It had been announced that Harry caught the snitch before the Dementor attack and so Gryffindor won the game with 340-90. But it felt wrong to celebrate without Harry. He was the one to win the game for them. And he had risked his life doing it. Honestly, everybody knew it hadn't been his intention to be in such danger, but who could have known that the Dementors would come to the match? Ron and Hermione sat anxiously on some armchairs, waiting for the Quidditch team to come back. McGonagall had told them all to stay in the tower and had sent some food up. The only exception was the team, which she had allowed to ask Madame Pomfrey for Harry's current state. She knew the Weasley twins would otherwise have found another way to do it and this way was really easier. "Do you think Harry will be okay?" Hermione asked Ron. "Sure he will. The teachers caught him before he hit the ground. I don't want to think what could have happened if they didn't," Ron answered. "How could the ministry place these vile things around us? It's so wrong. It's because of them Harry fell off his broom," she ranted. Many people who sat around them agreed with her. The attack had left them shocked. The portrait hole opened and the Quidditch team entered. Hermione was the first to ask questions. "How's Harry?" she asked. "He's as well as he could be in his situation. He's asleep, and Madame Pomfrey told us that he isn't severely injured. He's magically exhausted from the Dementor's attack and his attempt to protect himself with a Patronus. Blimey, if it had only been a couple of those monsters he would have succeeded to drive them away." Fred said awed. "Yes, his guardian is with him now. We're allowed to visit Harry for half an hour after dinner. Madame Pomfrey expects him to be awake by then," George added. Many relieved breaths could be heard. If Harry was as well as he could be, they could lay their worries to rest. "I think we should postpone the celebration of our victory until Madame Pomfrey lets Harry leave the infirmary," Oliver suggested. Everybody agreed. Harry was slowly regaining consciousness. He was having problems recognizing anything around him. His body was aching. He felt weak, terribly weak. What had happened? Yes, the match, the Dementors, the attack, my Patronus. Harry could only think in single terms. His mind wasn't yet ready to return to his normal capacity. "Hey, Harry, can you hear me?" A very familiar voice asked. Harry tried to speak, but his throat was sore. Sirius saw the problem and helped Harry to drink some little gulps of water to prevent him choking. Then he laid Harry back into his pillows. Harry took his time to really wake up. Pa, he finally asked weakly. Yes son, I'm here. You really gave me a scare. I'm glad you're all right, Sirius said relieved. Harry attempted a smile. It looked somewhat screwed up. Sirius stroked Harry's hair. He returned the smile. He was really glad that Harry didn't have serious injuries. Harry, when you're better, I'll go to the ministry. I've already alerted some of my new acquaintances and I know that Amelia Bones will alert her contacts as well. We'll get Fudge to remove the Dementors. I'll not stand aside when those monsters endanger my son, Sirius said firmly. Harry smiled. It was the first time that somebody protested on his behalf against the authorities. Something that was a completely new concept to him. To be able to let adults handle the things for him. Only be able to be a teenager. It was great to finally have a father. They heard footsteps coming towards them. Sirius looked up and saw Madame Pomfrey with a large bar of chocolate in her hands. I see you're finally awake, Mr. Potter. How do you feel? Weak, Harry brought out. No wonder. You have exhausted your magical core quite a bit. The Patronus you produced would have protected you if it hadn't been for the fact that there were too many Dementors. It requires a lot of magical power to achieve something like that. And then those monsters beeped some more of your power. You'll have to stay in bed for some days until you're recovered and I won't discuss this with you, she added, seeing Harry trying to protest. She gave him a bit of chocolate, which he wasn't able to eat at the moment, which made Madame Pomfrey frown. Mr. Potter, you have to eat the chocolate to get better, she said. Perhaps you could organize some chocolate milk for him to regain some strength first, Poppy. I'm sure Harry will be able to eat some chocolate after that. A new, yet very familiar, voice suggested. Sirius and Harry recognized the voice at once. It was Remus. Professor Lupin, Harry mumbled. Hello, Harry, I just wanted to see how you're doing, he said smiling. Then he turned towards Sirius, who really had problems keeping his secret, seeing his old friend standing before him. He wanted to talk to him, tell him what had really happened. But Poppy was there. He couldn't risk it. He had to think of Harry first and foremost. Never again would he fail his son. You must be Harry's new guardian, Remus said. Remus Lupin, Professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts. He introduced himself holding his hand out. Sirius took Remus' hand and shook it. Orion de Jarge, nice to meet you, Mr. Lupin, he said, masking his true feelings. Harry wrote many pleasant things about your lessons. He really looks up to you, Sirius said. Really, nice to know that I'm appreciated, Remus answered smiling. I'll leave you alone for some minutes. I have to tell the headmaster that Mr. Potter has awoken. I'll send a house elf with some chocolate milk for Mr. Potter. It's a good idea, Remus, Poppy informed them. She left the infirmary. Harry looked at Sirius and gave him a questioning look. His question was clear. Should they use the opportunity to tell Remus everything? If he knew the truth, he would certainly help them. And he was at Hogwarts. He could always help Harry when Sirius was at Grimmauld Place. Sirius nodded. Professor Lupin, would you listen to an important story? Harry asked. Remus wondered what this was about. But listening wouldn't hurt him. Are you sure you want to tell me now, Harry? You're still weak after the Dementor attack, he asked, concerned. A house elf popped into the room with a glass of chocolate milk. I has been ordered to gives use this chocolate milk, the elf said. Thank you very much, Rinny, Remus said, taking the glass from the elf that popped away instantly. Can you drink yourself, Harry? Remus asked. No, Harry answered. Sirius helped Harry sit up. He transformed the pillow to become thicker and more stable and let Harry drink from the glass in small sips. Remus could see how much he seemed to care for Harry, and was glad that Harry had found such a good guardian. He'd been extremely upset when he had read the articles in the Prophet about Harry having been abused. Well, the story would be mine to tell, Sirius answered. Well, I promise to listen. I wonder why this is obviously so important. It's about the true traitor of Harry's parents. We found out that Lily and James's will stated that their secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black. Sirius said, hoping Remus would believe him. What? But Sirius killed Peter, he said disbelievingly. No, he didn't. He tried to get him for the betrayal, but the rat faked his death and escaped. They only found a finger. Not very likely if he was blown up, don't you think? Remus's mind was spinning. Meanwhile, Harry finished the glass. He was beginning to feel a bit better. It's true, Professor. It's in their will. And I saw the memories. Harry confirmed it. Which memories? The only one who could have memories would be. Remus stopped realizing what Harry was indicating. Yes, I know where Sirius Black is. Harry said. He showed me what really happened in 1981. He told me everything, all the reasons. I believe him. He's innocent. And Dumbledore knows. He added, whispering. He was witness to my parents' will. Remus stood stunned. How could the headmaster do such a thing? Why would he send an innocent man to Azkaban and let the true culprit run free to be able to get to Harry later on? He grabbed his head. That would mean, he looked at Orion de Jarge. He got a nod. Recognition stood in his eyes. You changed and didn't tell me because you thought I was the spy. He said, addressing the man he thought was Sirius. Yes, Moony. I'm terribly sorry for that. You were so distant at the time and we found it strange that you would distance yourself from us. And I couldn't be the secret keeper. It would have been way too obvious. Everybody knew I was James's best friend. I would have been found and spilled the secret under torture or legilimency. While I'm a skilled occlumens, Voldemort was too strong for me. So James, Lily, and I decided to change at the last moment to Peter to deceive Voldemort. I regret that decision more than anything. I believe you, Padfoot. Remus said. They looked at each other and smiled. Harry was just happy that his father and his remaining best friend could finally be together again. He felt the effect of the chocolate milk, making him a bit stronger. Can somebody please give me a bit of chocolate? I'd rather regain a bit of my strength sooner rather than later. Harry asked. Of course, son, Sirius said, passing Harry the bowl with chocolate pieces. Son, Remus asked. I adopted Harry to keep him safe from the old coot's manipulations. I'll tell you everything later in detail, Moony. I don't know when Madame Pomfrey will come back, probably with the old meddler. Remus nodded. Given the things Harry and Sirius said about Dumbledore, he could understand this. Harry began nibbling on a piece of chocolate. Soon they heard steps coming nearer. They silently agreed not to tell anything. When they looked, Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey had arrived. Ah, Harry, good to see you awake again. Dumbledore said, with his best grandfather smile. Yes, it's nice to not be unconscious anymore. Harry answered, taking another piece of chocolate under the approving eyes of Madame Pomfrey. And you must be Comte de Jarge? Dumbledore asked Sirius. Yes, Headmaster. Nice to meet you, Sirius said politely. The pleasure is mine, Comte de Jarge. I've wanted to meet you for some time to get to know you better. I'm sure we will find time for that later, Headmaster. I have to admit, my timetable for the next month is rather full. I never expected to get that many invitations from the members of Wizarding Society when I moved here. It's rather overwhelming, but it would have been very impolite to deny all those invitations. For now, I just want to stay with Harry to help him get better. Sirius avoided a direct agreement. I see. It can be time-consuming to be part of the public interest. Don't I know it? Professor Dumbledore, what will happen with the Dementors now? I mean, they attacked students, especially me. Will they be removed? Harry asked hopefully. My dear boy, I fear they won't. As long as the murderer Black isn't caught, the Ministry will not take them back to Azkaban. They're here for the safety of the students, in the opinion of the minister. I don't agree with him in this regard. I'm furious that they attacked the Quidditch pitch like that. But, regrettably, my hands are tied in this matter. Dumbledore said. Sirius that moment decided that if Dumbledore was unwilling to do something, he would just ignore the man and present him with the results. He had promised Harry to get the minister to remove those monsters. He could nearly smell the intentions of the headmaster. He wanted to make the Dementors another of his little test schemes. Not with him, and not with Harry. Enough was enough. While Sirius doubted Dumbledore wanted Harry dead, he wanted him under his control. Something Sirius intended to prevent. Madame Pomfrey, would it be all right if I took Harry with me for the next few days? You said he needs rest. If he was to stay here, he would be the center of interest of the students and, most likely, he wouldn't rest. I know how teenagers are. At my home he would be undisturbed and I'll send him back when he has recovered in a few days, Sirius suggested. That isn't a bad idea, Comte de Jarge. God knows that I already had to stop several of his friends from visiting. The only ones I allowed to come back are the Quidditch team members of Gryffindor. But I suspect Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger will also come to see him. Please, Madame Pomfrey, I would really like to go home for a few days. Professor Dumbledore, please allow this. Harry begged. Sirius mentally congratulated Harry on his acting skills. Dumbledore would think he did Harry a favor, for which the boy would feel indebted to him. But Harry wouldn't do it. The only use Dumbledore had, for the time being, was as a repellent to the remaining members of Voldy's Death Munchers. I don't see why not. It would probably be good for Harry. What do you think, Poppy? Dumbledore asked. I agree, but you have to rest, Mr. Potter. You should be able to come back in 4 days to return to your classes. She said. Thank you, Harry said, smiling. Do you want to wait for your teammates and friend to come to see you before you go? Poppy asked. They were allowed to visit half an hour after dinner. I'd like that. I also need to find out who got my broom. He was greeted with heavy silence. What? He asked, dreading the answer somewhat. Harry, your broom, unfortunately, was blown away in the storm. Remus started to explain. What happened to it? Harry asked. It was blown into the Whomping Willow. Remus finally answered. No, my God, that tree. Is there any way to repair my broom? Unfortunately not, Harry, Dumbledore said. Professor Flitwick managed to get it out of the tree, but it was only in splinters. It's beyond repair, I'm sorry. He added. Harry's heart sank. His broom was destroyed. How would he be able to play for the house team this way? He'd have to get a new broom soon. That was the only way. Thankfully, he had inherited a lot of money, so getting a replacement wouldn't be that hard. But it still stung. His Nimbus 2000 had accompanied him through his first years. He had gotten it to be able to play for Gryffindor. Dumbledore and Remus said their goodbyes. Remus would speak with Sirius later. Sirius had slipped him a piece of parchment to tell him his house elf would pick him up when he and Harry had left Hogwarts. Harry sat dozing in his bed. Sirius had left to speak with McGonagall about Harry being absent for a few days. It was now 8 and dinner was over. Harry expected his teammates and friends to come visit him soon. He really wanted to know what had happened after he fell. He wasn't disappointed. He soon heard many footsteps coming closer. Then he could see the people the feet belonged to. His team, Hermione and Ron. Hey, Harry greeted them. He was still feeling lousy. Harry, we're so glad you're all right, Hermione said, getting nods of everybody. Bloody brilliant flying, Harry. Fred said. Bloody brilliant Patronus, George added. Too bad there were that many of those beasts. Angelina agreed. You were brilliant out there, Harry. To catch the snitch under those conditions is remarkable. You got us into first place for the House Cup with that stunt. Oliver told him, grinning. Nice to know, Harry answered, smiling a bit. How are you feeling, mate? Ron asked. Terrible. I feel totally drained. Madame Pomfrey told me that my magical core is exhausted and it will take some days for me to get back to normal. When I woke up, I wasn't even able to eat chocolate to negate the effects of the Dementors. Thankfully, Professor Lupin thought of chocolate milk. It helped and I could eat after that. But it still makes me feel lousy. Hermione and Ron raised their eyebrows a bit. Harry normally didn't tell them if he felt bad. He normally played it down. Their friend had certainly changed over the summer. Oh, Harry, those Dementors are horrible. While they're here to protect us from Black, I think they're too dangerous to keep around a school. If Dumbledore hadn't been at the pitch to chase them away, I don't know what would have happened to the students who were there. Hermione said. Truer words have never been spoken. The Ministry is totally insane to have done this. Katie said, fuming. Yes, in situations like this I wish that gossip, Skeeter, would write an article. This time she wouldn't even need to blow things up. The truth is completely sufficient. Fred said. Too true. Fudge deserves that, but sadly, the ministry uses the prophet to publish their propaganda. George added. How do you know? Alicia asked. Dad, answered the twins and Ron unisonous. Yes, he always ranted about how Skeeter only printed lies that made the lives of those she wrote about hell. Ron elaborated. Sounds perfect for that idiot Fudge. I wonder if she would do me the favor to write about the attack. Harry mused. Would be great, Oliver agreed. So, when will you be released from the infirmary? Angelina asked. I'll return home with my Uncle Orion for a few days to rest. It'll be nice to see him for a few days. Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore gave their permission. I just wanted to see you all before I go. Harry explained. Nice to know that you value our company. George stated, grinning. After all, the twins were in the conspiracy and knew exactly what it meant for Harry to see Sirius. He was still getting used to finally have a father. What can I say, you're irresistible, Harry said, causing the others to laugh. Cornelius Fudge was sitting in his comfortable armchair behind his mahogany desk. Yes, being the Minister for Magic definitely had its perks, and by now he didn't need the advice of Dumbledore anymore. He was the man in the top position. He loved his power, he decided, and the others followed his decisions. The hard work was the job of his subordinates. He especially was fond of Dolores Umbridge, a fine pureblood woman, who was more than capable upholding the discipline in his office. Yes, life was good indeed. Amelia would calm down once she realized that the Dementors at Hogwarts were a regrettable, but necessary, protection for the school. They were talking about you-know-who's right-hand man on the loose. No, this was the right decision, even Dolores had the same opinion. The purebloods would understand, the half-bloods and muggleborns didn't count. They would fall into line, being powerless as they were. A young witch entered his office by the open door. Minister Fudge, a group of wizards and witches including Harry Potter wishes to speak with you, she announced. Harry Potter wanted to speak with him. That was rather curious. It was during the school term. The boy should be at Hogwarts. Well, surely it was to thank him for being that understandable of his situation, which led to him leaving his relative's house. Please send them in, Agatha, Fudge said. If he had seen the evil grin on the young witch's face, he would probably have been scared. It took 5 minutes for the group to enter. It was an illustrious group. Amos Diggory, Marcus Greengrass, Arthur Weasley, Minerva McGonagall, Amelia Bones, Augusta Longbottom, even Rufus Scrimgeour was there. Some other purebloods as well he couldn't place at the moment. What could they want? Then there was Harry Potter and a man he didn't know, but who seemed close to Harry, perhaps this Comte who was Harry's guardian. Last, but not least, was Rita Skeeter. Interestingly, she didn't have her normal green quick quotes quill with her, but a blue one. The part he didn't like was the look on all their faces. Ladies, gentlemen, to what do I owe this surprising visit? Fudge asked. You dare even ask that? Augusta roared. What the hell has possessed you to order a guard of Dementors around Hogwarts? Were you trying to injure innocent children? Fudge shrunk in his chair. Nobody was immune against the fury of the Lady of Longbottom House. Not even the Minister of Magic, especially if the minister was a weak-minded fool like Fudge. Lady Longbottom is absolutely right, Cornelius. Rufus Scrimgeour added. It is absolutely foolish to even think they would make appropriate guards. I would really like to know why my office hadn't even been consulted on this matter. It is my specialty to ensure protection of important people or institutions. I am the head of the Auror office after all, and I have a niece attending Hogwarts in her 6th year. Please tell me how the students should be protected from the Dementors, dangerous dark creatures Class 5. He thundered. I fully support Rufus's statement. Arthur Weasley added. I have 5 of my 7 children at Hogwarts right now and I know how vile Dementors are. They don't distinguish between friend and foe, they only care to have enough souls to throw into misery. I expected better from you, Cornelius. I thought I taught you better than this, Cornelius. You were the Minister of Magic, for Merlin's sake. You should be able to make responsible decisions and not be swayed by public expectations. Minerva's stern look let Fudge further shrink in himself. Amos Diggory and Marcus Greengrass were only nodding. None of them had yet told the man that the Dementors had attacked the Quidditch game between Gryffindor and Slytherin. That was Harry's job. They only thought it right for the victim to have this pleasure. He nearly died because he lost hold of his broom when there were too many after him. I am the head of the Department of Control of Magical Creatures. And I can't even think of a single, valid, reason why one would willingly put children in the presence of Dementors. My son is at Hogwarts, Cornelius, and he has to take his OWLs this year. How shall I explain to him that he will be disturbed by a bunch of Dementors hovering over the school like a death veil? If you want to avoid a bunch of howlers in your office for the next month, undo this outrageous nonsense. Amos Diggory demanded. A coughing sound was heard behind them. A toad-like woman was standing in the doorframe. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but I thought you were criticizing the Minister of Magic, the highest authority in our wizarding government. She said with a sickly sweet voice. Ah, Dolores, nice to see you. Fudge said. Minister, with all due respect. Harry began speaking. Fudge wondered why the boy seemed so pale and shaken. He shouldn't be in this state. It would look bad for him if this could be connected in any way to him. Except, if he could blame Dumbledore for it and then be the nice helping minister. Yes, that would be good. But he didn't like the look on the boy's face. I think you have made a grave mistake by placing Dementors around Hogwarts to ensure my safety. I don't think that an attack on me during a Quidditch match, when I was several dozen feet high in the air, chasing the snitch, is my definition of safety. Don't look so surprised. What I am telling you is absolutely the truth. If not for my Patronus charm, which only helped me for some seconds, in which I caught the snitch and managed to get a bit nearer to the ground until Dementors surrounded me, I would be dead right now. Only the fast thinking and taking action of Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and Sprout saved me. They somehow stopped my fall magically. The charm is known as Arresto Momentum, Mr. Potter. McGonagall supplied. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, smiling sincerely. I'm sure you are exaggerating, Mr. Potter, said Umbridge. No, I'm not, Madam Umbridge. If you doubt my words, get a pensieve and see for yourself what happened during the match. Do you think I like being reminded of the night my parents died? Dementors show us our worst memories, that is mine. That damned Halloween night of 1981, when my life was destroyed by a maniac, who had been manipulating Great Britain for far too long. And I am sure Professor McGonagall can confirm my accusations against the Dementors. Harry said without raising his voice once during his speech. The adults were solemn. To have the boy be reminded of that night was horrible. But, Mr. Potter, the Dementors are for your protection against Sirius Black. It is unfortunate that something like this happened. We will make sure it won't happen again. Fudge tried to explain. Harry interrupted him. Yes, I know about Sirius Black being after me. Supposedly after me, that is. I ask you, why would my godfather, my father's best friend, want to hurt me? I know of the theory of him betraying my parents to Voldemort. He rolled his eyes at all the grown-ups, flinching at hearing the name. But has anybody cared to check his left forearm if he had a dark mark? From what I read in the history books that my uncle let me read at his home, all the Death Eaters were branded with it. Surely, his supposed right-hand man would have one. Did you? No one really wanted to answer this question. They didn't, and here was the one person accusing them of not upholding their own laws, who had a right to do so. The boy who was the victim of the betrayal that had taken place. He was careful enough to escape suspicion until it was too late. Fudge said. That wasn't the question, Minister, but I will entertain you. So even during wartime, the Ministry didn't think of the most obvious measures to protect the population by checking their own employees for dark marks. Didn't it occur to you that Voldemort would have had an easier time taking over our country, which the Ministry tried to prevent, if he had his spies inside our government? This doesn't paint such a good picture of the abilities of our government. Moreover, all of the employees of the Ministry of this time were wrong in their opinion of Mr. Black. This paints a sad picture of our government, I have to say. How could a man, that everybody thought the personification of a loyal friend, who would rather die for his friends than betray them, deceive you all? He was an Auror at the time, from what I managed to find out. Mr. Scrimgeour, you're the current head of Auror office as you just reminded the minister. Aren't there obligatory personality tests for recruits before they're even allowed to start their training? Scrimgeour was impressed with the boy. He stayed calm and knew his arguments. A perfect picture of a pureblood heir, but wasn't the boy a half-blood, raised by muggles? Or were the rumors he had heard true and he was a pureblood? You're right, Mr. Potter. There are thorough personality tests and Sirius Black passed them all with flying colors. So, as I think this would be the first thing to raise at least a little bit of doubt, why did nobody investigate this matter further? I'll give you some slack, it was a really dark time and you had problems getting all of Voldemort's old supporters rounded up. But after things calmed down a bit, didn't it even occur to you that you were breaking your own laws by denying several people a fair trial? 3 drops of Veritaserum or a foolproof taken memory viewed in a pensieve would solve all the cases easily. A skilled legilimens would be able to extract the memories without permanently damaging the mind of the suspected culprits. And even better, you could have asked the supposed Death Eaters who the others who supported Voldemort were. Did it ever occur to you that people like Bellatrix Lestrange could know an awful lot about those who were on Voldemort's side? I mean, it doesn't really take much to get this information. And the Ministry even gave the Aurors permission to use the Unforgivables during the hunts for Death Eaters. Some methods to ensure you found out the truth wouldn't have been a problem. That would have been justice. I bet none of those who were innocently imprisoned would have held a grudge against the Ministry for long if they were given a proper apology. It was dark times, after all. So may I ask why nobody bothered doing it? They were keeping an uncomfortable silence. Harry was right. They kept their quiet until Dolores Umbridge decided to speak. Excuse me, Mr. Potter, but as you were sadly raised by your Muggle relatives, I fear you don't really know about wizarding laws and their peculiarities. I'm sure I'm mistaken, but it sounded as if you were accusing the Ministry of incompetence. Madam Umbridge, I was merely stating facts. And do you really think that I, as heir to 6 ancient and most noble pureblood houses, wouldn't make sure to learn everything about my heritage? Harry asked politely, not giving the woman any surface to attack. 6 houses? Fudge asked, impressed and more than a bit worried. Umbridge looked especially sour. It was as if she hated the thought of Harry having that kind of political power in the future. Oh yes, I only recently learned that my mother was a pureblood witch that was adopted by Muggles, because she was found as an infant and put into a Muggle orphanage. The goblins at Gringotts have an infallible inheritance test. It is procedure to confirm the identity of a customer by using this special potion and to determine if the person in question is possibly heir of an extinct family. As you know, we lost a lot of pureblood families in the wars against Voldemort, and Grindelwald before him. Think about the Pruitts, the Boldens, and the Juners, to only list a few of them. The adults were taken back into the past, remembering friends from those families that had died because of Voldemort. Harry continued. His training in speech really paid off now. As they refused to sink so low to bow before Voldemort, a half-blood wizard by the way descended from Salazar Slytherin himself, but nonetheless a half-blood, they were hunted without remorse and they were slaughtered. There isn't another fitting term for Voldemort's crimes. He used the pathetic excuse that they were blood traitors. As if. A blood traitor is not a pureblood who dares to befriend Muggles. A blood traitor is someone who betrays his own blood by doing unforgivable crimes to them or their beliefs, or those who betray those standing them as near as blood relatives. Like friends who have gone through tough times and came out stronger together. If somebody betrayed such a bond, he would be worthy to be called a blood traitor. Voldemort used his heritage of one of the Hogwarts founders to deceive people, to charm them. Believe me when I tell you he was really good at it. I met his 16-year-old self last year that he managed to transfer in a diary somehow. He left out the part about his knowledge of Horcruxes. That would only raise suspicion he right now didn't need. Wait, how do you know that you know who was a half-blood? Fudge asked. I am sure you are aware of the article Miss Skeeter wrote in August regarding my adventures at Hogwarts. In the Chamber of Secrets, from where my friend Ron Weasley and I rescued his sister Ginny, I met, I think an avatar is the closest term to describe it, of a boy called Tom Riddle. He boasted of being the heir of Slytherin and having possessed Ginny through the diary to do his bidding. He was especially interested in my survival in 1981. Harry explained, having a pained look on his face. I asked him why he had that interest as Voldemort was after his time. He showed me the reason. His full name was Tom Marvolo Riddle. If you exchange the position of the letters, you get, I am Lord Voldemort. Harry stated to the shock of many of the adults. None of the assembled adults, except for Sirius, had known that little bit of information. The Dark Lord was a half-blood. Talk about hypocrisy with him prosecuting everybody but purebloods. He also said that he invented the name to escape the stigma of having to bear the name of his worthless Muggle father that abandoned his witch mother during her pregnancy with him. Amelia and Rufus were looking at each other. They would have to talk with each other soon. This was valuable information. He murdered innocent people just because he could. He had fun doing it. His opinion of Muggleborns, who have the same powers as other wizards born to pureblood families, was less than scum. Foolish. All the pureblood families had, at one point in time, been Muggleborns. It just dates further back in time. Merlin himself was a Muggleborn wizard and he was the most powerful wizard of all times. And there are not enough pureblood witches and wizards living in Britain to preserve the gift of being born able to use magic to be so retarded to stick to outdated beliefs. The only difference between Muggleborns, half-bloods, and purebloods is their upbringing, and with me being a prominent example that things happen in life, that would even dissolve this barrier. I am a pureblood wizard, yet I was raised by Muggles because a certain old fool decided to go against my parents' will, let a traitor escape to who knows where, and sent an innocent man to Azkaban. Everybody saw Harry clenching his fists at his sides now. Comte de Jarge was putting his hand on Harry's shoulder to give him moral support. My parents, Lord James Potter and Lady Lily Potter née Bolden, clearly stated in their last will and testament, of which a copy is residing in the Department of Inheritance at Gringotts Bank, that their secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew. And if they would be betrayed to Voldemort, he should be thrown into a cell in Azkaban and the key thrown down the icy depths of North Sea. I, Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and most noble houses of Potter, Bolden, Black, Peverell, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, swear on my magic that everything I told this audience is true. So mote it be. A golden light engulfed Harry coming from his wand. Would you allow me to cast a Lumos spell, Minister Fudge, to prove that I still have my magic? Harry asked. Fudge just nodded. Harry took out his wand and cast the spell, with the result of a bright light coming from the tip of his wand. Rita was excited like never before in her life. This was the story of a lifetime and she was the only reporter present to write it. That would be a big bonus this month from her publisher. She didn't even need to spike things up. The truth was much juicier than anything she could have made up. This is an outrage. How dare you try and show up the Minister of Magic? And why are you the heir of the House of Black? Umbridge yelled at Harry, who kept his cool. This time Sirius intervened. Madam Umbridge, I would advise you to be careful what you say. Harry has only told the truth, as his magical oath has proven. And, by the way, the thing with him being the heir of the Black family is easily explained. Sirius Black has no children, only his godson Harry Potter. As long as he doesn't have a child of his own, his godson counts as his heir. As Harry is of Black descent, the pureblood rules support this. Harry's grandmother on his father's side was a Black, as far as I am informed. Under Decree No. 12 of the founding charter of the British wizarding community, which is part of the hidden decrees of the Magna Carta that allows the wizarding world to exist next to the Muggle world without being directly influenced by the sovereign of Great Britain, which at the moment is Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. It stated that regardless of social standing, blood status, confession, heritage, race or nationality, every witch and wizard has the same rights in the wizarding community. The British system is dangerously close to losing a good part of its magic. You may not have signed the Magna Carta personally, but your ancestors did. Their magical oath to uphold the laws, written down then, binds all the wizarding community of Great Britain. The Ministry had the right to modify the laws and pass new ones as long as they don't go against the laws written down in the magical part of the Magna Carta. If you continue to deny some members of the society their rights, you will lose more than you can imagine. Why do you think my fellow wizards and witches in France follow the achievements of democracy that the French Revolution brought so intently? They made similar oaths, but there the degree of equality is not a hollow case. It is lived. And who do you think you are to be in a position to criticize traditions that have been good for our society in Britain for centuries? She demanded to know. I am the current Comte de Jarge, madam, a title higher than a normal lord here in Britain. It's an old title that comes from a time when France was ruled by a king and not a democracy. If you are educated in French history, you probably know that nearly all nobles of France became victims of the French Revolution. Not the de Jarges. We were loyal to the king, but always had the best of our people at heart. That is the reason why we are one of the few ancient and noble houses in France that still exist. And we are nobles in both worlds, wizarding and muggle. And we are proud of it. I would be careful, Madam Umbridge. Rita piped in. You now insulted two pureblood noble lords in a span of a few minutes. I think this is not in balance with all the pureblood traditions you try to uphold so reverently. What are you even doing here? Umbridge outraged. Getting the story of the century. Ministry outsmarted by the boy who lived, heir to two founders of Hogwarts. That's gold. You will not print this. The ministry forbids it, Umbridge ordered. You can't order the Prophet to keep quiet, Madam Umbridge, Harry interrupted. The Daily Prophet is a privately owned newspaper and only the majority owner can order something like this. The ministry holds the majority of the shares. No other stockholder has that many shares. Umbridge triumphantly stated. Wrong, Madam Umbridge. You see, the Potter family holds 20% of the shares, the Junior family holds 12%, Bolden family 23%, Romanov family 11%, and Stewart family 10%. This combined makes 76% of the shares. The ministry has 24% of the shares. And coincidentally I am the heir of all those families and therefore majority owner, and I asked for Ms. Skeeter to be invited to this meeting as I want the public to know what the ministry thinks is best for the safety of their children. Remember, we came here because of the attack on the match of Gryffindor versus Slytherin. It is obvious that it is not only ridiculous, but also dangerous for the students to post Dementors at a school. It's not healthy for the students. I would think the parents of the students of Hogwarts, who are not here, would react the same as these fine ladies and gentlemen. Who are all pureblood witches and wizards of high social standing, ministry employees, a teacher at Hogwarts, a well-known and respected businessman. He motioned towards Mr. Greengrass. What do you want to do, Minister Fudge? It is no shame to admit a mistake, it makes you look like the better man in the eyes of the public. If not, well, I think you can imagine the reactions to Ms. Skeeter's article. They will happen nonetheless, as you decided to ignore Madam Bones' warnings at the beginning of the school year. But what do you think will happen if you ignore this? Harry stated calmly while he was mentally grinning like a madman. You are sure that Sirius Black is innocent? Fudge asked. Unseal my parents will if you don't believe me. Look at the memories that Madam Bones received anonymously. Take action. Then you might save something. I won't accept that my innocent godfather will be hunted while the man that is responsible for the murder of my parents is left free. I would recommend keeping this part quiet as long as you haven't caught him. It would make the Aurors' jobs a lot easier, I suppose. But imagine what the public would say if they found out that you did everything to ensure justice is served. Fudge was fighting with himself. Not only was he cornered, it was by a 13-year-old boy who could very well turn the public against him. There was only one way out. Rufus, Amelia, get the Dementors away from Hogwarts. Rufus, send as many of your men you think appropriate to guard the school if we would really chase Sirius Black. He is right, we sometimes have to swallow a bitter pill to cure a disease. Fudge definitely didn't look happy. But he had to do damage control. When the article was published he, at least, could say he wasn't a man who couldn't see reason. He was well aware that the public would certainly support the heir of two of the Hogwarts founders. This really was not his day. Fudge had kept his word. The Dementors were gone the next morning when Harry returned to the castle. Rita's article on the matter had been spectacular. Harry had been bombarded with questions from his classmates for the whole week and he was answering them happily. With some temptation to get an exclusive interview, Rita had kept the secret of the true traitor being Pettigrew. That would be her next great story. Harry was subtly making the blonde reporter indebted to him. She would only be able to get top-selling stories from him if she kept writing the truth. That, and she now knew he was the majority owner of the Prophet. The one who was clearly displeased was Dumbledore. He now knew that Harry had found out about his heritage, and it would be terribly difficult to influence him with him being aware of his political position in the wizarding world. He couldn't count on the effect the abuse at the Dursleys' hands had on the boy anymore. Harry had done everything to guarantee that he would never go back there. Nobody could force him to do so, even more now that he was the acknowledged heir of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. He didn't even know this. He had had his suspicions about Gryffindor because all of the Potters had been in that house for generations, but Ravenclaw. More so, he was the Bolden heir, a family with so much influence in wizarding economy that everybody would be trying to do what the boy wanted. The next thorn in his plans was Orion de Jarge. The damned French nobleman was clearly helping the boy to become more independent. If he didn't know that it was impossible, he would have guessed that Sirius had paid the man to help Harry, but as an escaped prisoner on the run he couldn't do that. Nothing would be worse than Sirius taking charge of Harry. The Black Lord was too smart for Albus' liking, too independent. He didn't want to follow Dumbledore's orders. Plus he couldn't let Harry become too independent. He had to kill Voldemort with Albus guiding him on the way. That way Albus could keep control, be the one who stood in the center of admiration, and take the role of the leader when the job was done. He had declined the offers for the top spot at the ministry so far because it wouldn't have done his image any favors to have to play the bad minister who was unable to protect the population from Voldemort. No, the better way had been to be the only one who did something against Voldemort and had some success. Yes, manipulating the good people was so easy. Gellert should have known better than to attempt to rule by fear and terror. That never worked. You had to get the masses on your side to have success. If Gellert had not become stuck in his delusional superiority complex, they could have become the leaders of all wizarding Europe. But no, it didn't work. You never told those you regarded below you that you did. You had to be subtle, something Gellert never was, but he had been trained to be by his mother from a young age. Yes, Kendra Dumbledore had taught her son everything about secrets and deception. Something his younger brother Aberforth had never been able to appreciate. Since his little sister had been harmed by those muggles, he had had the goal to make the wizards the ruling power in Europe. His plans had brought results over time. The first real drawback was Voldemort rising to power after he had established himself as a powerful political figure. That blasted Tom Riddle was a danger to his own position, but thankfully, he was also as deluded as Gellert had been. Sadly, he had not been able to find Tom's hideout, or he would have done the same as with Gellert. Strike at an appropriate moment to take the spotlight again. After hearing the prophecy, he saw the perfect opportunity to get rid of Tom and in the process gain a powerful tool for his plans. Letting Peter betray the Potters was so easy. He had known for some time that he was the spy. How could he not? He wasn't a master at legilimency for nothing. And it was so obvious. That had taken care of Lily and James, who would have fought tooth and nail to protect their son against his manipulations. The same was true for the Longbottoms. Just in case, he had delayed the calls for help of Frank and Alice. Through planting doubts in Neville's abilities in Augusta, the boy was severely self-conscious and easy to control. It was Albus' policy to never completely disregard a potentially useful tool. Bringing the boy, who was thought to be a squib, the wonders of magical binds, into Hogwarts, let him be seen as the nice old man, who everybody trusted again. He really had to find a way to get Harry to believe in him, and do this before his magic undid all the blocks he had placed on the boy before he left him at the Dursleys. Some had broken. The wandless magic block was destroyed, that much was sure. He just hoped the others were still intact. Well, the teachers hadn't told him any impressive results of Harry in their classes, so this seemed to still be under his control. It was finally time to act. Harry was glad. He really had problems keeping his cool while observing the rat. He, Fred, and George had everything ready. They had checked on the Marauders map where McGonagall was at the moment. Dumbledore was out of the castle and couldn't interfere with anything. So without the headmaster present, he was at some meeting of the ICW. From what they knew, it was held in Japan. The decision concerning the ousted Peter Pettigrew would be with the deputy headmistress. It was just after lunch. They had timed the revelation for the time when McGonagall was getting ready to head to her afternoon classes. Fred and George approached Ron, Hey, Ron, could we borrow Scabbers for some minutes? We want to test a new spell we need for a prank. Fred asked his younger brother in a hushed voice. What have you planned? Ron asked suspiciously. Don't worry, it won't hurt Scabbers. We just want to scare some Slytherin girls. If this test goes well, we will have a lot of fun. They will think Slytherin House is being haunted by ghost rats. George told Ron, grinning. Ron was battling with himself. On the one hand, he wanted Slytherin pranked. They had a house rivalry after all. On the other hand, Fred and George were not that responsible and he didn't want Scabbers to be hurt. Harry jumped in to aid the twins. Listen, Ron, I know what the twins have planned and it is brilliant. I can't tell you anything here, too many ears not meant to hear it. I can guarantee you that it won't hurt Scabbers. I overheard them planning, he assured Ron. Hesitantly, Ron nodded and handed the rat over to Fred. Harry took pleasure in the unhealthy look of the traitor. Oh yes, fear was a powerful thing, and he deserved it for being the reason Harry's life had become hell in his childhood. Well, him and Dumbledore. He wouldn't begrudge the old manipulator his share of guilt. Fred took the rat and went over to George, out of earshot of Ron. Harry and Ron went to a more secluded area. What exactly have the twins planned, Harry? Ron wanted to know. It's quite the idea. You remember when McGonagall taught us how to do the animagus revealing spell? How a normal animal glows green when it is hit with it. Harry began explaining. Yes, Ron said, not seeing where this would lead to. The twins think they have found a variation of that spell, based on the normal one. The normal one only leaves a glow around the animal for a short time, the color depending on the animal, you know, if magical or normal. Seeing Ron nodding, Harry continued. The thing the twins are planning is keeping the glow for hours and varying the intensity of the color. Think of 100 of eerily green glowing rats, mice, toads and so on and you get the plan for the twins' prank. Harry said. Ron was grinning widely. You're right, this is brilliant. And there really is no real danger for Scabbers. I can't wait for the Slytherins being haunted. Harry knew before this would happen, Scabbers would be revealed. The twins made it so that Harry was near them when they would cast the spell, as were McGonagall and Remus, who was in on the plan. The Great Hall was nearly empty as most students were on their way to their dormitories to get their things for the afternoon lessons. Ron and Harry then heard one of the twins cast the spell. Harry had his wand ready. Animagus Revelio. They heard. The rat turned glowing red and then the power of the spell forced Peter Pettigrew to transform into his human form. Harry knew his act. It wasn't really hard to play the hatred, as he was really feeling it. You, roared Harry, looking at Pettigrew. The teachers had never seen Harry draw his wand so fast. Harry stormed at Pettigrew. He wanted to hurt the man so badly. This was the sign for Remus to act. Stupefy, Remus yelled, hitting his mark dead on, making Peter fall on the ground. What is the meaning of this? McGonagall asked sternly. Minerva, I think the twins accidentally found the scumbag that ratted Lily and James out to Voldemort. Remus said, causing those students, who had been near and heard Harry's yelling to come to look, to gasp. Ron, who was obviously disturbed to see his best friend like this, and Hermione, who had talked to Neville when Harry had told Ron of the twins' plan, held Harry back. Hermione, Ron, let me go. This scum is going to suffer. Harry shouted. What did you do? Minerva asked the twins, carefully keeping an eye on Harry, while Remus kept his wand pointed at the unconscious form of Peter. Professor, we just borrowed Scabbers, this man. Weird to think Scabbers was a wizard. Anyway, we borrowed him from Ron, because we wanted to test a variation of the animagus revealing spell. We wanted to make the glow a bit brighter. Fred awkwardly explained. Harry had to admit the twins were really good at acting. When the spell hit him, he began glowing red and changed into this form. Then we heard Harry, George pointed at him, yell, and then Professor Lupin cast the stunning spell. Who is that man? This is Peter Pettigrew, a man I thought dead for 12 years, who was said to have been killed by Sirius Black. Remus explained. Many gasps could be heard at the name. Minerva took action. As deputy headmistress, she was in charge of Hogwarts when Albus was absent. Severus, get me some Veritaserum, please. We'll get to the bottom of all of this. Peter is our best chance to find everything out, as it seems Mr. Potter believes him to be a traitor," she said, getting a feeling that this had been planned. "He is. My parents wrote it in their will. He was their secret keeper. He betrayed our hiding place to Voldemort. Nobody else could have done it," Harry growled. Severus hurried to the dungeons. He had some Veritaserum in stock at all times. You never knew when you needed it. He had dreamed of slipping some into Potter's pumpkin juice. To think he had the man who had sold Lily out before him lit a fire he didn't know he still had inside of him. While he had told the Dark Lord the prophecy, he had practically sold his soul to Dumbledore to save her. He would not let the chance to see at least a bit of justice for Lily slip away. Minutes later, he arrived back with the truth potion. Seemingly, Weasley and Granger had managed to calm Potter somewhat down. The boy still glared at the man on the ground. "Here it is, Minerva," he said, handing her the vial. "Thanks, Severus. Please bind him to a chair and make sure he can't escape. Remus, I suppose you know the charm to prevent him from transforming again." "Of course, Minerva," Remus confirmed. Severus conjured ropes to bind Pettigrew to the chair Minerva had conjured. She then administered the truth potion. 3 drops in the mouth. Enervate. She cast the spell to awake the man. Transforma Prevento, Remus said, casting his spell and holding it. Peter's eyes opened and he blearily looked at the teachers. "What is your name?" Minerva asked. "Peter Patrick Pettigrew," he answered. "Who has been the secret keeper of the Potters in 1981? "Me," he answered. "Are you a Death Eater?" "Yes." "What have you been doing in you know whose name?" "Finding opposing wizards, telling him their locations, torturing Muggles and Muggleborns." "How did you manage to make Sirius Black look like the culprit in betraying the Potters?" "I shouted for all the Muggles around me to hear that he had betrayed James and Lily, cast a bludgeoning spell at a building where I knew was a gas pipe, which would make everything around explode, cut my finger to fake my death, and transformed into my rat animagus form to escape. It looked like Sirius did everything." "Why did you hide all this time in a wizarding family?" "I wanted to listen to the news if the Dark Lord was returning. I wanted to be in a position to kill Harry to prove my loyalty to the Dark Lord when he returned." This shocked everybody in the Great Hall. "Give him the antidote, Severus. I have a flow call to make. We need some Aurors to get this scum to Azkaban. We also need to report this to Amelia Bones so she can call off the hunt for Sirius Black. No need to hunt an innocent man. He has to be freed of all charges," Minerva said, making Harry smile a bit. Snape and Remus guarded Pettigrew carefully under the curious eyes of the students in the Great Hall. There were now a lot of them. Word of what had happened had spread and everybody wanted to get a look at the caught Death Eater. 10 minutes later Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, and 3 other Aurors entered the hall with Minerva. Minerva led them towards Pettigrew, where all of them inspected the man. "Are you absolutely sure it is Pettigrew?" Scrimgeour asked. "I questioned him under Veritaserum, Rufus. It is him," Minerva confirmed. "Very well. Peter Pettigrew, you are under arrest for betraying the location of James, Lily, and Harry Potter to the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort, membership in a terrorist organization, use of unforgivable curses against fellow human beings, and treason against the country. You will be transported to Azkaban to await your trial before the Wizengamot." Amelia Bones told the man, who had begun whimpering more and more with every word. Nobody paid him any merciful thought. Remus looked at him with utmost disgust, Harry with hatred and a shrewd satisfaction. The traitor would spend the rest of his pitiful life in Azkaban. If there was anybody who deserved the Dementors, it was Peter. Harry was unable to stop grinning. He had taken Hermione and Ron aside after Pettigrew had been taken away and told them everything that had happened to him during the summer. "Man, Harry, why didn't you tell us before?" Ron asked, irritated. "Believe me, Ron, I wanted to tell you, but it was too risky. It's not that I don't trust you, I trust you more than anybody else, but you aren't able to use occlumency. And Dumbledore and Snape are proficient legilimens, masters in the art of reading someone's mind," Harry explained. "While I am not ready, myself, to withstand either of their attacks on my mind yet, I am protected by my status as the heir of the houses of Potter and Black. The air rings, which become invisible for as long as I want, have ancient magic inside of them to protect family secrets or the heirs against enemies. For example, the black air ring protects against intruders in the mind until the heir is able to protect his mind on his own. The Potter air ring protects against low-level curses completely, and middle-strong curses up to a limited degree. From what I was told, it would protect me against a single reducto but would have to be recharged after that. You two don't have this protection, and I couldn't allow my father to be arrested innocently again just because Dumbledore wants to control me. Not after I finally have a father. I still have difficulties believing Professor Dumbledore would do such a thing. Hermione stated, clearly disturbed by the thought that the most well-known light wizard had manipulated Harry's life in such a way. Ron looked ready for one of his jealousy trips. Harry decided to stop it in the beginning. Ron, I think I know what you're thinking, that I have everything given to me just because I was born into nobility. You know that I don't care about my fame. After all, you've been my best friend from the train ride to Hogwarts in our first year. But I've learned that if I want to change our world for the better, and prevent anything like Voldemort's reign of terror to ever repeat itself, I will have to use it. As for the money, I know how poverty feels. Heck, you have been way better off than I have with the Dursleys. All my clothes were old cast-offs of Dudley, and you know how he looks. At least you had a family who loved you. Ron had the decency to look ashamed. In our first year, the Mirror of Erised showed me my deepest desire as it showed you yours. You wanted to stand out above your brothers. I wanted a family. Well, I've found one person who is family to me, Sirius, my adopted father, and you can achieve rising out of the shadow of your brothers. You clearly have a bright mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be that good at chess. You're brilliant at strategy. Well, I say use your talents, learn as much as you can in the areas that interest you and excel there. And most importantly, think about the time your brothers began to excel. Did Bill start as the cool curse breaker you described me when you told me about your older brother during our first ride on the Hogwarts Express? Did your brother Charlie, who helped us get Norbert to the preserve in our first year, know how to handle dragons when he was 13? I don't think so. They took their time to learn the things they wanted to do here at Hogwarts, and later learned even more about the things they loved to do. Harry knew he needed to get Ron to see his own worth. Think about the twins. Your mother is complaining about them not achieving as good results as she would like them to, but they know what they want and work for it. None of the Weasleys I met is stupid or useless. Your family is one of the coolest wizarding families I've met, so you don't need to stand out right now. Find the thing you're good at first. Ron blushed at the praise for his family. Nothing more is needed to show your own worth. Don't try to surpass your brothers in their best areas, make a name for yourself in your area of expertise. You're already a brave and loyal friend, a much better one than all those pricks with money could have been. I mean, look at your father. I've heard he's taken in well at his new job and is a real asset to JWT. He likes muggles and their inventions, he works hard at what he likes, and I am sure he will soon make a name for himself in this area. Ron was impressed by Harry's words. He had never thought of it in this way. Do you really think I could do this? He asked his friends. Of course you can, Ron. Hermione encouraged him. You only need to work a bit more on your own to be better in classes. Harry's right, you're smart, you just don't make the effort for it to show. If you would, you could show everybody that you're good. And to be honest, there is plenty of time to find your specialty while we are at school. I mean, we're only 13. We have 5 years left at school. If you would let me, I would like to suggest 2 subjects that I think would suit you well. Harry said. 2 new subjects. I don't think I could handle 2 more, Harry. 1 probably, but 2 would be too much. Ron argued. I did think of that, don't worry. I thought of Muggle studies and arithmancy. Arithmancy would work well with your analytical mind, and Muggle studies to get a better understanding of their world and inventions. Besides, you would only have to take one of them here at school. I would recommend you take the Pensieve course in Muggle studies Pa has gotten for his collection. It's way more up to date than anything they teach here at Hogwarts. And I'm sure Hermione would be delighted to help you understand anything you have problems with. She is a Muggle-born witch and has actually grown up in their world. My upbringing can't really be called knowledge, as the Dursleys never let me out to explore more than the immediate neighborhood. I could have gotten dangerous ideas," Harry said sarcastically. Hermione seemingly liked that idea. From what Harry had told them, the pensieve lessons he had taken were much better than anything the teachers at Hogwarts had taught them in those areas. She was slightly irritated that the supposed best school for magic offered subpar education in some areas. Thankfully, Harry had assured her that Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Vector, Babbling, Sprout minus with some minor lacks, Lupin, and Sinistra were very capable in their areas of expertise. However, that left divination, Muggle studies, potions and, to some extent, care of magical creatures open for attacks. Although she had to admit, Hagrid had gotten better in his classes. Harry had seen the problems that would arise if Hagrid kept showing them the more dangerous magical creatures from the start. So he took one Saturday morning to speak with his friend to help him work out his lessons to be less open for criticism. After the near disaster with the hippogriffs, Hagrid was gladly agreeing to tone down the level of creatures. That didn't mean they were shown less impressive creatures. Hagrid had gotten them measles, normally taught later, but they were not dangerous in any way and they were a hit with the girls. They really liked the cats. Then moved on to show them ashwinders, beautiful, but dangerous, snakes if angered, which were held in a glass terrarium to ensure the students' safety. Harry had a very interesting conversation with one of the older males, to the slight discomfort of his classmates, but he couldn't care less. Everybody knew he was a Parselmouth from last year, and he had proven not to be an evil wizard. Then Hagrid showed them different kinds of food for different species of magical creatures and which food would be good for them in which situation. Hagrid could often been seen talking to Remus, asking for advice how to present the creatures he had chosen for his classes. Remus was only too happy to help Hagrid out. The results were very pleasant for Harry to see. Hagrid's classes became one of those nearly everybody enjoyed taking. The Slytherin bullies didn't count. That's not a bad idea. I think Dad would be happy if I showed more interest in the Muggle world, and I don't want to embarrass myself when I go there. Plus, if I only had one real new subject, I could handle the work. But which subject would I drop? Ron asked, counting the subjects. Divination, of course, Harry said happily. Hermione frowned. She still didn't like the thought of dropping subjects, but she had to admit the workload was getting to her. Perhaps Harry was right. Besides, the time turner was beginning to turn her crazy. You really dislike the subject, don't you? Ron asked, grinning. From what I have heard you and Hermione telling me about Trelawney, I think I have every right to do so. Divination is so imprecise that it's nearly useless. You can so easily manipulate predictions, it isn't funny. Spout some rumors, mix it with mystery, observe your opposite, and you can pretty well say what will likely happen. If you sprout some vague predictions, many will go out of their ways to see that they've come true. I have better things to study about, Harry said. He was slightly disgruntled with the whole divination fuss Parvati and Lavender were making in their common room, and that fraud Trelawney was still predicting poor Neville's death. Neville was already self-conscious and didn't need to be put down in more misery. I'll think about it. The prospect of ditching divination has its merits, and we have only had a few months of lessons in those subjects. I could probably catch up with the rest if I decided to change my electives. Ron was pondering. Harry was glad to have prevented an episode of jealousy from Ron. As much as he liked his best friend, that aspect of his personality was not one of his favorites. So, what will you do when Dumbledore returns from the ICW conference? Hermione asked. Sit back and enjoy the show. He has nothing he could do against Pa regaining his freedom. Madam Bones has assured this, and Fudge knows better than to go against the now-known heir of 6 old pureblood families if he doesn't want to look like the biggest idiot there is. He won't win the next election for minister. Before long, there will be another minister, one who will be able to manage things a bit more professionally. Do you know that you sound eerily like a Slytherin right now, Harry? Ron asked, concerned. Yes, you know I have some traits of every house of Hogwarts. Why do you think my sorting took so long? The sorting had even seriously considered putting me into Slytherin. But I didn't want to go there, so I asked it to put me anywhere but Slytherin. Harry told them. Horrible thought. You would have to share a dorm with Malfoy. Ron said, disgusted. True, Ron, very true. I'm very thankful that I became a Gryffindor. While not all Slytherins are evil, I like the little peace I have. And being around Malfoy all day would drive me crazy. The three shared a good laugh. It was the next morning and, predictably, there was a big article in the Daily Prophet that told everything about the capture of Peter Pettigrew. Harry read it with rapt attention. Truth Revealed After 12 Years. By Rita Skeeter. Yesterday, shortly after lunch at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, an extraordinary incident took place. As this reporter has been told, a harmless attempt at a prank by resident Hogwarts pranksters-in-chief, twins George and Fred Weasley, led to an unbelievable discovery. Peter Pettigrew, a man believed dead for 12 years, killed by the hand of one Sirius Black, is alive. The same man that was said to have betrayed Lord James and Lady Lily Potter. But I ask, is it the truth? Many things are suspicious in that regard. After a thorough investigation, it was revealed that Sirius Black never even got a trial. A point that Harry Potter, the boy who lived an heir apparent to 6 influential noble houses, has remarked as unforgivable by a legal government. As you remember from my last article about the Dementor attack during the Quidditch match Gryffindor vs Slytherin at Hogwarts some weeks ago, young Harry Potter met the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, to get him to remove the Dementors from the school. With the support of many wizards and witches of high social standing, like Lady Augusta Longbottom and the current head of Auror Department Rufus Scrimgeour, he managed to convince the minister of the mistake that was made in the attempt to protect him from the supposed murderer Black. All the wizards and witches present agreed to keep one important fact secret, and that was Mr. Potter pointing out that his parents stated in their will that their secret keeper was none other than Peter Pettigrew. And, more importantly, Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts School and chief warlock of the Wizengamot, knew it. He was witness to the signing of the will of Lord and Lady Potter. This only leaves one conclusion. Sirius Black is innocent and was set up by the people he trusted, his former friend Peter Pettigrew, and Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, the supposed leader of the Light. Is Dumbledore really a light wizard? Many questions are coming up due to his ways of handling things, especially regarding the upbringing of Harry Potter. As your faithful reporter found out, it was Albus Dumbledore who placed the poor boy with his Muggle relatives. Worse, he left him on the doorstep in the middle of the night in November, protected by just a baby blanket against the cold. How could he place the heir of 6 noble and most ancient houses, namely Potter, Black, Bolton, Peverell, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, with Muggles that hate everything about magic? Isabella Thanes, 33, a fellow classmate of Lady Lily Potter answered, when asked by this reporter what she knew of Lily's family. Lily always described her parents as very kind and caring people. They were proud having a daughter with the ability to use magic. But they never favored her over her sister Petunia. Still, her sister was jealous of Lily, which was hard for Lily to endure, as she really loved her sister. With time, her sister became really nasty and always called her a freak. Now, I have to ask, if Lily Potter's classmates knew about the treatment Lily got by her sister, why did Dumbledore still place poor Harry with them? The agreement made at the ministry was to prevent the traitor Pettigrew from becoming suspicious of the plans put in place to catch him. It truly is ironic how 2 15-year-old boys, who just wanted to test a variation of the Animagus revealing spell to enhance the glow that cloaks the animal, green for normal, blue for magical animals and red for animagi, for a longer period to get a harmless laugh at some startled schoolmates, discovered him. Immediate action was taken by the current teacher in defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, Remus Lupin, who stunned the revealed wizard Pettigrew immediately, and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, who ordered Potions Master Severus Snape to get her Veritaserum to question Pettigrew, ensuring that the truth was finally revealed under the surprised eyes of Hogwarts students, including Mr. Potter. Peter Pettigrew admitted under Veritaserum that he was a Death Eater, supported he who must not be named in his torture of Muggles and Muggleborns, and delivered many wizards and witches who opposed you-know-who to his master. He also admitted that he was the secret keeper of the Potters and blamed Sirius Black for his actions, using the emotional distress of Black over the death of his best friend and said friend's wife to his advantage. The Minister of Magic has already called a date for the trial of Peter Pettigrew, and asks Sirius Black to turn himself in so he can finally be given the trial he should have gotten in 1981. For Mr. Black, it is just a formality to be cleared of all charges. Many assumptions were made in 1981 by the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch, who denied Black a trial and sent him straight to Azkaban like many others. I asked, are there more innocent prisoners in Azkaban? How could our ministry let its own laws be ignored that gravely? Why is the chief mugwump of the Wizengamot so keen to keep everyone in the dark? I promise you, dear readers, that I will find out and report the complete truth in this matter. She really didn't waste any time. Harry commented smugly. This is a big scandal. Dumbledore won't have a day without getting a howler. I'm sure Mum will be one of those to send him one. Ron said. I would really enjoy seeing him bombarded with howlers. He deserves nothing better, Harry stated. Albus Dumbledore was livid. His carefully laid plans had been thwarted. The blasted boy had gotten a look at his parents' will and knew Sirius had been framed. Blasted goblins. He should have known that they would have a copy of the will. This was a catastrophe. All his hard work over decades was seriously damaged. He would have to act fast to save as much as possible. Perhaps he could plead for forgetfulness of old age regarding the identity of the secret keeper. This would be hard. As witness to a will, you had to be reliable. Damn Sirius. Damn Weasley twins. They just had to come up with this stupid prank idea. If he had only known about the location of Pettigrew, he could have killed the only evidence that could have gotten Sirius cleared. Now, with Minerva reporting the contents of the interview of Pettigrew, there was nothing that could be done. If he had only been at the school when they discovered Pettigrew, he could have cast a memory-modifying charm and destroyed every proof. But no, it just had to happen when he was away at the ICW conference, where his colleagues were less than impressed with his actions in the past. Until now, he had just had little bumps in the plan. If he officially apologized to Sirius, saying that he had been unknowing of him not being the Potter's secret keeper, due to an injury during a fight with Voldemort that erased his memory of the will, perhaps he could save something. It would be a stain on his public relations, but it would pass. He could live with some distrust for a few months, which would be the most the public was about to remember this. Thankfully, nearly nobody knew of his friendship with Gellert Grindelwald in his youth. All those that could know were long dead, and Bathilda Bagshot had been lost to insanity. That flank was secure. The problem was, with Harry being the heir of 6 pureblood houses, he would wield political power, which was a threat to his own position. Until now, he had voted as proxy for Harry and gotten many of his decrees passed this way. Without Harry's votes, this would be a lot more difficult. While he hadn't known about the Ravenclaw and Bolden lordships, he had used the other 3 for his goals. The Black Lordship had still been with Sirius, so it had been impossible for anyone to use it. He had to regain control over Harry, at any cost. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.